The Development of African Society Since 1800. Bill Freund. Introduction. It takes some temerity to attempt a synthesis of the field one studies and teaches, particularly if one is a younger scholar. The first chapter of this book endeavors to explain the problems of African historiography as it has developed, and I will not anticipate the points that I make there, except to say that my dissatisfaction with earlier synth essays in the light of the scholarship of the past decade or so and the irrelevance of much earlier writing to the current mood in Africa itself seem to justify the attempt. This work is introductory. It assures no previous knowledge of the history of Africa and is intended for the intelligent general reader. Unlike most textbooks, however, it avoids blandness and does not attempt to appeal to every point of view. It is an extended essay that considers, for various periods since the beginning of the 19th century, a few general themes, broad social and economic developments, the relationship of African social forces to outside interventions and the interplay of classes within Africa. Against these themes the main political events of African history are set. In my view, the web of social and economic relations that emerges from human satisfaction of material needs forms the core of historical development. This book is therefore a materialist interpretation of history, in terms of how events are explained. This is generally to be preferred in usage to Marxist history, which I feel has an unnecessarily sectarian ring, although it is largely to Marx and his followers that I turn for inspiration. Class struggle, with the classes defined ultimately in terms of their relationship to the labor process, determines the form of history for Marx. He brilliantly showed at varying levels of abstraction the one fundamental Das contradiction that mattered to Hern politically, that between capital and labor in capitalist development. Classes are not unique to capitalism, and forms of domination can precede or succeed true Das societies. In the African continent there is a great range of historically specific social and economic relationships that, with some imagination and flexibility, can be discussed in Das terms. One should not apply too mechanically the well-known terminology of domination and appropriation that comes out of the study of other parts of the world. Yet Das certainly cannot be left out of African history. For those interested in, but totally unfamiliar with Marx's historical categorization, this book cannot hope to fill the gap. The reader is referred to works introductory, say Leo Huberman, Man's Worldly Goods, or systematic, say Paul Sweezy, The Theory Zero/Capitalist Development. There are many of both. My own approach, moreover, involves a selection from a large range of interpretations of what Marx most emphasized in his work and of what a materialist history ought to be. To the extent that the available format and information all 0ws, this book tried to adopt the point of view of the ordinary cultivators and wage earners of Africa. Yet at present it seems there is no single appropriate political line to be followed that can shape this perspective precisely. I therefore make my own political judgments, breaking with most previous radical, and indeed liberal, writing on Africa in trying to consider nationalism in modern Africa critically, rather than taking automatically a nationalist point of view. Today considerable debate rages among intellectuals of the left concerning the relative explanatory merits of internal Das forces and external pressure and influence in the development, and underdevelopment, of contemporary Africa. The two are, in my view, so dosely related that this is much like the question of the primacy of chicken or egg. However, I feel strongly that, until very recently, the pendulum has swung too far politically towards subsuming all Africa's problems as being the result of alien forces. The explosive power of capitalist penetration is often reduced to an imperialist conspiracy theory. This is why I lay so much emphasis on social rather than national relationships, whose character was never entirely determined, even under colonial rule, by imperialism. Much radical writing on Africa has tried to ignore or to sidestep Marx's emphasis on the dynamism and qualitative transformation induced by capitalism. At one extreme, it has even been claimed that Africa was conquered in order to forestall its economic development under indigenous auspices. I believe that it was conquered to open it up for capital in the one way that was historically possible. This resulted in the extraction of wealth which went overseas, but also in the genuine development of productive forces in Africa. From this perspective, colonialism had both progressive and regressive features. As will be seen from a more detailed analysis, it cannot be understood in a purely linear way. Materialist history cannot possibly be reduced to anti-colonial polemic. The complex interrelationship between capitalism and colonialism in Africa is the central theme of the second half of this book. Contemporary Africa suffers from extremely unequal power relations in the world and contains many features that can be described as economically dependent. Unlike many radical writers, I have become convinced, particularly during the last couple of years working on this book, that dependence is a vague indeterminate quality that explains by itself rather little and belongs for most purposes to a nationalist, not a Marxist, point of view. There are many places in the pages to Comey where I deliberately criticize the dependency perspective because it is so often confused with the class cons dos one and has acquired great currency among left-wing considerations of the Third World. In 1974, the editors of the first issue of the Review of African Political Economy, which has played such a major role in the development of left thought on Africa, wrote that we are at odds with the position, claiming the ment i.e. of Marxist orthodoxy, which holds that the distortion of so-called peripheral capitalism is no more than the natural and inevitable concomitant of all capitalist development, and that the potential of peripheral capital is only as limited as the potential of capitalism itself. Their position is now much less universally held and, on the whole, the perspective adopted here is not far from Marxist orthodoxy. A few rather more specific points about this book are also in order here. I have virtually excluded from these pages the history of Egypt and the Maghreb, Tunisia, Libya, Algeria, and Morocco. These countries are as African as any other, but they are served by a large specialized historiography primarily in languages other than English, including Arabic, which I do not read. It is on grounds of my ignorance and for the sake of convenience that I exclude them. As the first chapters stress, in reality the Sahara never formed an effective barrier to human, economic, or cultural movements. Other emphases reflect the state of my knowledge and the quality of available work. The detailed bibliographies, intended as guides to further reading, indicate my predilections, strengths, and weaknesses while no doubt unintentionally omitting much excellent work. I have made an effort to consult and to consider material in languages other than English, particularly French, but my command of the literature is certainly far less extensive. The ex-British colonies have pride of place in this volume as one result. However, they do include Africa's largest, Sudan, most populous, Nigeria, and most productive, South Africa, countries. I use many examples from two countries where I have lived and done research, Nigeria and Tanzania. A third, South Africa, was my first field of research and seems to me so important, compelling and distinctive that I treat it separately and very generously, from the point of view of space, for the 20th century. Those whose background is in other parts of the continent should learn more about it. The spelling of African proper names presents a great problem to the scholar. There has been an increasing tendency towards the use of more phonetically correct usage which, however, only serves to confuse the general reader. The spellings chosen here represent a personal compromise between accuracy and custom which can never satisfy all. I should like to thank those kind enough to read and criticize drafts of parts of this book, Jane Geyer, Chris Saunders, Charles Stewart, Gavin Williams, and especially Fred Cooper, who has been a great stimulus and friend to me during the period at Harvard when it has been written. Chapter 1 received valuable criticism when given as a paper at Boston University, the Canadian African Studies Association annual meeting and the University of Cape Town. The bibliographies exclude material which is unpublished but in some cases has been of considerable impact on my ideas. I should like to thank particularly these friends and scholars who made work of their own available to me which fits this category: Karen Barber, Babakar Fall, Vincent Farrar, Dave Hemsen, Martin Legasic, J.I. O'Brien, Dan O'Meara, Mary Rayner, Bob Shenton, TV. Satyamurthy, Bonaventure Swai, and Mike Watts. I also wish to record my gratitude to Boston area friends, Bill Hansen, Bridget Schultz, and Jordan Gabramedin, who has taught me about the Horn of Africa, to Masayo Y. Ashida, who prepared a bibliography on Uganda for me, to Sid Lamel and Chris Allen, to my patient editor Chu Yun Wang, and to the first person who suggested that I try to write a book of wider general interest, my mother Elizabeth Groves Freund. Bill Freund. Cambridge, Massachusetts. October 1982. 1. Africanist History and the History of Africa. Africans have been conceptualizing their lives and social relationships historically since the advent of agriculture and stock herding gave importance to questions of origin, genealogy, and property long centuries ago. As state mechanisms and Das contradictions evolved in many parts of the continent, historical interpretation became increasingly formalist in the hands of spitalists. Informal traditions frequently survived in a masked form reflecting subversive interpretations and societal conflicts. The issues that mattered to such historians, the lineage of kings, the point of origins of peoples, the coming of an ecological disaster or a political defeat, belonged to a problematic that stemmed from prevailing material and social conditions. Although presented as objective truth, the tales of praise singers, diviners, and court idols were actually ideological in purpose. They represented the appropriation of social knowledge by particular groups for particular ends. In much of Africa, historical knowledge was conveyed purely by word of mouth in poetic, musical, and dramatic settings. However, in some regions, such as the Ethiopian highlands, the East African coast and the West African savanna, the spread of literacy created the possibility of written history as well. The Chronides of Ethiopian monks and Timbuktu scholars were not simply royal commission work, they expressed the outlook of the Das of men who wrote them, a Das whose worldview was closely linked to specific traditions of Christian and Islamic knowledge. With the conquest and partition of Africa by the European 2. powers and its forcible incorporation into a world system of exchange based on capitalist production, the possibility of an autonomous development of intellectual activity in Africa was cut off as surely as the guillotine severs a head from a body. The praise singers continued to chant, but what they had to say ceased to have the same relevance. The colonial masters of Africa took a keen interest in the territories they ruled, of course. They were as concerned as any African king had been to appropriate knowledge about Africa, for the purpose of effective administration and the promotion of capitalist enterprise. Much of this knowledge was historical, quantities of historical material were amassed and collected in colonial archives and libraries. However, the colonial period produced very little in the way of overtly historical publication. The dominant colonial science was anthropology. From the time of Sir Harry Johnston, writing in 1899, it was a full half-century before a European again wrote a general history of Africa. What most interested Europeans in Africa was themselves, a history of trade and diplomacy, invasion and conquest, heavily infused with assumptions about racial superiority that buttressed colonial domination. For the period following conquest, colonial writing focused on the progress of administrative structures, transport networks, and business enterprise in an heroic spirit. Yet it was in the colonial context that for the first time Africa as an entity from the Cape to Cairo, from the coastal lagoons of the West to the Horn of the East, could be conceived. Attached to this concept there could be as while specialists, continental experts, Africanists. There are certain exceptions to this generalization that deserve notice. First, in some parts of Africa, notably South Africa, imperialism brought in its wake large and internally complex settler communities, sections of which began to produce their own histories. The intellectual thrust of Afrikaner nationalism in South Africa was marked first by the publication of an anti-imperialist history of the country in the Afrikaans language. Jan Christian Smuts epitomized the antagonisms between the settlers of the South African Republic and the major imperialist power, Britain, in a famous pamphlet on the eve of the Boer War, A Century Ex Merriman. The Cape Ministry are not, as you know, Solomons, but they do heartily oppose and detest Mr. Froude's and Lord Camervan's native policy. We are gradually educating the natives. We are introducing individual tenure of land and European implements. We have 4,000 natives at work on our railways. Gradually the power of the chiefs is being broken up, and our laws introduced, and I hope this session to get a measure for the modified municipal government of locations. Lovedale has 300 native boys and 70 girls, very many of whom pay for their own education. They learn trades and may earn 40 shillings a week as printers. 6 Natal was a vastly weaker unit, particularly as measured against its Zulu neighbor to the north. In Natal, settlers, mainly from Britain, struggled to find a profitable basis for economic exploitation. Much land became tied up in speculative ventures orientated in fact towards the collection of tribute or cash from African peasants, at least until a higher level of capitalization could be achieved. In the 1850s it 79 became apparent that there was a future for sugar plantations along the coast, but the settlers lacked the coercive power to obtain African labor under plantation conditions at low wages. They turned to indentured laborers from India, who began to arrive in 1860 and made the fortunes of the lowland sugar planters. The natal system had no room for the ideal of a liberal society. In theory a non-racial franchise was evolved, but in practice, the natal vote from its creation in 1856 was a white vote. Natal controlled extensive and populous African locations, upon which pressure could be exerted to draw labor and cash, a system associated with Theophilus Shepstone, Secretary of Native Affairs, 1845-76, and self-proclaimed Great White Chief of the Natal Zulu. The South African historian David Welsh has argued that if a model of segregation in later South African society existed, it lay in Natal. The weakness of colonialism in Natal encouraged the Ciuit of African tradition, sustaining a system of indirect rule through the chiefs and extracting small amounts of labor and goods from African farmers through the modest application of force that was systematically feasible. 7. The Trekker states, and especially the South African Republic, were yet slower to acquire commercial coherence. The newcomers awarded themselves huge landed estates, but their control over local labor, now officially considered to be squatting on private property, was more nominal than real. African squatters provided little labor and less cash to landlords, who in turn found the establishment of commercial agriculture a difficult process. Among the trekkers acute distinctions between rich and poor developed fairly quickly. A small dash of notables whose commercial linkages gave them command over laborers and firearms dominated trekker society. Within all these formations and while beyond their borders some Africans turned with alacrity to new economic possibilities created by the penetration of commodity relations. In the Eastern Cape, Natal and elsewhere, petty accumulators sprang up as a dash among African Ciuitivators and supplied much of the agricultural surplus of the colonies. It was often such farmers who were enthusiastic propagators of mission Christianity. From the 1850s the first African professional men returned to the Cape from Britain, contemporaries of an 80 equivalent generation of West African coastal compradors. Some of the extension of Wajiaboer represented immigration and proletarianization. In this category belonged the less fortunate Mfecane refugees of the Eastern Cape, or Mfangu, who Ricolan named farm laborers, together with Xhosa ruined by the takeover of land or the destruction of stock commanded by the Profiti movement known as the cattle killing, in 1857. This does not entirely explain the spread of migrant labor in southern Africa, however. In Itiai wage labor could be quite advantageous to the worker, Mfengwinduded, who might return Horn with shotgun and cattle and supply the bride wealth that would enable Hearn to found a new homestead. By the 1860s migrants were coming to the Cape in large numbers from as far as the Petty State in the north of the Diem territory of the South African Republic and what is today southern Mozambique. While major African states such as Lesotho, the Zulu Kingdom, the Petty State and others retained political independence quite effectively and were if anything a threat to their colonial neighbors, rather than the other way around, Exchange relations connecting Africans into trades that ultimately linked back through the Cape to Europe had achieved a remarkable importance even beyond colonial frontiers. On a much smaller, but still significant scale, capitalist forces encouraged new social relationships in Angola. The fishing fleets off the coast of southern Angola as well as the thriving coffee estates of Kazango, inland from Luanda, depended heavily on slavery. We remained legal under the Portuguese flag until the 1870s. From the slave trade era a small dash of local capitalists, of varying racial origin but including an important number of both mulattoes and Africans, arose. Inland the rapid extension from mid-century of the ivory and then the rubber frontiers brought advantages to two trading peoples, the Chokwe of the interior, who absorbed vast numbers of slaves, and the Ovimbundu of the Central Highlands, intermediaries par excellence in legitimate commerce between the Portuguese on the coast and the interior peoples. They forged an identity as trading peoples that may be readily compared with the Nyamwezi and Kamba across the continent. 81. Southern Africa provides the most complex and far-reaching examples of das formation and economic change brought about through the extension of trade in 19th-century Africa, an extension that reached widely indeed. Through the century African ruling dasses expanded their interests in the acquisition of commodities they could not produce through a social order increasingly dependent on firearms and trade goods. Defense and exchange goods equally must have extended their significance for the mass of cultivators. However, there is little reason to think that this era brought about a correction to the direction of change and the abuses of the slave trade. To accept this is largely to accept the propaganda of the old humanitarian imperialist lobbies. The magnetic attraction of commercial enterprise to Africans did not often lead to change in the social and technical relations of production. This seems characteristic of merchant capital, based as it is on the interstices between productive systems, in exchange. 19th century Europe was industrializing rapidly, but in its relations with Africa the form and impact of merchant capital remained little changed. By mid-century, cheap, industrially produced cotton goods from Europe were reaching so remote a region from the sea as the central savanna of West Africa in large quantities across the Sahara. But it is not at all clear that any new political or social consequences ensued. In fact, this chapter has undoubtedly exaggerated such consequences by generalizing from those zones where they were notably significant. In consequence, the real meaning of legitimate commerce for the African continent lay in an intensification of social and economic processes already initiated in the slaving era. 5. The conquest of Africa. But as for us, our Lord is Allah, our Creator and Possessor. We take what our Prophet Muhammad, upon her and be peace, brought to Usoabd al-Rahman, Caliph at Sokoto to the Royal Niger Company, 1900, in R.A. Adalai, Power and Diplomacy in Northern Nigeria, Longman, 1971, p. 335. If I were received by the Queen, nobody would ever think of attacking me. Mashushu of Lesotho, in Peter Sanders, Mashushu, Chief of Soto, Heinemann, 1975, p. 318. One thing only has checked the development of these rich regions, native misrule. A.F. Mockler Ferryman, British. Nigeria, Jas. 11, 1902, p. 169. Imperialism, Theory and Practice. Within the last quarter of the 19th century, the slow process of European political penetration of the African continent gave way to a scramble for colonies that resulted in a partition of all the lands south of the Sahara apart from the Republic of Liberia and Ethiopia. A materialist assessment of 84. Imperial conquest will necessarily consider how this process related to the contradictions within capitalist economy and society in Europe as well as events in Africa. For more than 60 years the terrain of discussion has been dominated by one long pamphlet, Imperialism, the highest stage 0/capitalism, written during World War I by the leading figure of the Russian Revolution, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. As the title suggests, Lenin considered that capitalism had advanced in the late 19th century into a qualitatively distinct phase of development through the formation of national oligopolies, particularly in the heavy industries such as coal and steel and in the most rapidly industrializing countries like Germany and the USA. This followed logically from processes of concentration and centralization of capital about which Marx had already written when they were in an early stage. All intelligent commentators of the world scene knew this, but many believed that concentration would lead in turn to an internationally interlocked and pacifist-minded capitalist Das, increasingly uninterested in war or aggressive competition. Lenin disagreed. The monopoly stage did not bring about an end to capitalist competition. Rather, it placed competition on a ruthless and gigantic scale in which the monopolies could harness the apparatus of militarist states to enforce their demands. The trend towards monopoly dovetailed with Marx's predicted decline in the rate of profit within the industrialist capitalist states. Finance, unable to find profitable outlets for investment at home, required in order to survive new overseas outlets which could be guaranteed only through the economic and political conquest of hitherto non-capitalist societies elsewhere in the world. Lenin realized that there was a wide range of economic advantages potentially accruing to expanding imperialist states in this era. It included the creation of privileged markets through tariff barriers for national monopolies, the extension of trade and the acquisition of raw materials such as rubber and tin for new industries. He gave pride of place, however, to the imperative of investment outlets, following in this respect the arguments of the English anti-imperialist soda reformer, John Hobson. One result was the partition and threatened repartition of the world by the great powers. Propagandists pressed forward. 85. Imperialism as an idea through chauvinist slogans which won over the support of a labor aristocracy, a sector within the working Das who thrived on imperialism and formed its principal domestic prop. Imperialists demanded armaments and pressed national regimes in Europe from crisis to crisis, leading ultimately to the catastrophic World War I. Lenin's analysis was exaggeratedly compressed. He aimed at fitting together all the principal phenomena of his time into one clear-cut statement about imperialism. If he had a focus historically, it was the question of the causes of World War I. The partition of Africa was incidental to his treatment. His analysis combined a Marxist framework with ideas plucked from bourgeois reformers and pacifists such as Hobson. Hobson had expressed only admiration for genuine capitalist entrepreneurs and feared that the new dominance of the banks and investment interests was destroying wholesome capitalism in Europe. What Hobson deplored were coupon clippers, the Das of shareholders who could live in idleness off their investments and pressurize the state to act in their interests abroad. In his work Imperialism, written in direct reaction to the Boer War, Hobson painted an artistically compelling portrait of capitalism gone soft and decadent. Lenin was contemptuous of Hobson's hopes for capitalist reform, but seized gladly upon his ill-defined notion of decadence and parasitism. Some elements of Lenin's synthesis, such as his theory of a labor aristocracy and the origins of the war, require a critique elsewhere than in these pages. Here discussion will be confined to those aspects of his analysis relevant to the history of Africa. Anti-Marxist writers often attack Lenin, and by implication other Marxist writers, for exaggerating or inventing the economic side of imperialism. It is pointed out why that African trade never became crucial to European industry and that investment by capitalist firms in Africa, apart from South Africa, never developed very far. Lenin, it is C1 aimed, ignored the non-economic motives which imperialists both in Europe and on the spot in Africa considered as justifying their own actions. The thrust of this critique depends largely on a crude misreading of Lenin. Lenin appears from a few remarks in his 86 pamphlet to have been quite aware of the inadequate treatment he had given the wider, non-economic context of imperialism. Imperialism was not simply a state economic strategy, it became a climate of opinion, linked to militarism, racism, and nationalism, that blanketed Europe like a dark cloud. Mass right-wing movements emerged in the late 19th century among hard-pressed peasant proprietors and petty bourgeois who, unable to accept socialist ideas about class and property, turned to nationalism, racism, and imperialism as a means of solving their problems. Leading elements nurtured imperialist ideology explicitly as part of a propaganda campaign to woo workers to their causes. State school systems and the press endlessly reiterated patriotic and militarist rhetoric. For the German Empire, the historian Hans Ulrich Weller has stressed that the imperialist banner was one under which an otherwise divided and internally antagonistic bourgeoisie could potentially be united by political brokers. The new scientific racism, built around a vulgarist interpretation of Charles Darwin's theory of the survival of the fittest as the key mechanism in human and biological evolution, suffused European culture. Acceptance of supposed objectively defined races as fundamental human categories became the common wisdom of Europe. Black Negroid Africans were assigned virtually the lowest place on the human pecking order, fit only for rule by their white Caucasian superiors. The white conquistadores of Africa viewed themselves as the possessors of racially and culturally superior ideas and behavior patterns, bearers of a civilizing mission first and foremost, rather than economic exploiters. However, all this does not so much refute Lenin's assessment as amplify and enrich it. Where Lenin erred was in his acceptance of Hobson's impressionistic and moralistic picture of capitalist decadence. From the vantage point of the 1980s, it is clear that in 1915 capitalism was not on its last legs, nor was it entering a final stage. It would continue to know periods of great vitality and unprecedented expansion. Most contemporary Marxists, and non-Marxist observers, however, agreed with Lenin and Hobson. The period of extended crisis that economic historians consider the Great 87 Depression of the 19th century, extending from the 1870s to the 1890s, portended to be a final one for the capitalist system. N.I. Bukharin, on whose thinking about imperialism Lenin very much depended, saw imperial conquests as a consequence of a neo-mercantilist éduque. Rejecting the buoyant confidence in economic growth and free trade typical of the middle 19th century, the ruling Das now held the grim conviction that the golden days of capitalist accumulation were over forever and that competition must henceforth be a struggle for advantage in a no-growth, zero-sum game. There was more than enough economic evidence pointing towards both Hobsonian decadence and Leninist catastrophism. One, however, in trying to explain the conquest of Africa by the European powers, the evidence suggests exactly the opposite, stressing the vitality and hunger for new spheres to appropriate by capital. Lenin underscored the link between overseas investment and imperialism. Africa received little of this investment before World War I, but it can be argued that conquest was part of the necessary process of creating social and political conditions under which capitalist investment would ultimately pay off. Such an argument follows readily from Marx's own view of the expansive and absorptive character of the capitalist mode of production and Aschuren's fundamental continuities in capitalist development from the era of so-called free competition. This is not to dismiss entirely that side of the scramble for Africa that stemmed from the intensified competition between economic rivals. The Great Depression of the 1870s brought about demands for protected markets and supplies, while British dominance in world manufacture and export gave way to an effective challenge from Germany and the USA especially, with business turning ever more to the state for assistance in competition. But this tendency must be seen in conjunction with one that stemmed directly from conditions within Africa and the interaction between Western capitalist enterprise and pre-capitalist African societies. As the previous chapter suggested, the volume of commerce between Africa and Europe had increased greatly during the middle decades of the 19th century, that era of cheap manufactured exports and dear tropical imports. One result, 88, was the increasing importance of the trade to African societies and the greater diffusion of trade goods. Imported guns helped to forge entire new empires, like that of Samora Touré in the West African Savannah or Tippu-Tip on the Upper Congo. The accessibility of weapons strengthened some ruling classes while challenging others. Never were the strata of middlemen who connected the trade routes and linked African commerce to the coast more important. Yet the extension of the new commerce made apparent to interested Europeans the barriers ahead before new qualitative advances could be reached. Europeans had to contend with paying off networks of middlemen and helping to sustain ruling classes and merchants who schemed off profits and increased the price of commodities. States fought wars to increase their territory and command over labor, a tiresome impediment to commerce that often blocked important trade routes. Abolition of the slave trade had failed to bring about the attenuation of African slavery, which was held to stultify economic initiative and to cause warfare and social instability. Thus African society badly needed reform in order for the ambitions of Western commerce to be realized. Governments were required which could smash the power of ruling classes, construct telegraph lines and railways, impose uniformly peaceful conditions and permit coastal traders direct access to free peasant producers. Colonial advocates often spoke of the need to open up Africa, to protect the roads into the interior and to circumvent the middlemen. The trade depression of the early 1870s made this vision of Africa an increasingly urgent one. As oil prices fell, creditors foreclosed on coastal merchants and steamship lines undercut shippers, tensions mounted in West Africa. Cowrie and other local currencies suffered from an intensifying devaluation compared with European coin. The result, to borrow A.G. Hopkins' phrase, was adstabilization of political as well as economic and social relations. The ensuing political crises contained a logic of their own which invited military intervention in response to the clamor of both local and European commercial interests. In the countries which traded most with Africa, Britain, France, and Germany, the chambers of commerce of such major business centers as Liverpool, Manchester, Lyon, and Hamburg demanded the 89. Extension of direct control to growing parts of the world outside Europe. Special conditions in South Africa made the urge for intervention uniquely compelling. From 1867 the discovery of minerals brought to the fore the question not merely of trade, but of capitalist production. The British Union Jack flew ever further in the southern African interior in response to capitalist demands for creating social conditions favorable to cheap and efficient large-scale mineral production. On CE colonial rule was established, production-related imperatives were increasingly crucial to the policy of the new regimes throughout the continent. Late 19th century imperial conquest can be related also to other aspects of what the American economic historian, David Londas, has dubbed the Second Industrial Revolution. The capitalist quest for raw materials, of which a bigger range were needed in more quantity than ever, enhanced interest in the tropics. New technology immeasurably cheapened the cost of expansion and conquest in Africa. Medical discoveries enabled Europeans to live there far more safely, avoiding the sacrifice in lives so typical of early attempts at colonization. Precision arms, which in turn depended on advances in the European machine tool industry, presented European armies with an enormous new advantage over Africans. When they took elementary tactical and strategy precautions, tightly formed squares of troops so armed could easily mow down infantry or cavalry charges aimed at them from so far away that they were virtually invulnerable. It was significant too that the commercial expansion of the era of legitimate trade had as one byproduct the rise of European-controlled armies of African troops prepared to fight for small wages and the prospect of loot. By the 1870s the so-called Hausa troops, ancestral to the West African Frontier Force and the French Tirailleurs Senegalais, or Senegalese sharpshooters, were well in formation. They and other African forces spared European governments the expense and political complexities contingent on the dispatch of European armies overseas. The relative cheapness of expansion allowed European officers in Africa, avid for glory and promotions, room for considerable initiative and permitted the conquest of many 90 regions whose commercial appeal was severely limited. The scramble thus proceeded with a speed and a geography spread that went far beyond the boundaries which can be directly explained by crisis in existing trade relations. Yet the need to expand these relations provided a solid economic base for the diplomacy, political and strategy aspects of the scramble. This helps to elucidate one obviously central fact of the conquest. It was Britain and France, with their long-established vested interests in Africa, who although least affected by the global tendencies towards industrial monopolization and capital concentration among the major Western powers, took the lion's share of Africa. 2. In addition, it underscores a dimension which African nationalists have long pointed out: the partition had a strong cooperative and collaborative side to it, symbolized by the handshake over new African boundaries at European conference tables. For all serious capitalist interests, occupation by some efficient colonial power, if one's own regime was not all to assume control, was better than none. In this regard, it is noteworthy that, despite much fighting talk, no European state went to war with another during the scramble era over a favored chunk of Africa. 3. The build-up to conquest. During the 1870s, several significant manovers in West Africa projected colonial build-up. They occurred in just those zones where commercial relations with Europe were most developed. On the Gold Coast, the forts controlled by the Dutch and the British, the Danes having sold out in 1850, were rationalized geographically by agreement in 1867. This introduced a period of uncertainty as old alliances, commercial and political, were called into question. Asante had preferred to establish links with the Dutch rather than the British and was especially concerned. When complete withdrawal by the Dutch began to be considered, the old dream of achieving hegemony over the coast seized the imagination of the Asante court. Those westerly coastal states which most resented the sudden imposition of Dutch hegemony were instrumental in 91. Forming the Fanti Confederation in 1868. In part, the Confederation aimed at meeting the threat of the Dutch and of Asante, but it represented as well the political aspirations of the compradore merchants and chiefs of the Gold Coast. They conceived of the Confederation as the bare bones of a Western-type state that would promote English education, road construction, and commerce with a unified legal code, military force and political representation beneficial to the Anglicized merchants of the coastal towns. Despite the name, a number of non-Fanti communities belonged to the Confederation. The weakness of the compradore stratum, which failed to organize an efficient fighting force or systematic revenue collection, brought about the collapse of the Confederation after several years. Yet it was also subverted by British hostility. The British, for the first time, preferred to cut out the compradores from any potential role as a national bourgeoisie and to deal direct one-way with the chiefs. As the Fanti Confederation collapsed, British political involvement on the Gold Coast increased. In 1871 the Dutch were bought out of the western forts. Asante threatened to restore its old hegemony over most of the coast. The British were not prepared to tolerate such a development and organized an invasion expedition. This resulted not only in a decisive British victory, but in profoundly destabilizing the Asante state. Effective alliances were made with various previously subordinate rulers who now refused to support the Asantehene. Some had been enriched and strengthened by the new direction and volume of legitimate trade over the past half-century. The sack of Kumasi in 1874 heralded the end of the Asante Confederacy, cutting it off from the coast and depriving it of all its tributaries. Its authority now extended only some 30 to 50 miles from Kumasi. Shortly afterwards the Crown annexed the coastal territories as the Gold Coast Colony. Some 2 years later the arrival of Colonel Brière de L'Isle as governor of the French colony of Senegal marked a radical new advance movement in the region where French commerce predominated. The French systematically developed a policy of transport and communications deployment, the construction of a railway from St. Louis to the new port of Dakar through Caire, which was essential for the expansion of 92. Groundnut production and export, and of a telegraph line to Fouta Toro in the interior valley of the Senegal and, most ambitiously, the extension of the railway to the upper Niger. The French move into the interior followed the great trade routes along which slave caravans had made their way. For Brière de L'Isle and his henchmen, African rulers were so many impediments to the extension of a commercially viable French empire. Their taxes and marauding armies prevented the realization of a great potential surplus production from the peasantry, and their rule stood in the way of the establishment of the necessary transport network. Lat Dier, the daimel of Caire, formerly dependent on the French for his power, at first agreed to the laying of the railway but then reneged as he came to realize that the old forms of social authority might not long survive its construction. Through the early 1880s he harassed the French forces with guerrilla warfare that represented a major phase of the wars of conquest in Senegal. By this time, however, expansion into the interior had proceeded apace. In 1883 the advanced military stood at Bamako on the Niger, poised to wage a major attack on the Tukulor Empire founded by Alhi Umar that controlled most of the western half of the Modem Republic of Mali. French expansion had come under the virtually autonomous direction of military officers who conceived of an unlimited strategically orientated expansion all the way across West Africa to Lake Chad, linking the Sahara with French Algeria. From a business standpoint there was little to recommend colonial expansion into ever more thinly peopled and barren regions. Indeed, as the advance columns were increasingly forced to live off the newly conquered, they became brutal and rapacious marauding bands. The third great region of commercial interest to Europe on the West African littoral, together with Senegambia and the Gold Coast, was the Niger Delta, the heartland of the palm oil trade. The Delta experienced an intense version of the pressures caused by profit squeeze and new technological development in Europe. The arrival of the steamship allowed new firms entry into the area through buying cargo space and thus threatening old arrangements and trade share agreements. It was a British entrepreneur, George Goldie, who, through 93 fair means and foul, succeeded in amalgamating firms and eliminating rivals to create the United Africa Company in 1879. He was particularly concerned to drive out of the area new French arrivals. By 1884 the Delta trade had become a virtual monopoly with Goldie an increasing political as well as economic force. Hundreds of miles further to the south lay the mouth of that other great river flowing into the Atlantic, the Congo. This region experienced a rapidly growing trade in palm oil, ivory and wild rubber which, by the late 1870s, was beginning to approach the value of the trade of the Niger Delta. Yet Europeans knew almost nothing of the interior beyond the river rapids not far inland until Stanley descended the Congo from the east to reach the Coast in 1875, successfully crossing Central Africa from shore to shore. He revealed to the west the existence of a vast navigable river system through which the equatorial forest could be penetrated and the trade middlemen who controlled stretches of the water could be circumvented and subordinated. Here was a potentially wealthy no-man's land to attract capitalist cupidity. The British had dominated overseas trade of the Congo region but they were never to establish colonies here. Instead Leopold XI, King of the Belgians, who had devoted his energies and fortune to a feverish world search for an appropriate colonial sphere to carve out and eventually transfer to the Belgian state, successfully made it the focus of his attention, thus ensuring the European continent's first industrialist country its long-term place in the sun. The initial indifference of the Belgian bourgeoisie, coupled with the presumed jealousy of the British, stimulated the king to try a complex con trick. In 1876 he formed an international association supposedly dedicated to opening up the Congo basin to the benefits of free trade for all. Aware of the importance of British benevolence, or at least neutrality, he won or bought to his side the services of many figures on the British imperial scene, including Stanley himself and the British missionaries already active in the Lower Congo. Seeing through Leopold's schemes, but unwilling to advance into the interior, the British government chose to support Portugal's shadowy real claims to the area. Portuguese expansion in Africa was pursued fitfully and with more or 94 less success through the 19th century. The very economic weakness of the Portuguese bourgeoisie, given its old ties to, and knowledge of, the African trade lent a particular practical weight to imperial expansion, creating a sphere of commercial monopoly. Britain was inclined to favor the claims of this backward state because British commercial influence was strong in Portugal. However, for those Britons who took the premise of a commercialist Congo seriously, the extension of Portuguese control, with its tolerance of slaving and its protectionist customs barriers, was entirely unwelcome. Within the interested sectors of the British bourgeoisie, Leopold could count on support as an alternative to Portugal. Leopold had as wild to count on the French factor. An Italian in the French service, de Brazza, had traveled overland to the Congo from the French trading posts in Gabon to the site of modern Brazzaville, and the treaties he signed, particularly the Makoko Treaty with the Teak ruler, were ratified by the French Chamber of Deputies in 1882. As Leopold realized, this placed the question of a political partition directly to the fore, and his association was now reconstituted as a framework for the Congo Free State. With the advancing claims of France, Leopold, and Portugal, the characteristic pattern of the scramble began to emerge. The next major crisis began in Egypt in 1882. The Yoruba movement, which overthrew the Egyptian ministry and was linked to massive riots against Westerners in Alexandria, was a classic response to one of the most important destabilizing consequences of the Great Depression. Egypt's cotton production, its strategy location vis-a-vis both the Eastern Mediterranean and the Suez Canal, and the general scale of Western business interests involved, made its future a matter of great concern to the European countries. It was Britain who moved in alone to establish effective control over Egypt, a control which would bring great economic and strategy advantages, although the policy of sole intervention was not at first intended. As a result, the other European states were encouraged to make moves on the chessboard that would counter the new British advantage. So long as the British state was committed to some balance of powers arrangement in Europe, concessions were in order. 95. Egyptian intrusion into northeastern Africa meant that the collapse of the Egyptian state had direct ramifications elsewhere. Parallel to the Yoruba movement was the Mahdiya movement in the Nilotic Sudan. From 1881 this movement of Islamic revival under a new prophet, or Mahdi, whose coming it was said Muhammad had predicted, aimed at the elimination of Egyptian control and swept from victory to victory, leading to the fall of Khartoum, commanded by General Charles Gordon, an Englishman in Egyptian service, in 1885. For more than a decade the new Muslim Commonwealth encountered no serious threat from any Western state. The British contented themselves with controlling effectively the desert approach to Egypt. Further south, along the Red Sea coast, they were disposed to accept the new imperialist claims of Italy in place of Egypt. Italy seemed too weak to challenge British military or commercial interests. The real goal of Italian policy was domination over the highlands of Ethiopia, and the first stage involved intrigue and arms sales to the most powerful Ethiopian provincial lords. It was with British complaisance also that in 1890 Italy established the colony of Somalia on the Benadir coast. If Italian intrusion into northeast Africa was not unwelcome to the British, there was a growing disquiet, still not leading to any definite polity, over European rivals' control of the valley of the Nile and its Soweries. In 1884 Germany, a far more significant European power than Italy, suddenly entered the colonial scene. German capitalism had made giant strides forward and by the 1880s was becoming a more serious commercial and industrial rival to Britain than France. German business interests in various parts of Africa were growing rapidly, although nowhere predominant, and from the late 1860s the chambers of commerce of the major coastal ports began to demand colonies. In the past the German Chancellor Bismarck had always found such demands pointless and unappealing. Then towards 1884 he suddenly changed his mind. The Egyptian crisis appeared to create particularly favorable circumstances for the proclamation of colonies from the point of view of international rivalries. Political considerations seemed to make it advisable to do a favor for the commercial ports and manufacturing interests. Moreover, there is Con. 96. Considerable evidence that Bismarck, only a great proponent of free trade, had gradually eomi to the inclusion that Germany required the product markets and raw materials we colonial barriers ald irat. Very discreetly he lent approval to several expeditions that set out for Africa to make treaties and hoist the flag. Within a few months the foundations were laid for the establishment of 4 German colonies in Africa, Togo, Cameroon, Southwest Africa, and East Africa, Tanganyika. At this June tour Bismarck hosted a grand conference in Berlin which in 1884 considered the outstanding issues concerning Africa from the point of view of the main European regimes involved. The German move became a kind of model for the proclamation of protectorates and colonies that all the powers could recognize. To Portugal's discomfiture, Leopold's Free State won control over a vast region in Central Africa, while French claims north of the Congo River were recognized. The rivers Congo and Niger were declared zones of free trade. Goldie's position on the latter ensured who would turn this to benefit. Scholars have disputed which of the events of the late 1870s and early 1880s actually set off the scramble for Africa, but nobody would deny that by the time the Berlin Conference broke off it was well underway. The partition of Africa. The French conquered most of the territory of West Africa, establishing control over the interior Savannah, the Sahara, and 3 new coastal colonies, Guinea, the Ivory Coast and Dahomey. British West African policy, perhaps in response, also became more aggressive. French occupation deprived British stations on the Gambia and in Sierra Leone of an economically significant hinterland, but this mistake was not repeated further to the east. Goldie's company received a royal charter and proclaimed a protectorate over much of the Niger Delta while the British state assumed control over the remainder. The coastal middlemen were forced into dependence upon the renamed and chartered Royal Niger Company. Attempts by the most prominent, Jaja, a former brass slave who created his own state in Pabo, to organize palm oil. 97. Shipment direct to Europe in league with some of the company's rivals, led to his seizure by treachery, and deportation in 1887. Company treaties gave a legal cover to further penetration within the Sokoto Caliphate, and the French agreed to accept a demarcation line which granted to the British what became northern Nigeria. Commercial interests were equally concerned to establish a viable economic hinterland for the British coastal port of Lagos. To this end the British engaged in a race for the Niger to push back the French and preserve most of the Yoruba states as a British sphere of influence. In 1893 the Lagos regime provoked war with the most commercially effective Yoruba middleman state, Ijebu, whose power was quickly smashed, an adventure that followed hard upon the French expedition to nearby Dahomey. As a result the British were able to secure as a colony the most populous region of West Africa, Nigeria. Simultaneously, pressure from Gold Coast commercial interests to destroy and annex Asante was becoming intense. It was the more attended by the state as the prospect of French moves in the area became likely. In 1896 the British found an excuse for war, Asante was conquered and the Gold Coast acquired a suitable hinterland. Perhaps more surprising, given the relative weakness of developed economic interests, was the growing British commitment to intervention inland from the east coast of Africa. 2 regions particularly fixated propagandist attention and ultimately became British colonies, Buganda on the shores of Lake Victoria and the lands west and south of Lake Malawi, Nyassa. In both cases Christian missionary penetration had begun in the 187 OS and missionaries established strong lobbies to advocate new political arrangements that would further commerce with Europe and allow their own proselytizing work to go ahead. In the powerful kingdom of Buganda, destabilization took a unique form. Ambitious strata in the ruling class turned to the rival claims of Islam, Protestantism, and Catholicism in their struggles against the throne. Buganda's purportedly strategy position on the headwaters of the White Nile may also have provoked intervention. In 1887 the British-sponsored International British East Africa Company established itself in Buganda and set up posts on the route inland. In 1890 Germany recognized a 98 northern border for its new East African colony which acknowledged a British sphere of control in what became Kenya and Uganda. Around Lake Malawi Scottish missionaries had established bases from the late 1870s among populations that had suffered raids from the Mfecane-derived Ngoni chiefs and from new, expanding state formations drawn into the commerce in ivory and slaves with the coast. The Portuguese controlled access to the sea via the Zambesi River. The missionaries saw them as a blight on Protestant commercial and religious influence. But it was only through the influence and money of Cecil Rhodes' British South Africa Company that the British government finally asserted control over the region after 1890, pushing aside Portuguese claims. Through the 1890s, control over the Upper Nile became the great question of the partition for European rivals. Leopold was extremely anxious to push the borders of the Free State to a navigable section of the river. The French organized advances towards the Nile east from Lake Chad and west from the Red Sea with the partial collusion of Menelik, the Ethiopian emperor. It was this threat to the waters and the rear of Egypt that finally led to a gradual organized British advance against the Mahdist state. By the time the Marchand expedition planted a French flag at Fashoda in 1898, it was confronted with a large British army that had destroyed the strength of the Mahdists at Omdurman and was constructing a railway and telegraph system that efficiently linked the Upper Nile to Egypt. The French were forced to withdraw while Leopold had to be satisfied with the lease of a small portion of land on the river. The British then controlled the entire Nile Valley, apart from the source of the Blue Nile in Ethiopia. The Ethiopian situation was unique. This was the only sub-Saharan state which succeeded in maintaining sovereign independence throughout the scramble. Indeed, Ethiopian expansion southwards has justifiably led to the conclusion that Menelik was himself a major participant in the imperialist advance. Even before he secured the throne of the whole country, Menelik had been most energetic in procuring modem arms, from the French and, ironically enough, the Italians. Through the 1890s, Italian determination to subdue 99. Ethiopia became increasingly clear and the British had effectively recognized their pretensions in the region. However, by 1896 Menelik was able to summon an immense army of perhaps 100,000 men with guns to meet an Italian military advance from coastal Eritrea. The Italians lacked seasoned local troops and made foolish tactical errors. The result was a spectacular victory for Menelik at the Battle of Adwa. Italy was not prepared to continue the war and Menelik agreed to recognize Italian control over Eritrea, thus blocking his own advance to the sea. On this basis, and as a result of delicately balanced diplomatized strategies, the Ethiopian state was able to survive, an issue which will be pursued in another context below. The greatest prize for European capitalism in all Africa was the southern section of the continent. The discovery of mineral deposits of great wealth in the South African interior represented a potentially strong asset to Britain but created complex problems of transport, supplies, organization and, above all, labor control, which required an appropriate state apparatus to be solved to the satisfaction of capital. The expansion of diamond mining at Kimberley from 1867, attracting a vast array of fortune seekers of all races who descended on the arid countryside north of the Orange River, immediately engendered a piecemeal imperial response. The British engineered land claims to justify the proclamation of British Bechuanaland, a territory that enclosed the diamond fields. In 1868 the Kingdom of Lesotho was incorporated into the Cape Colony for fear that the Orange Free State Boers, who had just defeated it in war, might annex it. Then piecemeal schemes gave way to grander dreams of amalgamation and control. These were particularly associated with Sir Theophilus Shepstone, the Natal Secretary of Native Affairs. The continued independence of the last strong African kingdoms of Southern Africa, such as the Zulu state, prevented the satisfaction of expanding demands for labor. Shepstone felt that it was time for a reckoning with these states. Yet war with Zululand was beyond the capacities of Natal while the South African Republic was unable to challenge the petty state within its claimed borders, the Zulu or the Ndeb north of the Limpopo. For Shepstone and other would-be enlightened British labour managers, the 100. Marginal market economy of the Boer republics, CONC aimed only to pro-Boer farm workers, militate even more than Natal's weakness against any efficient regional system. Shepstone's influence on the Governor, Sir Bard Frere, and the Colonial Secretary, Lord Camervan, helped bring about British intervention and annexation of the South African Republic in 1877. In the next years the dominant aspect of British policy lay in the subjugation of African states. The petty of the Northern Transvaal were finally beaten and brought under control. War was provoked with the Zulu. The Zulu won a famous victory at Isandlwana in 1879, but the British were determined to pursue their object and finally crushed Zulu resistance, exiling the king, Cetwayo. Zululand was broken up into 13 separate chiefdoms, the strongest of which were controlled by notorious labor recruitment agents. Following a brief restoration of Cetwayo under conditions that led to a civil war, a second abolition of the monarchy and the proclamation of a British protectorate followed in 1881. Yet Confederation failed. In 1881 the Boers north of the Vaal rose in rebellion and defeated a British force at Majuba. This, and the expense of the African wars, strengthened the hand of the Lit Englanders in the British Liberal Party, who had been dubious of the extravagant forward policy pursued by Camervan. W.E. Gladstone, who made successful political capital of the issue, returned to power in Britain and restored the South African Republic to independence on condition of a British veto over its foreign affairs. The policy of retrocession was profoundly undercut by the discovery of gold within the territory of the South African Republic in 1886. If Kimberley destabilized the South African status quo, the imperatives demanded by the rise of the new city of Johannesburg, on the ridge of Whitewater, the Witwatersrand, were shattering. The sheer scale of gold discovered was spectacular by any standard, an impressive gold rush ensued rapidly. As geologists and engineers set to work, it became increasingly clear, moreover, that seams of gold, not very rich but extremely reliable, stretched enormous, deep-level distances, seams which could form the basis of a gigantic, long-term industry requiring both vast numbers of workers and capital investment. 101. As surely as though an earthquake had shifted the angle of the terrain, the center of gravity in the political economy of southern Africa moved towards the Republic and the Rand. Within a few years Johannesburg had overtaken Cape Town as the largest city in the region. The Cape Colony, together with its weaker sister, Natal, could no longer serve as effective imperial instruments. The annexation of the Tswana chiefdoms west of the Republic and the establishment of the domain of the British South Africa Company north of the Limpopo in 1890 apparently hemmed in the Transvaal from three sides, but this was not necessarily sufficient to destroy its autonomous development. Men of talent and ambition from the Cape and Natal redirected their interests and orientation to servicing the mining economy. The Cape Dutch intelligentsia, which had begun to emerge, perceiving the increasing contradiction between the republics and British imperialism, began to articulate an Afrikaner nationalism that crossed the existing frontiers and posed itself as an alternative to the imperial system. President Paul Kruger was determined to use the rapidly growing revenues of the South African Republic to break away from the British stranglehold. Yet he, Hearns Elf, a participant in the Great Trek as a child, was also the prisoner of a social system which was not easily transformed towards meeting the requirements of capitalist mining. The landlords objected to the high tariff rates of the Netherlands Railway Company that connected the Rand to the Portuguese port at Louweren, o. Marcos in Mozambique, the nearest outlet to the sea. They objected to the high charges of Edward Lippert, the concessionaire who controlled the dynamite monopoly. They objected to the state dependence on liquor revenues, which resulted in an intoxicated and inefficient labor force. Most crucially, they objected to the incompetence of the Republican state in procuring the huge, cheap, and disciplined African labor force they required. For the Boer notables who controlled the Volksraad, or Parliament, the creation of the requisite giant labor procurement system was not only beyond their technical capabilities, it also militated against what control they had over their farm workers. It was not that the Transvaal state was opposed to the gold mines. Kruger was only one notable who had made a small fortune. 102. Through subsequent land speculation, while the most energetic men, such as Louis Botha, the future South African premier, were turning their hand to progressive farming to feed the urban population. The changes were slow in coming, however, too slow for those landlords poised to make huge investments in the new deep levels of the gold field. Cecil Rhodes, who had cornered the Kimberley diamond fields, was a crucial actor in the shift in imperial strategy towards confrontation in the Transvaal. Rhodes, as Premier of the Cape, had stood for a policy of collaboration between Boer and Britain. His confidence in the course of events and the future of the Cape was shaken by his own rather unsuccessful financial interventions on the Rand, where he failed to capitalize on the Diepeville discoveries. In 1890 his British South Africa Company sent the pioneer column into the lands of Lobengula, the Ndebele ruler, where they established southern Rhodesia and then quickly extended control over a vast swathe of Central Africa, making of Rhodes the only European capitalist to have an African colony actually named for Hearne. Rhodesia was meant to be the setting of a second Rand, but Rhodes' advisors were misinformed. His Rhodesian adventures were anything but a boon to his pocketbook. It was Rhodes, in collusion with Alfred Beit of the great Diepeville firm of Vernher, Beit & Co. and the secret support of the British government, who hatched the conspiracy to take over the Transvaal. As a propaganda ruse, the British were inclined to defend the claims of the immigrant Itzanders to the vote in the South African Republic. Not surprisingly, faced with such a flood of new immigrants, the Boers had enacted tough laws to make the acquisition of citizenship a lengthy business. Almost believing their own propaganda, Rhodes and his henchmen hoped that the Uitzanders of Johannesburg would rise in revolt if a small party of armed men crossed the frontier raising the British standard. This they failed to do. The Jameson raid of 1896, launched from Bechuanaland, was a fiasco. The raid eliminated Rhodes as a major factor in South African politics, but the British government, now dominated by Colonial Secretary Joseph Chamberlain, was determined to gain its object. The new High Commissioner in Cape Town, Sir Alfred Mainer, was a hawk determined to smash the 103 republics. A crescendo of increasing demands, followed by the stationing of troops along the border, finally led to the outbreak of war in 1899. The Anglo-Boer War was Britain's greatest imperial war fought on African soil. At great expense, some 300,000 armed men were required to subdue the Boers. The sheer weight of numbers tumbled around the initial advances of the Republican commandos, and by mid-1900 the Boer capitals of Bloemfontein and Pretoria were conquered. The Boers, however, then determined on a strategy of guerrilla warfare which exhausted British efforts at Contro. In order to destroy the commandos, their families were rounded up into concentration camps, fields were bombed, homesteads looted and destroyed, and a blockhouse sweep system inaugurated. Perhaps 10% of the Afrikaners in the republics, particularly children, died as a result of these policies. For it took until May 1902, at the Peace of Vereeniging, to bring the fighting commandos finally to a negotiated settlement which extinguished the independence of the republics. This gigantic war effort was the greatest and most costly episode of the scramble. With Britain's victory, the City of London could rest assured of its position with respect to control over world gold supply, and Milner could get on with the task of reconstruction to provide a political and social basis for mining production after the peace. By 1902 Africa was partitioned. There continued to be talk of repartition, particularly with regard to King Leopold's dubious Free State and the rich territories wasted on the Portuguese, but these plans came to nothing. In the end, in 1918, the most energetic proponent of repartition, Germany, found itself eliminated from the board as a result of World War I. Resistance, collaboration, and contradiction in African society. Samora was able to take all the traditional resources of the African leader, adapt them to his needs, and even occasionally transform them to meet some new requirements. He bowed to the social and technical customs of his back. 104. Ground, but at the same time he had an instinctive feeling for terrain and a rapidity of reflex. 5. In West Africa Samora was the greatest of all military resistors, not only because of his personal skills and his willingness to adopt extraordinarily mobile guerrilla tactics, but because he was not a traditional ruler but a forger of empire with new weaponry and support, a man of the 19th century much like Mirambo or Tiputip. Through the 1880s and 1890s he fought the French in the lands between Eastern Guinea, Soutlam Mali, and the northern half of the Ivory Coast. His admiring biographer, the French historian Yves Persson, has devoted a magisterial 3-volume study to his career, which nevertheless concludes that his Diola Empire was doomed through its technical backwardness compared with the European powers that determined to crush Herne. No historian of Africa disputes this technical inferiority and its importance in the defeat and conquest of African states, but it is often forgotten that technical inferiority was embedded in a social context that could not easily be altered from within. The threat of conquest brought out to the full the contradictions within African states which were a contributing cause of their conquest. It is at this level that a Das perspective illuminates what otherwise can only be the story of unqualified and one-sided diplomacy. In practice, conquest only sometimes constituted a sudden overwhelming threat to African sovereignty. More typically, it was a process. The intensification of commercial relationships created conditions whereby access to trade goods had become the top political priority. After initial treaties and commercial arrangements, it was that much more difficult for African states to resist the next stage of penetration or effective control. Only very fitfully or late in the day did African ruling strata acquire a sense of Africanness, a view of a shared common confrontation against the force of powerful new enemies. Rulers and ruling Das Esaltemated made it so deftly, and at times desperately, between strategies of collaboration and resistance that it is difficult to dasify them along a sharp divide between the two except where circumstances dearly offered them little choice. They generally perceived the 105 scramble in terms of their own specific Das interests, much as ruling Das's anywhere, as well as, more narrowly, in terms of older strategy and diplomatic objectives. There are certain examples of rulers who called for a common front of action. In the 1840s, Moshoeshoe, the creator of Lesotho, negotiated with other Southern African kings with anti-European alliances in mind. Menelik, the conqueror of Adwa, at one point proposed an alliance to the Khalifa, the successor to the Mahdi in the Sudan. Yet both these men, like Samori himself, pursued collaborative strategies as well. Moshoeshoe often worked with the British and, at yet another point in his career, tried to organize an alliance against them with the Highveld Boers. Samori was by no means always prepared to hurl defiance to the French and, towards the end of his career, rejected an alliance with Asante and sought actively for a British protectorate. Menelik's policies included deals with Italians and Frenchmen at various stages. Where ruling Dasses were divided, the situation was most complicated. Buganda is a Dassic example. The very successes of the kingdom in the 19th century had thrown up ambitious men who were restive under the grip of the Kabaka. Unable, as upstarts, to take a position on the basis of the old lineage structure of an earlier historical phase, they were consequently very strongly drawn to the economic potential of expanding trade connections and the ideological attraction of new religions introduced by Muslim traders and Christian missionaries. Mutsa, the greatest 19th-century Kabaka, was for a time indeed to become a Muslim, but he held back for fear of the threat to the basis of his own power that such a conversion might bring. From 1884 his successor Mwanga ultimately favored and then tummed against Islam, Catholicism and Protestantism, while around each religious banner congregated a committed sector of the ruling Das. The British intervention, which ultimately dethroned Mwanga and replaced Herne with an infant and a regency, enshrined a balance of these factions under an Anglican ascendancy. Only when it was too late did Mwanga take up guerrilla warfare and make common cause with his great former rival and fellow refugee, Kabarega of Bunyoro. In the Yoruba states of the Lagos hinterland, the British had to engage in only one major military operation, that 106 against Ijebu in 1893. After the power of Ijebu was smashed, the other Yoruba states were willing to conclude agreements with the British that gave considerable social power to the ruling Dasses, particularly those who were involved in the Lagos trade. Lagos merchants came from, and traded with, virtually every Yoruba state, which thus acquired vital firearms. The basis of economic and military power had already tilted powerfully towards reliance on these networks. Under these circumstances, if resistance meant upholding the fundamental material interests of a Das, collaboration itself became illogical, if discrete, form of resistance. Or were African societies especially cohesive in the shadow of conquest? The impact of intensified commercial penetration under more favorable exchange terms through the middle years of the century created a variety of different new interests already undercutting the authority of the state in many regions. The economic basis of the Asante Confederacy, for instance, gradually altered with the deedening of the slave trade and the rise of legitimate commodity trade to the coast, upsetting the balance of control over many of the Asante tributary states. Every large state preyed on and raided its small neighbors who were often prepared to welcome European influence and power. Oppressed dasses within the state also did not invariably support their rulers when given a choice. Philip Igbafe has noted that, following the conquest of Benin, plans by the Aba and his court to organize resistance in the countryside were cut short abruptly by the British threat to emancipate all the slaves forthwith. In South Africa, the defeat of the Republican Boers, who presented the strongest single challenge to imperialism, was in large measure due to their inability to garner any significant African support. Their commandos were hemmed in by Swazi and Zulu to the southeast, Tswana to the west and Pedi to the northeast, decisively limiting their scope of action. They fought for a particular way of life that depended on control, even if slacker than what was to follow, over African labor and land, that militate against establishing solid alliances with Africans. Even among the Boers a considerable number fought with the British. These were drawn disproportionately from among the underprivileged non-landholding Bywiener Das with nothing to gain from the 107. Notable struggles. Class interests prevented the formation of a wider, anti-imperialist movement, typifying the limitations of resistance in many parts of Africa. In order for African states to have resisted conquest effectively, they would have required to put up not merely a very substantial military effort, but to move towards an economic and social transformation, the creation of a milieu for the reproduction of technology that could have met the depredation of the Europeans on their own terms. Samorat and Menelik were able to procure weaponry, obtain training for many of their troops in its use and even organize simple repair work on material. Yet even they could not compete with the Prussian arms factories of Europe. Moshoeshoe, a particularly far-sighted individual, remarked in his wars with the Free State that what even the Boers, let alone the British, could potentially command was economic power and infrastructure, the capacity to supply and feed troops with which the social structure of his kingdom could not compete. What was required was transformation, social as well as technological. One place where attempts in this direction were relatively sustained and impressive was the Imarina kingdom that dominated 19th-century Madagascar. Imarina rulers encouraged Christianity and the spread of literacy. A few Malagasy acquired technical training and the state made use of occasional resident Europeans to establish the beginnings of a military-orientated manufacturing sector just as had Peter the Great's Russia or Muhammad Ali's Egypt. Yet such efforts were resented in many quarters and pushed aside during traditionalist reigns. Attempts by the monarchy to extract more surplus from the masses and create a new basis of ideological support for the state met with powerful resistance. A first war with the French in 1883-5 led to peasant and slave risings that undercut the strength of the monarchy to resist the final onslaught a decade later. Some African states were not prepared even to contemplate the necessity of such a transformation. The Sokoto Caliphate, probably Africa's most populous country in the late 19th century, was a prime example. There was little collaboration in Sokoto and its emirates until the actual conquest, but the resistance to Lugard's occupying armies was pitifully inadequate. When the British took Kano they 108. Sevenized large amounts of modern arms that no soldier had ever been taught how to use. Each emirate that fought did so separately with mounted cavalry attempting to charge squares of men armed with repeating rifles. When Sokoto was taken, the last caliph, Atahiru, escaped to the east, requesting in writing to the British that he be allowed to make his way towards Mecca in peace. At the Battle of Burmai in 1903 he and his fellow refugees, men who knew how to die when facing the enemy, were annihilated, but only British determination to prevent the flight occasioned their fierce resistance. 6. It is especially remarkable that states such as Ashanti and Benin, with such long direct and indirect experience of Europeans, were so technically unprepared to cope with the intensified pressure of the scramble. Yet the survival of independence might conceivably have been more feasible were the European power not so determined to extinguish it. In all of Asia, only one state, Japan, witnessed an effective transformation under a section of its ruling das that made it rather quickly an industrializing, capitalist society. At the same time other states, Persia, Afghanistan, China, and Siam, remained independent as a result of balancing the rivalries between potential occupying powers. A parallel case can be made for Ethiopia. Menelik did not transform Ethiopian society root and branch. He concentrated on building up military strength, purchasing armaments through the expansion of the Ethiopian state into the central and southern highlands, where resources could be plundered and loyal soldiers rewarded with grants of land. This enabled him to confront one of the weakest potential conquerors, Italy, with Africa's largest army, 100,000 men, considerably more than the Transvaal and Free State Boers ever assembled after victory in battle. Menelik benefited enormously from the reluctance of the Italian government to pursue the war further. He could with excellent effect play off one foreign power against the other, while gradually taming the autonomy of the provincial lords and creating the beginnings of a national bureaucracy. The transformation of Ethiopia was a very slow process. Strong elements of older social relations, what revolutionaries called feudalism, were still evident at the time of the overthrow of the monarchy in 1974. Nor was imperial rule a pleasant experience for the 109 mass of peasants, who bore its expenses and whose exploitation made possible some transformation, or diverse peoples of Ethiopia who were forced to accept a Christian Amharinya ascendancy in the first stages of nation building. Even for Ethiopia there was no question of using independence to renounce change and pursue purely indigenous history patterns of development. It had to live within a world which was rapidly moving ahead. This dilemma would have faced other African states had they retained independence. Imperialist domination marked more than a phase in the history of Africa. It was the precondition of the emergence of African society as it now exists. Indeed, Africa as a meaningful concept owes itself primarily to the predatory instincts of the new conquerors and then, with time, to opposition to them. The most interesting resistance struggles were not really those fought by African states to retain their sovereignty, for this type of resistance tended to be the class struggle of dominant elements who had themselves a strongly predatory character. More historically resonant were those popular risings against the imposition of colonial control which represented a reaction to new and oppressive demands on the masses that began to call up new kinds of leadership. Some, like the Herero War in South West Africa in 1905-6 and the Bombay Rebellion among the Zulu in Natal soon afterward, were sad affairs because they were largely a desperate response to extreme provocation by colonial and settler authorities. The Kaimuringa risings of Zimbabwe and the Maji Maji fighting that swept southern Tanzania had a more forceful and original thrust. They form part of the social and political dialectic of the colonial era which the next chapter begins to investigate. 6. The material basis of colonial society, 1900 to 1940. It is given to few men to think clearly on the Africa question. One of these few men is Sir George Goldie. He has said Africa should be divided up into that region which white men can colonize in the true sense of the word, a region so admirably represented by South Africa, then a region which white men can colonize to much the same extent as they can in India, the highlands of British Central Africa, and then that region which white men cannot colonize at all in the true sense of the word, West Africa. This is politically the Africa we must keep in our mind, remembering England wants markets as well as colonies, and so West Africa, the richest raw material market in the world, is as much used to her as a colony and she can hold it easily by a garrison of Englishmen as a feeding ground for her manufacturing classes here at Horn. The imperial conquest of Africa was undertaken to tap African resources in order to help resolve the economic problems of Europe. Yet the circumstances of the conquest brought the colonial rulers to grips with a basic contradiction: only along, intensive process could create conditions within Africa that could bring about substantial opportunities for investment, sales, and profits. Beneath the surface of colonial political and administrative policy lay the unfolding process of capital penetration, a process that was far from reaching full fruition in the colonial era. 112. Anti-colonial writing tends to view the conquest and foreign rule of Africa as systematic plunder. While naked robbery plays a role in capitalist development, the remarkable feature of capitalism, which if ignored obviates the point of distinguishing it as a system or mode of production, is its ability to feed upon itself and to expand directly through the production process. Slavery, by contrast, is a system which has almost invariably required endless fresh inputs of labor from raids and conquests of other societies and other modes of production, off which it lives parasitically. It is not self-sustaining. Capitalism begins with an initiatory process of what Marx called primitive accumulation of resources and labor. It comes into being dripping from head to foot, from every pore, with blood and dirt through the expropriation of the mass of the people by a few usurpers. However, once an expropriated population, divorced from the means of production, is available for the free sale of its labor to the highest bidder, which, since the owners of capital have probably been able to erect a suitably efficacious state apparatus, is not likely to be an impressive offer, expropriation becomes a daily part of the work process, not merely plunder of the people's resources. It is then no longer an expropriation but a systematic appropriation. Colonial rule began with an act of political expropriation, with the use or threat of force, to extract surplus from Africa in the form of either direct labor or the product of labor which could then be commoditized. The state acted as a tribute taker rather than an organizing agency for capitalist producers as in a developed capitalist society. This was indeed plunder pure and simple, but it could not yield any great wealth. Capitalism demanded the further development of commodity production and the circulation of goods from which firms in the metropolitan countries could benefit. Where possible, colonialism was about pressing forward the social and economic conditions, the development of das forces, that could lead to capitalist production in Africa itself. The tribute-taking stage had some significance throughout the period covered in this chapter, but was particularly important before World War I. In certain parts of Africa, particularly those with a long history of slave and legitimate trade, commodity production was already well advanced at 113. The time of conquest and now took off far beyond the level for which forced labor or crop plantings could have allowed. South Africa was the one place where capitalist production became generaliste during this period, and, for this reason, it is discussed below in a separate chapter. Elsewhere, pre-capitalist social forms, showing extraordinary flexibility and powers of adaptation, survived to a remarkable extent. One reason was the resistance to transformation, to the expropriation of material, social and cultural values, by a resilient population of cultivators. The task taken on by capital, that of mastering an entire continent, demanded time, personnel, and capital investment that 2 generations of colonialism did not have in sufficient quantity. This was so precisely because the slave trade, and even the far more extensive legitimate trade, had not evoked the irrevocable dependency upon the West that the dependency school of writers have deigned. The high tide of colonialism in Africa came between the 2 world wars, an era when capitalist trade growth internationally was fitful and often problematic. The result was the dual economy of tradition and modernity, in the terminology of bourgeois economists. Marxists generally speak of the articulation of different modes of production in which West-based capitalism becomes increasingly dominant. This takes into consideration the important additional factor of power. Such structural formulations help somewhat to describe social change, but are at such a high level of abstraction as to prevent the observation of a myriad of interconnections, of transitional forms, das relationships and human adaptations that make up the thread of 20th century African social history, and the next 2 chapters. At the heart of the economic task of the colonial state lay the problem of labor. To open Africa to effective capital penetration, the most central issue which underlay all others, and which to some extent explains the need for conquest itself, was to prize open the labor resources of the continent, to redirect them functionally, socially, and geographically in order to create a surplus from which capital could benefit. Even the basic requirement of improved transport, road, and railway construction, was ultimately related to the urgency for releasing human labor used in porterage to other forms. 114. Of productive labor. Coupled with this was the objective of attacking local manufacturers to substitute a taste for imported commodities and to reorient established trade routes and sometimes entire populations to the coast interior trajectories. Much of the surplus production of Africans had passed through the hands of the dominant elements within Africa, women's surplus into the hands of men, youth surplus into the hands of elders and, in many areas, the surplus production of the peasantry into the hands of ruling classes and merchants. The conquest enabled this to be made available to the benefit of Western business and the sustenance of the colonial administration. The era of force and the chartered companies. The first 2 decades of the 20th century have some unity in African history as the era of force, a period of raw and brutal intrusion by the developing colonial state into the lives of Africans. The use of force must be stressed first in the establishment of colonial domination politically. If the 1880s and 1890s were par excellence the era of wars against powerful African kingdoms, Buganda and Bunyoro, Asante and Dahomey, Benin, and the Yoruba states, the realms of Samorit and the Mahdi, the states of the Hihi and Ngoni, of Kazembe and Lobengula and the Marina, the period up to World War I was one of smaller-scale operations against people without regular armies and structured states. Such peoples rarely surrendered to colonial authority without a fight and required to be conquered one by one, often only to reject authority repeatedly. Innumerable expeditions were sent through the forests, hills, and broken country of central and southeastern Nigeria, western Kenya, the Nuba Hills and southern savanna of the Sudan and the central Ivory Coast to name a few. When the people could not fight they fled, so colonial forests tended to adopt a scorched earth policy, stealing stock, destroying crops, and bumming huts, to bring them to their heels. It cannot be said that force was new to African history, but in the course of establishing colonial control a new purpose can be schemed. Such expeditions had as their 115 goal not only recognition of a flag of sovereignty, but the systematic payment of tribute in the form of taxes and labor. They were as much economic as political in character. By 1914, when World War I broke out, colonial expeditions had generally accomplished their goals, but the war itself had led to renewed resistance, notably in French territory, where authorities demanded the blood tax of young men for the army in pacified areas. The most difficult Africans to conquer were pastoralists, particularly in desert country. The Italians effectively established their rule in the northern part of Somalia only in the late 1920s, while it took until the early 1930s for the French to break the resistance of Saharan peoples between Mauritania and northern Chad. Throughout Africa, but particularly in such regions, colonial administration had a strongly military cast in the earlier phases. The economic system of early colonialism in Africa rested on compulsion in most regions. In virtually every territory the 1900s and 1910s were the most intense phase of forced taxation, forced cultivation, and forced labor. It was only through the widespread use of forced labor that the characteristic essential requirements of the colonial system could at first be met. Men were needed everywhere to construct and maintain roads and railroads. Until a transport network could be developed, wherever animal power could not be utilized, porters were required on an immense scale to bear commodities in and out. Conditions in African construction camps were appalling. A notorious case, and a late one, was the line of Rye. That linked the French side of Stanley Pool on the Congo River to the sea, the Congo-Odion, which was completed in 1930. Some 20,000 conscript workers lost their lives as it made its course through the forests. Nowhere in Africa was the regime of force so raw and dramatic as in the Congo Free State of Leopold II. King though he was, Leopold ran the Free State like a capitalist of the robber baron era. The Leopoldine system had its roots in the king's pursuit of quick profits to create a capital base needed for large-scale investment, especially in transport. The forests of the Congo Basin were rich in low-grade rubber, conveniently excluded from the free trade provisions of the Berlin Conference, and rubber found a buoyant market in the West as the use of bicycles and then automobiles developed. 116. It was rubber which, from the middle 1890s, made the Free State pay. The king handed out most of the forest zone to concession companies, keeping a large zone, the Domaine de la Couronne, as his personal fiefdom. The companies enjoyed administrative as well as political power, and their agents had orders to force the Congolese to bring in as much rubber as possible for a minimal price. Collection on the SCL demanded required people to travel far from their horns, to work under sometimes dangerous conditions, and to neglect normal domestic obligations. It was enforced through mass terror, armed expeditions, the use of hostages, especially women and children, mutilations and killings. Resistance evoked countless brutal expeditions and the flight of Africans away from the rivers of the Congo system to less ecologically favorable areas. The consequent devastation and depopulation approached a genocidal scale and probably outdid in horrors anything ever perpetrated by the slave trade. The era of red rubber will always be associated with Joseph Conrad's great novella, The Heart o' Post, in taking the increasing subjection of a more individuated peasantry to the cash nexus and the economic demands, and political controls, of the state as part of an history process of peasantisation. Such a process would require qualification for those parts of the continent where either a sharply articulated Das structure had long existed, Hausaland or Highland Ethiopia, or commodity exchange had become extremely important by the 19th century, the Niger Delta or southern Gold Coast. Luggard, for instance, saw the British, in conquering northern Nigeria, as frankly replanting an earlier ruling Das through making demands upon the Talakawa, the mass of payer commoners. Peasantisation may also 145. Obscure the great variety of situations which came to prevail depending upon the sexual division of labor, prevalence of pastoralism, existence of a rich cash crop and so on. Peasantisation, for instance, could lead to both immiseration or modest prosperity. In the first generation of colonial rule, the evidence of warfare, disease, famine, and depopulation in much of sub-Saharan Africa suggested the predominance of the former. When crops brought in relatively good prices and the opening of transit routes enabled commodities to be bought and sold comparatively cheaply, the situation was reversed. Populations began to increase and living standards, from the point of view of commodity accumulation and circulation, to rise. The worst conditions never applied to some parts of Africa, while the improvements characteristic of the 1920s never much assisted such backward regions as Portuguese Guinea. Within the village, peasant households differentiated into richer and poorer depending on a wide range of factors. It would be wrong, however, to overstress the development of distinct, and potentially antagonistic, classes among a socially exclusive peasantry. The most prosperous peasant often moved out of agriculture entirely and leaned to exploit the system commercially. It was here, rather than in agriculture proper, that profits lay. In the richer coffee or cocoa zones, the peasantry as a whole tended to aspire to petty proprietorship and the accumulating drive of the lit capitalist. The scale of this drive, despite the absolute poverty of Africa compared with industrialist countries, was strong. As the more important zones of cash crop agriculture attracted large migrant labor forces, the aspirations of the successful local farmer passed on to those from other zones. Where sectors or urban-based enterprise pushed against such possibilities, peasantries were often most frustrated. Thus in Southern Africa many rural zones were increasingly unable to permit the extended reproduction of peasant families. The population depended so heavily on cash flows from mines, farms, and towns that they were no longer able to sustain themselves on the land, let alone export cash crops. Sector areas generally sharply demarcated white and African productive spheres, thus even here the extreme differentiation that followed was territorial and entire districts decayed. 146. The peasantry generally confronted two basic forces against whom it could strive directly, the colonial state with its agents and the merchant network. Thanks to the almost universal and inevitable use of African agency in both these spheres at ground level, such confrontation was rarely perceived by peasants as being confrontation simply with colonialism, whites, or the state. Indeed, social and political conflict in rural Africa were frequently imbricated into older conflicts and divages. This was especially so in supposedly traditional settings. No sooner had the British restored the Asantehene to his throne in Kumasi in 1935 and the rejoicings of the Asante nation died down, than conflicts began to break out within the framework of the indirect rule system. Cocoa wealth and the end of slavery with other forms of pre-capitalist dependence made it impossible to reorder smoothly the old hierarchies. Some of the chiefs were soon in sharp conflict with the young men or commoners. Some provincial notables were advantaged through the restoration of the golden stool, others resented the new framework through which they were obliged to operate and agitated for separation from Asante. The Asantehene had to find a way to promote the interests of his rehist subjects, the large farmers and cocoa brokers, without losing the esteem of the masses. There were some dose parallels in Buganda. The depredations of the Malo lords evoked intense antagonism expressed in the name of those lineage chiefs whose humbler diems had been ignored in the Uganda Agreement. The Ganda commoners often supported this agitation, having little more affection for the principal agency of the new ruling das, the Lukako, or legislature, than the 18th-century English artisans held for their corrupt House of Commons. They preferred to defend the prerogatives of the Kabaka, now transformed in memory into a stern but just champion of the poor. It does not take too searching a light to see an acute das conflict operating through the veil of constitutional and cultural forms. Retention of land rights and the strength of merchant, as opposed to industrial, relations within colonial Africa, meant that the rise of a large wage Iabur force did not entirely proletarianous, or divorce from the land, the workers. Instead, the cash nexus, together with pressure from the colonial 147 state, threw up an immense migrant population while constantly pressing men, and, more slowly, women, into the towns to lead a marginal life searching for patrons and work. Conditions in the towns, which lacked decent housing or sanitation and the most basic amenities, not to speak of rigidly controlled mining compounds, were stark. The worker had to rely on maintaining horn contacts if possible. This helps to explain the dose links which often bound Hearn to more thriving kin and neighbors who could offer lodging or an employment opening in the town and/or access to land and services in the country. It is sometimes rather too crudely stressed that this meant that Africa developed no real working das. In fact, workers, even those not entirely committed to life on a payroll, could and did resist capital and fought it when they felt that it was necessary to their interests. However, the form of struggle tended to reflect their continued attachment to the land. It seems typical of early working das history in colonial Africa that laborers shirked, evaded discipline or control and deserted rather than strike or establish formal industrial organizations. Yet such resistance could be most effective. According to the Rhodesian Chamber of Mines in 1905, for the majority of natives of the town to obtain a good day's work is an impossibility. By a system of passive resistance they are able to defeat the objects of a master who deserves value for his money. 1. However, the relationship of worker to peasant was dose and responses to rural conditions had the greatest significance for the urban workplace or mine camp and vice versa. The extension of wage labor was to have important consequences, economic and social, for the rhythms of rural life. It was through wage labor, particularly when cash cropping was not a feasible option, that cash entered into the community to the benefit of the worker. Whereas cash agriculture could sometimes be a means of maintaining existing social control mechanisms, wage labor, especially if it benefited former slaves, youths, or women, tended to threaten them and destroy the patriarchal coherence of the household, lineage, or village. Without placing Hearn in the position of a pure 148 proletarian, Wage labor increasingly put the African worker in direct entente with capital and eradicate the conditions for new forms of class struggle throughout the Entretenariat. On the higher rungs of the labor hierarchy, though, stood a growing number of skilled workmen, generally paid far more than the unskilled and able to support a family with their wage. The railwayman and the clerk are the most important and widely distributed examples. The experienced clerk in Nigeria in the 1920s made 5, 6, or 7 times the wage of the building worker. Skilled workers often identified with some aspects of the colonial system to which their skills seemed linked. These were often derived from a mission education, and they aspired to running small businesses while looking up to those Africans at the top of their hierarchies at work and outside. When they formed labor organizations, their severani pay as a base for epitally emulation in trade or land was generally a more significant demand than the pension. Often the clerk or artisan kept to his job for only a limited number of years while he planned his entree into the petty avenues of emiri. Where women played a major role in trade, he sometimes earned money to set up his wife or other female relations with goods and connections. At the same time, vulnerable to the trade equal through dependency on wage labor and upping a strategy position in the colony, the skilled worker had the capacity to disrupt a whole territory with a major strike and display a strong labor consciousness. What was barely discernible within colonial society was an African bourgeoisie. African businessmen there were, but largely in the sphere of circulation. Within the systems of production, whether in agriculture or in industry, pre-capitalist ownership of the means of production dominated, or foreigners were essentially in control. Some historians stress that African businesses were overwhelmed by unfair competition from both European settlers and trading diasporas such as the Indians, with the complicity of the colonial state. It has often been noted that colonial banks were reluctant to make credit available to African consumers. It is less often pointed out that some Africans, those who had the collateral that fitted the bank's requirements, did succeed in procuring loans. 149. The impermeability of African social and economic conditions to capitalist transformation was perhaps as, or more, crucial than discrimination in blocking the formation of a capitalist entrepreneurial des. No native bourgeoisie seriously contested, however unequally, the conditions for capitalist accumulation in Africa with the great Western banks and industrial trusts. This contrasts sharply with conditions in much of colonial Asia, particularly British India, or in South Africa, which will be discussed in the next chapter. It is quite wrong, though, to assume that because no African bourgeoisie existed there were not African surplus consuming dasses. They existed and grew in extent, without coming together as a unified das before 1940. Undeniably those who already commanded labor and resources were in the best position to improve upon their opportunities. Chiefs were often the ideal and premier local opportunists with a punitive corrupt power enhanced by their chance to be the first to know what the colonial administration's plans were about. This was nowhere more true than in such an authoritarian, bureaucratized colony as the Belgian Congo. Scheming and acquisitive chiefs star equally in Mr. Johnson, J. Ois Carey's comedy on rural northern Nigerian colonial society and in the Cameroonian fiction of Mongo Biddy and Ferdinand Oyeno. In Itso, a district of northern Uganda where cotton farming flourished from the 1920s on the basis of plow and oxen ownership, it was a small number of local notables, made into chiefs by the British, who, according to the studies of J. Owen Vincent, formed the basis for a powerful new des. It was more advantageous for such figures to draw in the masses as diants through the promotion of pre-capitalist forms of social association rather than to isolate themselves as capitalist proprietors. Polygamy gave a man power over the labor of several healthy young women. The survival of extended kinship relations allowed for the establishment and spread of ties that provided both labor and commercial advantages. The capitalist Maratha of cocoa production in the Gold Coast did not destroy older concepts of property, matrilineal rights and obligations, and traditional forms of loan were very effectively enforced by accumulators. In 150. Western Nigeria also, cocoa did not lead to a rapid deterioration of lineage land rights. Individuals placed strategically within households could operate to their advantage through the claims of lineages. An immense network of independent traders, tied to the great firms through control of goods and credit, filled the markets of West Africa. Potentially hostile to their creditors and to capitalist firms, they had as well a deep commitment to this bizarre economy engendered by the extension of merchant capitali. In both commercial and state sectors, there was also an important, if strictly subordinated component of African employees, particularly in West Africa. The United African Company component of Unilever and other trading firms employed considerable numbers of African agents. Their promotion was slow and they were usually under fairly direct supervision of an expatriate manager. Nonetheless, many enterprising traders got their start in this way and used their connections with Western capital to good advantage, particularly given the difficulties they experienced in obtaining bank loans. The state created a substantial das of subservient African bureaucrats whose certification depended on the acquisition of formal education. As we have seen, on the west coast from Senegal to Angola, African compradors had occupied very important positions in the administration of the 19th century colonial enclaves. With the conquest of the interior, these opportunities were sharply circumscribed as their ranks were hemmed in by new arrivals from Europe and formal or informal racial discrimination. Before the 1890s, the leading African officials and traders of Lagos were likely to socialize at the governor's horn on a familiar, collegial basis. By the early years of this century, however, they were only rarely invited to formal affairs as representatives of a das from which the new top brass fight utterly distant. The occasional African continued to hold an important post. The Lagos Director of Education, Henry Carr, 1863–1945, a man of more Western culture than most of his European colleagues, and whose library eventually formed the cornerstone for the post-war University of Ibadan, was a paragon. Very conservative in his views, Carr despised the social atmosphere of African Lagos, especially its working class, as much as any. 151. Colonial official and considered himself to have the mind of an Englishman. Erudite and devout, Carr believed that the African needed above all a severer discipline. Yet his career and social life were invariably surrounded by racist restriction and occasionally unpleasant incidents. Men such as Carr were the most eminent of a growing class who formed associations, based on state service or a common schooling, that marked a growing territory-wide consciousness and a sense of belonging to a distinct interest group within the colonial sphere. In the 1920s, the principal clerks and traders of Tanganyika organized an African association, deliberately intended to represent the African as opposed to Asians or Europeans. In French West Africa, association with the École William Ponty as an EAD-forming institution remained of the greatest significance to graduates and unified them despite origins and careers in territories that spread 2,000 miles across West Africa. Before 1940, such men did not easily come together with chiefs, especially given the efforts of British and other colonial administrators to exclude the educated from the native administrations, into a single class. The top levels of the African state employees saw these as a deliberate attempt to stymie their own ambitions. Tensions often ran high in the Gold Coast with its high level of commercialization and numerous educated men, despite the trade and family links between the two strata. The exclusion of European-trained lawyers from the native courts was perhaps the most obvious symbol of this antagonism. The educated elite, as they liked to call themselves, had as yet no systematic economic or political project. Their working lives were bound up in the commercial and administrative structures engendered by capitalism in its colonial guise, and those structures generally bounded their imaginations and aspirations. However, this did not detract from their great importance as models, patrons, and potential power brokers within African society. Because they were at best, and indirectly only, an incipient bourgeoisie, it is tempting for those inimical to class analysis to suggest that Africa thus had no classes in colonial times, its social contradictions confined to those between Myler and Meade. In fact, social cleavages reformed and intensified in the pressures of 152. The developing Eolonial economy. While the class struggles abounded in many guises. Culture and social organization. New cultural forms that arose in the Eolonial period betray in their tensions as in their errative spark the material force at play underneath. In Eastem and Intral Africa a pervasive phenomenon that spread from town to town was the mbans or Beni Dani Saudade. Beni Dana sprang from peoples for whom dance had been perhaps the supreme form of musical and aesthetic expression. Yet Beni was par excellence the medium of new communities of urban and wage workers. The uniformed dances imitated military gear and hierarchy within the colonial armed and civilian establishments. Dancers yield express at once a pride in mastering the new techniques of survival in the land while mimicking and expunging colonial symbols. In Mombasa the gang leaders on the docks combined labor recruitment with leadership in Beni troops which could serve capitalist work rhythms. Yet it was the Ben's leadership which structured communications during the first African strike on the N or them Rhodesian Copper Belt in 1935. The social and organizational uses of Dani were not confined to men, but engaged the emotions and energies of women equally. The strength of the dance lay precisely in its power to represent and symbolize social tensions and in the absence of a more political way of resolving them. Dance was at only a form of cultural expression and social organization. The Dani Soides were one among many new organizations that multiplied in work camps and towns, based on cultural linkages, economy interests, and mutual aid. Football, which everywhere was taken up as the African male sport, spawned not only playing sides but sports clubs which transcended incipient class tensions while providing an outlet for leadership, and often possibilities for business, to the petty bourgeoisie. Burial and lending societies and African-run chahas proliferated. Perhaps most significant was the urban tribal or hornboy association which linked Iya countrymen who had migrated to town from the same area. It was in 153. The towns and under the inspiration of the patterns imposed by capital penetration that tribalism and tribal feeling arose. In the greater part of Africa lineage or other kinship affiliations had certainly been of the greatest importance in the way people conceived of social organization. However, these were not closely associated with language, ethnicity, or race so as to forge a tribal identity. Conquests, absorptions, and migration interspersed and intermingled Africans. Pre-colonial states were often identified with a ruling house defined in terms of lineage, but they were not nations in the sense of a specific culturally determined people. Tribes are often conceptualized by Europeans as poor man's versions of their own nationalities and ethnicities. However, colonial tribes were not merely inventions of the conquerors. Their self-definition came out of the harshness and competitive character of economic conditions. The lucky migrant to the town could count on those kin to shelter her and to lend her access to a job or a niche in the petty marketing world. For every job there were competing work seekers who had other friends and relations pressing for an advantage. Most had to rely on wider cultural affinities, real or invented, for establishing an ability to survive. This encouraged ethnic brokers who were able to create advantageous niches in the accumulation process through their exploitation of the patronage they could exercise. Capitalist firms and the state deliberately provoked such ethnic identifications, linked if possible to traditional authority back horn in the bush, in the interests of effective labor control. Abner Cohen, writing on the Hausa trading and butchering community of the Yoruba city of Ibadan in Nigeria, provides a Dacic description of ethnic solidarity in practice. The ethnic leaders there were at the same time religious brokers, patrons of trade and landlords, recognized as spokesmen by the local Yoruba establishment. The Hausa of Ibadan were far from all being Hausa speakers at Horn, hundreds of miles to the north, but in the Ibadan situation, clustered around an occupational nexus, this is what made the most sense for them to deem to be. In one way the Ibadan Hausa were an atypical example. The Islamic Hausa community of this type dearly has far deeper historical roots. This is the ethnicity of 154. Long-distance traders in agricultural societies, reminiscent of Islamic trading communities in the West African savanna centuries ago. The choice of ethnic boundaries varied enormously and could be differently defined from place to place. In East Africa there are excellent examples of tribes arising from no historical roots at all. The Kongiris of Bantu-speaking peoples in Eastern Kenya were dubbed the Bantu Kavirondo by the British for convenience. Later their leaders chose to call themselves Abalyahya. The biggest tribe in Tanganyika, the Sukuma, were until colonial times only the varied groups designated by the Nyamwezi as South. Even when self-definition had firmer roots, such as among the Yoruba of Nigeria and Dahomey, the definitions became clear-cut and functional largely in the colonial context. In the 19th century Yoruba meant someone from Oyo. Only during the colonial period was the language standardized in written form by Christian missionaries and made the basis for a timeless and dearly defined cultural oneness. Often tribal solidarity was situationally variable. People who identified themselves as being part of a common tribe in a distant town, Doser to Horn, where they were more numerous, split up into competitive groups that were equally considered to be tribes. Whether or not you were Yoruba in Ibadan required further clarification to be significant. Were you an Ibadan Yoruba or something else? A changing faith. After ethnicity, religious activity has received by far the most interest of all forms of cultural expression in colonial Africa. The variety and cultural richness of African religious forms command attention while expressively infusing other facets of life. In East-Em, South-Em and Central Africa, a striking consequence of the defeat of African kingdoms was the reorganization of resistance to conquest in the form of religious movements under the authority of oraids, prophets, and doctors. The Maji Maji Rebellion, which engaged a large part of the people of Central and South-Em Tanganyika in 1906. 155. Originally focused on the healing and prophecy of a man named Kinjekitile. While it arose in an area that particularly suffered from German demands for cotton deliveries, it nevertheless required a particular focal spark, a particular ideology of cultural reference. In some parts of Tanganyika Maji Maji failed to catch on because chiefs viewed it as a threat to their authority. In other areas chiefs modified and controlled it to make sure that any successes against the Germans would be theirs. At almost the same time as Maji Maji threatened German rule in East Africa, the British faced a rising in Sokoto province in northern Nigeria. People gathered around the settlement of Sadaru and threatened the authority of the state in the name of an original, egalitarian, and just Islamic community that represented a peasant interpretation of the jihad tradition of Usman Dan Fodio. They fought, and with utmost severity, were crushed, just as much or more against the Sultan of Sokoto as against the British. In fact, their movement and challenge to authority antedated the British conquest. As colonial domination became an irreversible reality, religious movements lost their political character and began to interrelate more closely with colonialism. On the eve of World War I, the cult of Mumbo arose on the eastern shores of Lake Victoria in Kenya. Mumbo particularly affected the Gusii-speaking people, although it seems not to have originated with them. Mumbo first appeared to its followers in the guise of a giant snake come from the lake to repair the damages in the cultural fabric of rural life. It first attracted serious attention when the British briefly evacuated the border town of Kisii, fearing German invasion in 1914. Mumbo prophesied the more or less violent disappearance of Europeans and the colonial apparatus through supernatural means and a future good life of leisure and plenty without labor. The empty town was looted and burnt, and on their return the British investigated the cult members as potential subversives. However, if anti-colonial in form, Mumbo was quietist in content. God, not man, would cleanse the world of injustice. In Mumbo's visions, Christian and material ideas occupied an important place. Mumbo attacked traditional customs like circumcision, challenged Ider and male authority, and was particularly hostile to chiefs. It was in no real sense a simple 156 return to the old ways, but rather a synthetic movement subsuming both criticism and admiration of changing values. Much the same could be said of the crusade against witches led by Mwana Lisa, the Son of God, who roamed through eastern northern Rhodesia and Katanga province of the Belgian Congo in the early 1920s. Mona Lisa sniffed out evil in the form of witches and arranged for mass killings of the accused before the British government caught up with Hearn and had Hearn executed in 1925. A number of writers have suggested that witchcraft accusations intensified in the early 20th century in response to social tensions and differentiation within the community. While previously they were part of a more integrated cultural and social system and often under effective control of the chiefs, witchcraft accusations now occurred in the context of sudden enthusiastic eradication movements that could for a short time promise to rid the community of evil. Rarely did they lack for Christian symbolism or borrowings. It was in the wake of the failure of great movements against early colonial authority like the Kaimuranga, Southern Rhodesia, or Maji Maji and Profiti cults that the Christian missionaries followed, gathering up unprecedented mass support. Few Africans had shown much interest in Christianity before conquest. Ardent African converts of the 19th century were to be found largely in the colonial enclaves of the West African coast and in South Africa. It was a striking feature of the Americo-Liberians and particularly the Sierra Leoneans that they emphasized Christian credentials as part of their validation within the capitalist commercial nexus and in association with their trading ventures, much as Afro-Portuguese commercial communities in an earlier era. Only in a few spots, Buganda, Madagascar, had 19th-century social changes paved the way for early mission success. Conquest brought a quickening tempo to mission activities and in some areas mass conversions by the 1920s. Some of this may be comprehended as part of a desire by Africans to succeed in, and be accepted as part of, the new regime. In all the colonies where schools were common, the missionaries completely dominated the new formal education and insisted on conversion as part of the price of schooling. So an ardent Christian faith became a part of the cultural baggage of many. 157. African accumulators. Missions were often of great significance in the acceptance of new commodities, commerce, and crops and the source of technical and artisanal skills. They were par excellence the vehicle for capitalist values in much of the continent. There was a certain degree of irony to this. The missionals were typically products of declining classes and regions in the West, such as small-town southern Germany or the North American Great Plains in the era of fascism, populism and rural radicalism. For them, taking up the mission vocation was often a reaction, through personal sacrifice and commitment, against the new industrialist, concentrated capitalism at Horn. Missionaries tried to spread the values of an earlier capitalism, Western family structure, individualist orientation, and the self-justifying work ethic. The Catholic missions of Belgian and Portuguese Africa worked particularly closely with the state. This was far less true in French territory, although the French usually insisted that missionals be French nationals. The British colonies permitted the activities of a great variety of mission groups who competed vigorously for African souls. It was not unusual for missionaries to fight the settler interest where this was a factor, which enormously increased respect for them among Africans. Even then, with rare exceptions, they did not oppose the essence of the colonial system, segregation, land alienation, and migrant labor. Few if any missionals challenged the political and economic imperatives of colonial domination, as opposed to specific policies, and they usually accepted the racist aspect of it fairly easily. Becoming a Christian was more than a political choice, it was also a cultural one. Before 1940 a peasant Christianity sustained by semi-literate cultivators, who could not seriously have aspired en masse to clerical jobs or professions, had come into being in certain parts of Africa. The significance of this, the atrophying of older religious values, may be related to the broader changes in material life considered above in which the new faith promoted greater conviction. For a minority of African Christians the mission-derived churches were not wholly satisfying. Independent churches split off, partly provoked by the racism of the mission churches and the domineering attitude of many missionaries. 158. In addition, African accumulators used the new sects as a means of satisfying their ambitions for leadership and making business. Some independent churches were completely conventional in doctrine, others allowed or encouraged customs that the mission churches frowned upon. Polygamy is the most important example. No mission tolerated polygamous marriage, yet material conditions coupled with older beliefs to encourage the urge for a successful man to take additional oaths. The most notorious struggle along these lines came in Kenya in the 1920s when the Scots missionaries among the Kikuyu tried to force the abandonment of female circumcision. Most other missions tolerated the practice and encouraged it to take place in mission clinics or hospitals, but not the Scots. In Kikuyu society, female circumcision was considered a gauge of a woman's modesty and had thus become a key symbol of male domination. There ensued a strong reaction leading to large-scale schism within the mission church. In a typology put forth by the Swedish MLSS-Elonary sociologist, Bengt Sundklar, such independent churches could be called Ethiopian. Another group he labeled Zionist, deriving from an American sect that focused in Zion City, Illinois, with an early influence in South Africa, because they appeared to represent a yearning for emotional and social connections that the mission churches failed to make. Sundklar felt that the Land Act of 1913 and the impact of the policies of segregation helped to spread the independent churches in South Africa. In the Zionist churches, a central place was reserved for the ecstatic personal experience. Messianic beliefs in a better world to come on earth through supernatural means were often fundamental. Faith healing and witch cleansing were also part of Zionist practice. In the Zionist churches it is possible to see both continuity with ancient religious forms, no longer accepted as valid without some Christian context being provided, and a response to social dislocation and deprivation. Simon Kimbangu, who in 1921 in the Lower Belgian Congo began to preach that he was the Son of God, able to work miraculous cures, was the most famous Zionist prophet of all. 159. The Catholic influence in the Congo was such as to convince the authorities to quickly seize and detain Kimbangu, who lived as a prisoner in Elizabethville for 30 years until his death. Horrified and fascinated by Hearn, missionaries began to produce a vast descriptive literature on his life and teaching. After his departure from the scene, Kimbangu's followers converted a huge proportion of the Congo-speaking peoples of the lower river valley to the new church, which itself frequently splintered. The extreme Belgian reaction to Kimbangu belonged to an almost universal colonial assumption that active African religious initiatives were inherently sinister and subversive. Africanist scholars of recent times gave independent churches an enormous scholarly press, assuming that they were in some sense proto-nationalist, prefiguring fully political forms of protest in colonial Africa, like all manifestations of African initiative. The truth is nearly the reverse. Few independent churches functioned as anti-colonial wellsprings. They were indeed a response to colonial conditions, not in the politics of protest but in the ideology of displacement. Much religious practice can be understood as an ideological alternative to an historical outlook. It aims to cross-cut any notion of the contradictions and historical discontinuities that mark social development with a message of timeless truth. Religion thus serves as a means of acceptance and adaptation. The apocalyptic predictions so characteristic of the Zionist churches were part of their failure to imagine a rational transformation of social conditions through struggle. Visions of the hereafter replaced assessments of the present. This is by no means to denigrate the importance of sects as social phenomena, understood for what they were and are. In some colonies they absorbed the energies of a large proportion of the population, and undoubtedly their study sheds great light on changing social values. Like Christianity, Islam has been subsumed under the anti-colonial protest heading, and with equally little justification. Certainly in strongly Muslim parts of Africa rulers tried, with varying success, to organize resistance to conquest in the name of the true faith. Samori, although not aerial jihadist, played the card at times. A dramatic example, and not that of a dynast, was Sayyid Muhammad Abdil Hassan, the 160. Somali teacher and poet who harried the British in their Somaliland endeavour with great success for 20 years until his natural death in 1920. From the Muslim point of view, however, the decisive issue was the establishment of a society that upheld Islamic precepts and supported religion, an ideology open to varying interpretations. In Senegal the jihads persisted through the 19th century and continued to be aimed at the Wolof kings and their retinues. The French may have been infidels, but they were also the source of trade goods and arms. They succeeded where the Shaykhs failed in destroying the authority of the pagan rulers. So long as they did not interfere with religious practice, Christian rulers could be obeyed. Islam is a religion of traders and townsmen. Capital penetration brought an augmentation of market life that encouraged Muslim values while typically Muslim crafts and trades flourished. The Murid phenomenon in Senegal was discussed from the economic perspective in the last chapter. Amadou Bamba, founder of the order, was at first mistrusted by the French and exiled to Gabon. However, he was permitted eventually to return to Senegal and became a decisive figure in the new social and economic system. In Senegal, when the old ruling Das was deposed, it was the brotherhoods and the sheikhs leading them who captured the convictions of the peasantry. On the other side of the Sudanic belt, the grandson of the Mahdi, who in time became a knight of the British Empire, had his followers cultivate cotton with similar results to the religious leadership in Senegal. In some respects, Islam became a cement in the colonial order. Colonial regimes generally took good care to restrain missionary zeal and keep a low Christian profile in heavily Islamic areas. Yet Muslims could pose as cultural counterweights to the mere imitation of the colonial master. Islam was apparently a dignified and respectable social garb. Muslims built up their own schools and promoted their international language of discourse, Arabic. Within Islam, every conceivable type of reaction to colonialism and capitalism could be and was expressed. In Muslim northern Nigeria, rich merchants effectively usurped the place of the ruling families as principal. 161. Patrons of religion. In West Africa particularly, Islam spread rapidly under the colonial aegis, adapting itself to new social forms and economic relationships. By 1940, over half the peoples of West Africa were Muslim. In Tanganyika the figure was more like one-third, with much smaller proportions elsewhere in Eastern Africa, apart from the older Islamic predominance in parts of the Horn and the Middle Nile Valley. The modalities of resistance. Much of what has been written about colonial African resistance reflects the desires of nationalists and their Africanist sustainers to discover a tradition of resistance to colonialism or white rule that provides an historical platform for the political leadership that took power with the end of the colonial era. In most of Africa, the display of force by the colonialists had been overwhelming and quite effective. Pride in the fighting spirit of one's parents or grandparents did not mean that one forgot their defeats and the terrible repression that often followed. Resistance existed, of course, but it was rarely to do with either race or sovereignty in the sense that would suit the fancies of later nationalists. Rather, it resulted from crises in the material life of Africans and was related to class and other social cleavages within African societies. Two of the best-known African revolts of the early 20th century, those of the Herero in German Southwest Africa in 1905-6 and the Bambetha in Natal, South Africa, shortly after, must be considered as revolts of despair, however heroic. The German regime sought an excuse to dispossess the Herero of their herds and lands. They succeeded beyond intentions. Most of the Herero were driven into the desert and died, causing a severe labor shortage. Shula Marx, Bambetha's historian, described that event as a reluctant rebellion, largely provoked by the Natal authorities with their intensifying land, cash, and labor demands. Kaimurenga, now enshrined as the nationalist rising of the Shona people of Zimbabwe in 1896-7, similarly was brought about not through conflict over national sovereignty but through resistance to the increasing economic demands of incoming settlers and the British South Africa Company in 162. Mashonaland. Maji Maji, as we have seen, began in response to the German regime of forced cotton plantings. Of course, none of these can be reduced to purely economistic actions. They all developed particular spiritual and ideological forms that convinced a variety of peoples to lend support. There was nothing to compare with any of these revolts after World War I. For a generation, military resistance to European RUIE was of marginal significance. Yet there was resistance to the state by the masses, and its assessment invariably requires a consideration of prevailing social and economic circumstances. Through much of the central provinces of French Equatorial Africa, Ubangi Sheri and Moyen Congo, a serious armed rebellion spread during 1928-9 in response to the collapse in rubber prices and the French demands for forced labor under particularly brutal circumstances on the Congo-Odian Railway. Economic deeding equally provoked disturbances in the central Belgian Congo, the Pend Rising, in 1931 when cultivators resisted the demands of Unilever, to whom they were forced to sell their palm oil and for whom they had to provide labor. Struggles of this kind, like Bambada or Maji Maji, held no interest for the rising African elite. Why should they sustain resistance to the spread and intensification of the colonial economy on which their existence depended? When the elite spoke out, they tended to remain narrowly based in their demands and too deeply rooted in the colonial structure to question the colonial order very profoundly. Attempts at alliance with the African masses were rare and came unstuck fairly quickly. Indeed, elite organizations generally did not enjoy long lives and frequently collapsed when the state applied hostile pressure. The African petty bourgeois of the Gold Coast were exceptionally articulate and able to conduct their own case. Before World War I, their most significant organization was the Aborigines Rights Protection Society, founded in 1897. It engaged the government over proposals to alienate forest land to the Crown, which potentially threatened African property rights to the advantage of British gold mining concessionaires. The colonial government withdrew its legislation, but despite this success the ARPs continued to sit on a very narrow social base and became attenuated. After the war. 163. A pan-territorial organization, the National Congress of British West Africa, NSPWA, was briefly of greater weight. The Congress agitated for those DAS-based issues that most concerned the Gold Coast elite: improved education, especially at the higher levels, and promotion of Africans within the civil service. During this period the rhetoric of Pan-Africanism, the regeneration of a united continent, the need for Africans to rise through their own effort, gained currency within the West African elite. Pan-Africanism, indicating its visionary strain that followed the agitation of the Jamaican Marcus Garvey, was a creation of Black America, where Garvey, who preached a return to Africa and a black people's capitalism, had a great mass following through the 1920s. In West Africa, Garvey's economic ideas appealed particularly to those on the margins of capitalist enterprise, resentful of the handful of big Western commercial firms and ground down by the war and the severe business crisis of 1920-2. This provided a stimulus for regional or even continental political visions. It was not carried to the point of political anti-colonialism, however. Nor did this would-be ruling DAS establish a political practice that could link up to mass agitation. This is remarkable because after World War I a wave of political and economic struggles swept West Africa. On the Gold Coast skilled workers began to unionize and strike. In Sierra Leone riots provoked by inflation took an anti-Lebanese cast in 1919. Porto Novo, capital of French Dahomey, experienced a comparable riot in 1922, while early union activity and strike action hit the crisis-ridden groundnut economy of Senegal. The political implications convinced the British authorities to institute elective representation in coastal West African municipal bodies and legislative councils. Sir Gordon Gug Siberg, governor of the Gold Coast from 1919 to 1927, while a champion of indirect rule, conciliated the professional men of the towns through the promise of better opportunities in the civil service, a promise never kept, infrastructural investment by the state and the creation of a particularly lavish and elitist secondary school for Africans, Achimota College, which was seen as the seed from which local higher education could grow. Reform and the return of better times silenced. 164. The elite. The NSPWA virtually died of inactivity by the middle of the decade. In the Senegal communes, where Africans had the right to elect a member of the French Chamber of Deputies, a DAS alliance based on African unity did occur. In 1914 Blaise Diagne, a civil servant who had spent most of his career in the West Indies, became the first African to run for deputy, pulling against the big Bordeaux firms that had previously controlled the Citeaux d'Aigny. Attracted the vote of poorer Africans and established an alliance with the Muslim orders. He helped to arrange for Amadou Bamba's return from exile. But d'Aigny did not establish a base for challenging the French system. Indeed, he backed conscription of the Armée Noire during World War I in return for a government pledge to retain the rights of the four communes. By the end of the war he was invariably put forward as an international spokesman defending the merits of French colonialism to the world, having made his peace with French firms in Senegal. Behind d'Aigny lay an electoral machine through which mass support could be gamered for an elite, using the state to carve out a small niche in the colonial economy in return for petty privileges and patronage. The nearest British equivalent was Herbert Macaulay, piano tuner, chess aficionado, and tribune of the Lagosian masses. For Macaulay, the equivalent to d'Aigny's alliances with the sheikhs was involvement in the intrigue-ridden competition for control of the old Lagos ruling house. He also led the long fight against the raising of the water rate. He was not consistently even anti-colonial, but was extraordinarily effective at uniting Lagosians of diverse backgrounds. In general, the French system was more liberal than the British in promoting Africans within the colonial administration. It was harsher though in dealings with African businessmen. The commercial elite in Dahomey, although relatively timid politically, was crushed by state policy in the 1920s. Perhaps because its aspirations were so narrowly administrative, the elite stratum in French West Africa always emphasized the call for greater opportunities for African individuals within the French system. The deterioration in commodity prices on the eve of the 165 depression brought a new wave of confrontations. In Eastem, Nigeria, Igbo women attacked the canteens of the Onopolis and defied state authority in a series of riots, the Women's War of 1929. Hit hard by the deteriorating terms of trade, they were responding to rumors of new taxes and the elimination within the Indirect Rule system of political representation for women as a corporate group. Equally dramatic and significant were the Gold Coast cocoa boycotts of 1930 and 1938. The Great Depression particularly threatened the interests of the more prosperous cocoa farmers who had gone heavily into debt during good times and were entirely dependent upon sales of cocoa. The cocoa hold-up centered around their efforts to hold back production and force better prices from the buying firms, a venerable commercial tactic on the Guinea coast. The boycotters won support from many chiefs and, for a time, a broad cross-section of farmers. However, they had ranged against them other factions, particularly the cocoa brokers who depended directly on the firms and needed quick sales. The poorer cocoa farmers and especially the landless laborers depended on what cash they could earn and also opposed or quickly abandoned the boycott, which failed by the end of 1930. 7 years later a more effective boycott was organized. This time, in organizing a new monopoly cocoa pool, the firms were directly challenging the brokers' power as well, so the Gold Coast petty bourgeoisie had more capacity for unity. Moreover, the price of cocoa was again falling, but having recovered from the worst phase of the Depression. The pool had to be abandoned formally after months of boycott, and in response the state began to plan active intervention in the organization of cocoa marketing, a process which became of great importance after World War XI and will be discussed below in Chapter 9. The class alliance of the boycotts were sustained only briefly, but they were a more weighty harbinger of the forces to be called into play in the 1940s than the promotional demands of coastal civil servants and lawyers' associations such as the NSPOI. 166. Thuku and Chilumwi. On the other side of Africa, new types of regional and tribal associations formed in Kenya from the end of World War I. Most interesting was the East African Association, an intertribal group in Nairobi led by a telephonist named Harry Thuku. With the economic downturn of 1920, Kenya Africans were hit by wage cuts, settler plans for an extended pass system on the South African model, and a substantially increased tax to force out labor. Despite similarities to West African agitation of the period, the activities of the EAA posed a greater threat since potentially they could tie into revolt against the entire labor system. Thuku found an audience both in Nairobi and in the countryside. His movement rapidly became political in character and took on these mass economic issues. To the horror of the settlers and the regime in the midst of Kenya's plural society, Thuku began to work with an Indian lawyer who had been struggling against settler attacks on the Indian community. Following what was claimed to be a demagogic speech in rural Kikuyu land, Thuku was arrested and his movement suppressed. The Thuku troubles melted away and the tax increase was cancelled, although land and labor issues continued to be pressed by other organizations. When released, Thuku transformed himself into a conservative capitalist farmer, but he was more closely the forerunner of a type of political leadership to come than any other East African. Even the final apotheosis resembled Kenyatta's career after independence. What Thuku hoped to achieve in 1920-1 is not entirely certain. It does not seem likely that the EAA had the capacity to develop into a revolutionary organization. The one attempt at revolution in the British colonies was idiosyncratic and to this day wrapped in some mystery, but it is a story all the more worth telling. When World War I broke out, John Chilumwe was an independent missionary in Nyasaland, theoretically backed by Black American Baptist support, but in practice largely self-sufficient. Chilumwe was a cash crop farmer and petty businessman. Pictures survive displaying the elegant and constricted Edwardian clothes in which Chilumwe dressed himself and his family. His Providence Industrial Mission. 167. Church was a grand new brick structure, one of the largest edifices in Central Africa. He was an Orthodox Baptist preacher. There is no indication of any Zionist yearnings on his part, and the photo album suggests a family modeling themselves on the European mission plan, a perfect aspiring African bourgeoisie in miniature. As a boy, Chilumwe had been the protege of a very rare missionary, J. Oseph Booth, whose social radicalism was intolerable both to the colonial state and the mission societies. Booth was always associated with the notorious slogan "Africa for the Africans." In his search for religious sponsorship, he established contact with Black American Baptists. He went to America, taking the youthful Chilumwe with Hearn. Chilumwe spent 3 years in Virginia at a training center before returning to Nyasaland. Booth eventually joined the Jehovah's Witnesses, settled in Cape Town, and lost touch with Chilumwe. In the final months of 1914, Chilumwe planned in secret a rising against British rule in Nyasaland. Exactly why is not clear. We do know that he came into ever sharper conflict with a large neighboring settler estate, whose manager, William J. Irvis Livingstone, a relative of the great Scots missionary, had forbidden Chilumwe's people to build a church on his property. Some of Chilumwe's supporters were estate workers from over the border in Portuguese Mozambique, where conditions were yet more oppressive. However, Chilumwe had also acquired a cane of fellow conspirators among Nyasalanders of his own des. It is clear that Chilumwe hoped to profit from the war. This helps to explain his timing. His motives are harder to read. One published but unreliable account suggests that he simply wanted to make a witness and turn martyr, to strike a blow and die. It may be that he had more concrete plans to gain control of Nyasaland and work out some modus vivendi with the Germans, to whom he sent a message. In January 1915, the rising took the form of attacks on several estate owners and managers, missions, and arms depots. Livingstone was killed. Chilumwe preached a sermon in the Grand Church the next morning, Livingstone's severed head near the pulpit, calling for resignation and courage according to the most reliable witness, none of the co. 168. Ordinated parallel risings elsewhere took place and the government reasserted itself within a couple of days. Chilumwe was killed in flight across the border. The rising had no successor. One recent discussion of the Chilumwe rising has suggested that the place of the minister and fellow conspirators of his own das has been totally misconstrued and exaggerated. 3. What was significant was an armed rebellion of plantation laborers, abused by Livingstone and his men, who were well aware of resistance to the state still going on across the frontiers in Portuguese Mozambique. It was they who spontaneously killed Livingstone, and Chilumwe's conspiracy represented only a confused and half-hearted petty bourgeois response to their workers' militancy. This interpretation has the great advantage of accounting for the otherwise remarkable willingness of Chilumwe and his friends to take on the British Empire. The Eyots of colonial Africa, and most of the time, the masses, did not resist in this way. This was not only because the odds were apparently hopeless. It was also because colonialism was a phenomenon of overwhelming complexity that contained very attractive as well as repellent features for Africans. No writer has expressed this better than the Nigerian novelist Chinua Achebe, in Things Fall Apart. Umuahia, the village of the book, is from the beginning not the harmonious bucolic community of the Romanti nationalists' imagination. It is rife with contradictions and tensions. The reheads of households who dominate the youths, women, and slaves and determine the community's fate are the sources of injustice and hardship for many. Conquest evokes in Umuahia a process of disaggregation that strains and sunders the web of familial relationships, using an already existing potential for social dissidence. The white man has put a knife on the things that held us together and we have fallen apart. 04 Achebe shows many of the finer aspects of Igbo village life. He produces an elegy to Okonkwo, the hard-working, pious and successful household head, and the way that he is humiliated and killed by the coming of colonialism and Christianity. Yet Okonkwo is also an arrogant bully. Achebe portrays equally the brutality of many Igbo customs, typified in Okonkwo's murder of a captive boy he has adopted into. 169. His household when the boy is demanded in sacrifice by the gods. This above all nos eats Okonkwo's own son, who leaves the homestead and ultimately becomes a Christian minister. Achebe suggests the terror and cultural ruthlessness of the colonial impact, but also its liberating and stimulating effect, a heady brew not so different from that served to the masses by early capitalism in the land of its origins. 8. Industrialization and South African society, 1900 to 1940. There are others again, and these are found among the advanced das of Europeans, who maintain that the solution of the problem will be found in segregation. They say, segregate the native so as to enable him to develop according to his own lines. But this polia not be successfully read out today when the interests of both races are so interwoven, when there is no land in South Africa which is not occupied by Europeans, and when the industries of the country not be developed without native labor. To my mind, between this polia and that of repression there is no difference. R.V. C. Lopthema, 1922, in Gwendolyn Carter and Thomas Carey's, From Protest to Challenge, I, Hoover Institution Press, 1972, p.213. While the rest of sub-Saharan Africa witnessed the expansion of mere hand capital in relation to a commodity-producing peasantry, South Africa went through the early stages of an industrial revolution. Fundamental economy hangs dustered around the expansion of mining whose needs had spurred the imperial thrust into the South African interior. Colonial inquest intensified dependence on the world market, but brought wide-ranging economy growth and ultimately a variegated industrial development. South Africa is one country whose history suggests that there is little truth to the assertion by dependency theory yields that 171. Imperial conquest and economic dependence necessarily leads to national poverty, the development of underdevelopment, or indeed any determinate set of social and political arrangements. Instead, it is to the particular social and political forces within South Africa that we must look for an understanding of the form taken by South African capitalist development. South Africa can obviously be differentiated from the remainder of colonial Africa by the depth, size, and antiquity of its population of European origins, but the presence of a white minority does not necessarily answer any questions, it poses new ones. In the first half of the 20th century, Das struggles were intense in South Africa and Das lines were not so easily definable as race lines. The white population at the beginning of the century consisted of a widely differentiated community, ranging from the landlords down through rich commercial farmers, state employees, and independent professionals, to skilled and unskilled workers. The Boer War precipitated a rapid expulsion of poorer whites from the land to the towns, where their rural skills were useless and they formed a potentially explosive element in the population. The skilled workers attracted from Europe to the mining sites and new IDs held a seemingly stronger position but were subject to the vagaries of the trade side and, if miners, the dangers and discomforts of underground work. Conflict with capital went raw and deep on their part. At the start of the century, Africans still often related to capitalist forces as peasant pastoralists exchanging a surplus when available or working for wages when the cash could be usefully plowed back again into the household. Such relations were common elsewhere in Africa, if particularly intense in the south. For capitalist penetration to move forward, the subjection of African labor on a much grander, cheaper, and more violent scale was necessary, and this set the stage for the application of pressures and the waging of struggles. In the Cape, the labor of colored, or mixed-race people, the bulk of the old colonial proletariat, formed a continuum with that of Africans and whites. In Natal and, to some extent, the newly conquered Transvaal, the children of Asian immigrants began to compete effectively against 172 merchants of British extraction. Workers of both sexes and all races and colors jostled into South Africa's towns and IDs seeking a wage. How, with what sort of ideology and under what political arrangements could capitalist forces control them? The answer emerged only after a generation of conflict. Nor was capital itself a socially undifferentiated whole. The landlords, not themselves always in cheerful agreement, confronted the fears and conflicting labor needs of other types of employers, notably the farmers, who could not compete with the payrolls and soil control mechanisms that the mines were able to afford to hold down a workforce. From War on, the interests of manufacturing industry, in need of a different and differently controlled labor force than gold mining, also became a significant force. Both manufacturers and farmers held a local financial, and thus a political, base. In time, both became skilled at using the apparatus of the South African state to advance their interests. They were in effect a national bourgeoisie. However, ownership of mine stock also gradually fell more and more to South African hands, and the mining interest, particularly after War, is also more and more difficult to characterize simply as imperialist. The establishment of some kind of working arrangement, despite conflicts which even today are not entirely absent between the principal capitalist forces, the alliance, in Stanley Trudeau's phrase, of gold and maize, came together with the fight of labor against capital to form the essentials in the historical development of 20th century South Africa. Those who came out on top did so through the creation of a racial order that runs right through South African society, an order far more systematic and more profitable than the equivocal racism of the 19th century and earlier. What must be stressed is that this order has been a response to intense and continuing struggle, not a preordained consequence of different races cohabiting the same land. Reconstruction and Union. The conclusion of the Anglo-Boer War set the stage for the 173 social, political, and economic reconstruction of South Africa after 1902. Far from solving the mines' problems, the war had made their situation particularly difficult through the disruption of supplies and the dispersal of the labor force. Central to the social program of Lord Milner, the British High Commissioner, was the reconstruction on a sound, efficient basis of gold mining. The first years of the new century were difficult ones for the landlords as they passed through a period of low returns, little investment interest and severe labor shortages. In 1904 the British government agreed to permit the entry into the Transvaal of a large migrant labor force from northern China. The culturally isolated and miserably paid Chinese workers were crucial in restoring profitability to the mines. White workers viewed them as a threat and demanded their repatriation from Africa, which took place after 1908. By this time, however, South African blacks were prepared to enter the mines in larger numbers and for lower wages than before the war. Yet it took almost a decade for South Africa to regain its preeminence among world gold producers. Wartime propaganda had frequently stressed the role of Imperial Britain as the guardian of the native peoples of South Africa against the Boer republics. In practice, Milner was careful to retain all the racist elements of Transvaal custom and constitution, refusing to alter the racially determined local franchise. The color bar was essential to his own planning of the South African future. Under Milner's inspiration, the South African Native Affairs Commission, dominated by Mendos to the mining interest, deliberated and made its final report in 1905. The commission proposed reconceptualizing the position of Africans in the country in terms of segregation by race, land, and especially political representation. It was a member of Milner's Brain Trust, the so-called kindergarten, Lionel Curtis, who in practice first systematically applied the word segregation to the South African context. Segregation represented the fruition of native policy in British Natal and, increasingly, in the Cape Colony as well. The movement had been towards reducing the black franchise and squeezing the African producer to churn out a workforce too cowed to press forward its demands. This was the 174. Intended upshot of the Jean Grey Act of 1894, conceiving land tenure in Cape locations, introduced into the legislature by Cecil Rhodes during his years as Premier. Now a union-wide native policy, operating above the petty interest of particular party factions, was wanted. For Transvaal Afrikaners, the Milner regime became a byword for repression and enforced Anglicization. Milner strongly favored the large-scale immigration into South Africa of British artisans and capitalist farmers so as to deprive Afrikaners of their franchise majority. This tied in very well with the needs of mines and towns for more efficient and mechanized agriculture. In this Milner had only very modest success, as the number of immigrants at a time of relative economic stagnation in South Africa was small. But his policies helped ensure the rapid revitalization of Afrikaner national sentiment, enflamed with bitmess about wartime death, deportations, and the concentration camps. From the time he entered Johannesburg, Milner's plans included the ultimate union of all the British colonies in South Africa. The restoration of self-government to the old electorate in the Transvaal and the Orange River Colony, as the Free State had been renamed, the re-enfranchisement of Cape rebels and increasingly acrimonious bickerings over railway and customs policy made the need for union more urgent. In 1906, the weakest of the colonies, Natal, was faced with a serious Zulu rebellion generally known by the name of Bambatha, the chief who led one phase of it. It was a response to intensive land and tax pressures and the gross insensitivity of the Natal regime. Among those who fought the colonial forces were many who had worked in the urban economy and many Christian converts. Bambatha was surrounded and killed and the rebellion suppressed with the loss of several thousand lives. For observers from outside the province, it highlighted Natal's weakness and incompetence at dealing with Africans. The kindergarten proposed the negotiations for a unified South Africa, but they were taken up by local politicians who stood ultimately for a compromise between varied South African interests and the British Empire. In the Transvaal, the willingness of the Liberal Ministry to grant self-government in 1906 had brought into office Het Volk led by 175. The defeated generals, Jan Christian Smuts and Louis Botha. Oranje Unzi held an even stronger position in the Orange River Colony under another Boer War military figure, James Barry Munnik Hertzog. Herzog's movement was considerably more militant on certain nationalist issues, especially language in education, but had no coherent ideological or DAS basis to challenge the imperialist system. Also crucial were representatives of the pre-war political order, Jan X Merriman, Premier of the Cape and opponent of Milnerism, and ex-President Steyn of the Orange Free State. Union was achieved in 1910. One provision of the new constitution was especially noteworthy, the retention in each province of the franchise as it stood. Thus Africans and other non-whites could vote in the Cape according to the existing property qualifications, but were forbidden to sit in the Union Parliament and, in the other provinces, were entirely disenfranchised. This provision practically killed the mid-Victorian political conception applied to the Cape of incorporating the black middle class as junior partners in the political system. The Union Constitution paved the road for a strictly racially defined participation, rather than non-racial liberalism, as the politics to accompany the growth of South African capitalism. Classic liberal judgment has tended paradoxically to see at once Britain's willingness to re-enfranchise its old enemies as magnanimous and its abandonment of any pretense at championing African interests in South Africa as a sellout, an unfortunate lapse of conscience. Yet for British imperial interests as a whole, and for finance and mining capital in particular, union was above all a brilliant political achievement that could begin to put down those barriers to capitalist development in South Africa that had been so prominent and crisis-provoking before the war. It was to the black middle class that the arrangements leading towards union did indeed seem like a betrayal on the part of Britain and what remained of the Cape liberal establishment. Their deputations, associations, and protests were entirely ignored in the horse-trading atmosphere of negotiation. At the same time, the economic foundations of the African petty bourgeoisie were collapsing about them. The Rinderpeststock disaster of 1897 and consequent serious 176 animal epidemics and the ravages of the war were mileposts in the overall deterioration of African agricultural production in the reserves which had been exuded from settler expropriation. Erosion, ecological decline, and overpopulation fed into a growing pattern of indebtedness and immiseration. Instead of emulating the African progressive farmer of yore, youth looked to labor migration for its survival. The political irrelevance of the Christian African leadership accompanied the decline of merchant capital which in an earlier period had depended upon local alliances with this des. The mine labor tout replaced the shopkeeper as the most important white man in the location. In the first decade of the 20th century there was some compensation in increasing land pure hazes outside the reserves by African land societies, often composed of ex-wage workers and in the relatively favorable position of half-shareholders and other squatters who farmed commercially on white-owned land. However, these avenues were dosed off with the passage of the 1913 Land Act by the Union Parliament. The Land Act confirmed the emphasis on segregation envisioned under Milnerism. Land ownership was divided strictly on racial lines, with the native reserves constituting barely 7% of the total area of South Africa. Squatting was outlawed, and although it continued in some form until well after World War XI, it did so under increasingly unfavorable and unstable circumstances. The new system was underpinned politically by the Native Affairs Act of 1920, which enshrined chiefs and tribal authorities, now no longer capable of free sustenance to state authority, as the intermediaries between the state and the mass of Africans. In struggling against these catastrophes, African politicians from the entire country succeeded in establishing a national forum, the Native, later African, National Congress, originally founded in 1912. Congress was an impressive step forward in its national constitution, but had severe limitations as an effective force. It had little taste for mass organization or, indeed, representation. Political inclinations of the petty bourgeois leadership remained moderate and defensive of existing rights. At first, even opinions about segregation were divided, since much of the leadership sought to ding to its traditional modest rung on the ladder. Above all, there was no strategy aimed at power or capable of presenting an alternative insistent road of national development. The same might be said of the African political organization, dominated by Dr. A. Abdur Rahman, representing the colored people in the Cape. The APO, like Congress, was most comfortable doing deals with white patrons, a policy with increasingly shrinking rewards. The Indian immunity of Natal and Transvaal appears at first sight to represent a militant contrast, particularly under the leadership of the young Mohandas Gandhi, who helped to lead the Indian struggle until his departure from South Africa on the eve of World War I. Gandhi led a remarkably dogged fight against the imposition of poll tax and several other noxious ordinances by the Transvaal government before Union. While his movement achieved some success, culminating in the Gandhi Smuts Agreement, it fell far short of achieving basic social or political rights, avoided any movement towards cooperation with other oppressed South Africans, and led ultimately into a pattern of depending on the intervention of the top Indian merchant stratum nationally and the Indian government internationally for the negotiation of specific narrow redress of grievances. An era of confrontation. From Union until his death in 1919, Louis Botha was prime minister. Jan Smuts, already a dominant figure under Botha, then succeeded him in office. Having played a major role in the British War even during World War I, Smuts conceived of South Africa in a sub-imperial part as Britain's junior sibling throughout southern, central, and eastern Africa. With this policy never far from his mind, the Union government actively fought the Germans in Tanganyika and Southwest Africa during the war, and South Africa was permitted to administer the latter territory as a League of Nations mandate. Union policy consisted of initiatives designed to encourage the penetration of South African settlers and ePitol in the territory. Smuts also favored the emergence of British settler communities in the territories stretching from Kenya down to southern Rhodesia that would look to Pretoria for leader. 178. Ship. He sought unsuccessfully to annex much of Mozambique and southern Rhodesia, the latter being frustrated in a 1923 referendum when the southern Rhodesian settlers voted instead for a separate status of self-governing colony. Smuts was a highly articulate ideologue of compromise between imperial interests, mining capital, and a moderate white South African nationalism. There was little in fact to differentiate his South African Party, SAP, from the apparently more British Unionist Party. With World War I and the rapid boom and slump that followed, however, the Smuts government faced increasingly intense challenges. The war brought unprecedented numbers of rural South Africans, black and white, to the cities in an era when South African secondary industry began to develop in isolation from Europe. By the end of the decade, the South African population was 1/4 urbanized. The war boom was followed by a sharp economic decline in demand that hit manufacturing severely. Pressures on the working class appeared intolerable. The gold mines, still the heart of the economy, experienced particular problems. With lowered profit margins, capitalists needed vast sums to develop new mines on the Far East Rand and new forms of labor organization and discipline to introduce cheaper production methods. In the circumstances, the Smuts government had to take up the cudgels to defend business interests. This set the stage for a phase of confrontation between the white workers, who formed approximately 1/8 of the mine's labor force, and capital, quite openly backed by the Smuts regime. Confrontation had been brewing for some time. Among the immigrant British workmen were many who had picked up syndicalist, socialist, and trade unionist ideas before coming to South Africa, and, particularly after Union, the cockpit that was the Rand became a perfect venue for the expression of radical ideas. Afrikaner miners, newly arrived in the harsh urban milieu, were far from immune to such influences. White workers feared being pushed down to the living standard of the mass of African miners. In the Milner era, a small mines manager, Frederick Cresswell, achieved far through his experiment with running gold mining operations entirely on a white labor basis. The experiment proved an economic 179 failure, and Cresswell resurfaced as a leader of the South African Labour Party, which was organised after the grant of responsible government to the Transvaal. For Cresswell and others on the Labour right, the issue was above all to firm up a colour bar and to direct a politics that aimed at protecting white labour against black and local, South African-based business against the dictates of mining capital. An unsuccessful attempt by workers to seize control of some mines in 1913 led to management recognition of a white mine workers' union. The following year, Labour won the largest number of seats in the Transvaal legislature. There is reason to believe that African miners were deeply impressed by the 1913 strike. By this time, a few socialists within the white labor movement had come to see the importance of organizing the mass of unskilled workers, and helped initiate radical ideology among some of the most receptive Africans on the Rand. In the latter war years, Africans began to engage in effective strike action throughout the country. On the Rand, this culminated in the Great Mine Workers' Strike in early 1920, which at its height brought out more than 70,000 Africans. The strikers showed impressive discipline and control, and it took brutal suppression with attacks on African compounds to smash it. It was of great significance that among the African demands was a call for raises and regrading that would have challenged the existing color bar, and of even greater significance that white labor fight deeply threatened and refused to support the strike in any way. The 1920 strike marked a watershed of different forms of resistance to capital and the state by white and black, which took quite separate courses. As slump conditions hit in 1920, the mine owners fight it was the time to break the strength of white labor. The miners were frightened. Their response was similar to that of 1913 but on a bigger scale, the Rand Revolt of 1922. Workers' councils seized power in many public installations of the Rand and openly threatened the authority of the state. Smuts responded with a full military onslaught that led to over 200 deaths. With the Rand Revolt smashed, the mine owners were able to reduce the size and payroll of the white workforce and to reorganize the labor process so as to enhance profits substantially. 180. Among Africans, resistance shifted from the mines to other enterprises and other parts of the country. For the first time, the ANC disposed itself to support ordinary workers and protested the violence and victimization that followed the 1920 miners' strike and other outbreaks. One largely successful African strike occurred among the Cape Town dockers in 1919, greatly enhancing the prestige of the leader, Clemence Catali. Catali was a mission-educated Nyasallander of chiefly origin with a Horn background and outlook not very different from that of the Congress leadership, but through chance and astuteness he rose to prominence on the tide of labor militancy. Catali became the spearhead of the Industrial and Commercial Workers Union, ICU, which eclipsed Congress in size and importance among African organizations of the 1920s. The ICU had an amorphous quality which defies easy categorization. It had so many of the characteristics of a trade union, but acquired much of its strength in rural areas and almost invariably shrank from industrial action or even struggle for recognition from companies. It also had some of the characteristics of a political party and frequently placed its demands in the context of general protest at the oppression of Africans in South Africa. However, it lacked a clear ideological content or political program to give it coherence. Catali and other leaders were like congressmen in favoring alliances with influential and apparently sympathetic whites of various strip-es. The ICU was at first infiltrated by the small number of white labor radicals who increasingly despaired of the possibility of opening up the existing labor movement to African workers. If most white workers feared the potential of black working-class organization as a threat to their jobs and living standards, these few went forward from the white labor struggle of the period leading up to the Rand Revolt towards seeing a non-racial Boer movement, and eventually a movement for the liberation of black labor, as fundamental. In 1921 most of them reorganized as the South African Communist Party. In the mid-1920s, after considerable internal struggle, the CP moved towards concentrating on black membership and organization. Some of the early African and colored CP militants entered both ICU and ANC. In the ICU, Catali's attitude wavered, but he came. 181. Increasingly under the influence of anti-communist liberals and social democrats, especially after he traveled to Europe in 1926. Afterwards the communists were expelled from the ICU. At the end of the 1920s the ICU virtually disintegrated, due to regional and factional disputes and the mismanagement of the organization, and in the wake of popular disinterest as its militant rhetoric failed to acquire content. Pact and fusion. Smuts' government was challenged by the emergent Afrikaner nationalist movement which took political form under General Hertzog's leadership. Hertzog broke with Smuts and Botha to form his own party in 1913. Milner's army of British migrants had failed to materialize. Indeed, as the skilled immigrant population aged, left Africa or died, the voting population became more and more Afrikaans-speaking. In 1915 de Laret, Beyers, and other Boer War veteran leaders attempted to stage a rising in collaboration with the Germans in Southwest Africa. Hertzog steered clear of open involvement and capitalized on opposition to the post-rising suppression. The emphasis in nationalist party politics on the language question reflected the domination of rural ministers and school teachers, but Hertzog also gained ground from the increasingly patent identification of the regime with the Rand lords. The suppression of the Rand Revolt was coupled with Smuts' brutal and spectacularly bloody actions against an unarmed religious sect of Africans, the Israelites, at Bulhoek in 1921 and in 1922 against a SM All section of the Nama in southwest Africa known as the Bondelswarts. Both were examples of the government's incapacity to deal with opposition. Nor did the nationalists favor Smuts' expansionist plans in Africa, which threatened to drown Afrikaners in a profitable sea of black labor coerced and dominated by Imperial Britain. As Herzog's party gained strength, the Unionist opposition, with their Milnrite heritage, joined Smuts and his SAP in 1919. Herzog astutely moved towards an alliance with the Labour Party, which could carry urban seats that eluded nationalist appeal. Indeed, he made friendly overtures. 182. To the ICU and Adaik repressive features of the African policy of the government. In 1924 Smuts was thrown out of office and the Pact government took power, with Herzog as Prime Minister and minority support from the Labour Party. Some Marxist writers have fastened upon the rise of the Pact as a showpiece for demonstrating the importance in South African history of struggles between factions of the white bourgeoisie. Certainly at first sight Labour and the Nationalists appear to represent very different strata than Smuts' SAP. However, the evidence suggests the timorousness of the Pact's challenge to either the British connection, politically, or the landlords, economically. Yet its existence highlights those strata in South African society whose pretus ensured a different political, economic, or social development from any we have examined elsewhere in Africa at this time. These strata, petty bourgeois, manufacturers, new or employed middle class and aristocratic and supervisory labor, used the Pact to forge a place for their own interests in the South African sun. In defining themselves racially, or, in the case of Afrikaners, even more narrowly, the untested control over the surplus, they eschewed questioning the basic character of epital accumulation within the Union. The Pact created the political conditions for our solution to the disputes of gold and maize, or, in Herzog's terms, the two streams of Briton and Afrikaner, through the more rigid application of racial segregation. The Pact aimed to defend the interests both of white labor and of the national economy as a whole. The rapid growth of industry during World War I had been a response to local consumer needs and wartime conditions. The mining interest was partly sympathetic to protection for industry because of its own needs for cheap, regular supplies for its workers and for the urban population in general, but it opposed state intervention to create a manufacturing sector that would compete for labor and reorient the direction of the economy. Even under Smuts, however, the government had moved to create the Reserve Bank in 1920 and the Electricity Supply Commission, Eskom, the National Electric Supply Company, in 1923. Under the Pact a battle was successfully waged for the establishment of the iron and industrialization and some African society. 183. Steel Corporation, ISCOR, the state steel monopoly. In the teeth of mining opposition, tariffs were raised and, most significantly, the mines began to be taxed more stiffly in order to benefit other sectors of the economy. At this stage it was still agriculture rather than industry which profited, on the whole. A state support system for agricultural produce was put into motion. The state did not interfere with the employment of cheap black labor by secondary industry or the mines, but within the state sector of the economy increasing numbers of jobs were made available for unskilled white workers, notably in ISCOR and on the railways, while a statutory color bar was enshrined on the books for various categories of jobs. The struggle to obtain equal language rights for Afrikaans enabled more Afrikaners to enter the civil service. The mines came to appreciate, or at least to accept, much of the logic of this reorientation. By the 1930s, 40% of share capital in the mines was locally owned, as opposed to 15% at the time of union. Sir Ernest Oppenheimer's Anglo-American Corporation had become the dominant force in both diamonds, De Beers, and gold. Oppenheimer and De Beers took a more broad-ranging view of South African capitalist development than had the old landlords of Rhodes' time. They themselves would invest heavily in South African industry. If elsewhere in Africa colonial mining appeared to stand in the way of the emergence of any other form of economic orientation, in South Africa it was effectively harnessed as the motor force of a wide-ranging capital accumulation process. With the growth of industry and economic decline of the African reserves, the number of urban Africans increased substantially and began to include an ever larger proportion of women and children. This went totally against the grain of the segregation ideology. In 1923, the Smuts government had institutionalized the establishment of native locations based on strict segregation in South African cities in the Native Urban Areas Act. There was little to differentiate the policies of Smuts and Hertzog on the use of segregation as a fundamental tool of white domination, although Hertzog was more systematic. In 1925, Hertzog introduced legislation to increase the territory available for Africans in the country. 184. As part of a final solution to the land question. In return for this, he sought an end to the Cape African vote and the establishment of a special native council system instead that would act as a buffer between the state and African opinion. In the 1920s, discussion in Parliament proceeded while legislation was passed piecemeal. For instance, the immorality legislation aimed at sexual relations between whites and Africans outside marriage, and the whites-only franchise for women, which at a stroke reduced by half the impact of the Cape African vote. The late 1920s brought a remarkable decline in African militancy. The ICU became weak and localized, the ANC too was virtually moribund. For a brief period the ANC president, James Goomd, had taken a radical, if eclectic, line and strongly supported a policy of working with the communists, but the right ousted him in 1930 and, under his conservative successor Pixley Seme, the ANC reached the nadir of its influence. From 1929 the severity of the Great Depression evoked a new wave of labor militancy which led to important black labor struggles under Communist Party influence. The South African Communist Party, SACP, had adopted the so-called Black Republic thesis, which stressed the African destiny of the country, and this appealed to a new generation of black radicals and inspired intense struggles on the Rand and in Durban. These in turn met the white terror tactics of Oswald Pirow, Hertzog's Minister of Justice. Moscow-inspired self-inflicted purges also helped to weaken the party, which lapsed into virtual irrelevance in the 1930s. The growing intensity of the Depression threatened the social basis of the pact. Pact policies had not gone far enough to change substantially the situation of its supporters. Conditions in agriculture deteriorated drastically and migrants to town met little but unemployment and short wages. Hertzog's reluctance to break with the British connection entirely and to establish a republic made his nationalist followers increasingly restive, while the base of the Allied Labour Party shrank. It lost support in the 1929 election and thereafter split. Fearing a continued slide in his political fortunes, in 1933 Hertzog fused his party with Smuts Sap to form the United Party, effectively a party of national unity, to meet the emergency conditions of the Depression. 185. And to get South Africa off the gold standard. Many of the Cape nationalist politicians, however, refused to accept fusion, and the following year formed a purified nationalist party under the leadership of Rev. Daniel Franois Mallon. Fusion provided the ideal basis for carrying through the legislation on Africans that Hertzog had deferred in the 1920s. The agricultural interests had never liked the extent to which African land reserves were preserved, but in the new regime they were less consequential, and the segregation impetus could now be taken up in more prosperous times with widespread backing from the white electorate. In 1936 the Native Bills, while slightly augmenting the scale of the African reserves, to 13% of the land area of the Union, put an end to the Cape African franchise and instead created a small representation in Parliament elected exclusively by Africans, with only white representatives, and the native representative councils, which exerted no power but were supposed to reflect African opinion. At the same time the pass laws and other controls over the influx of Africans into towns were extended to reinforce the segregation system. There was little dissent to the bills, only a few Cape liberals still beholden to an older tradition of control over the African population opposed them in the House of Assembly. By this time African opinion was more aware of how segregation hit against their interests. A new body, the All-Africa Convention, attempted to rally protest against the bills. In the end, however, most of the petty bourgeoisie were willing to fight for seats on the native representative councils and to attempt to work within the new system. How did segregation operate? During the course of the interwar period, it was more and more systematically introduced into both social and economic spheres. Schools and churches were almost uniformly divided by race. Whites were treated in separate health systems, welfare organizations, and penal institutions. In the cities, sanitary needs and custom were used to justify urban residential segregation, while the rights of Africans to own and improve property, varying from one municipality to another, were in general very limited. Ideas about racial purity and the evils of miscegenation, now made illit outside marriage, became widespread. A fourfold system of job discrimination, white-colored Asian African 186, became standard. All this cemented the growing self-consciousness of whites as part of a racially defined South African people, with Das and other differentials potentially being put in the background. Capitalists found that in return for tolerating better conditions and wages for a minority of white workers, it was possible to collude with the state in organizing controls that kept black workers poor and unable to defend their own interests. Pass laws made it difficult for black workers to find employment where and when they liked and put them under the constant, if irregular, discipline of the police. The reserve system was ever more successful in supplying very cheap labor to the farmer in particular. The system of social controls as a whole, the exploitation color bar, as Frederick J. Onstone has argued, determined the ultra-exploitation of black workers far more than the rather limited number of jobs withheld entirely from them by statute following the legislation of the Pact era, the job color bar. And non-white workers have suffered far more from the exploitation color bars of the employers than from the job color bar of the white workers, and their grievances have always centered not around the job color bar and their more productive employment in the prevailing system of production, but around the forced labor system and their ultra-exploitable position in, and ultra-exploitation by, that system of production. 2. The dilemma for capital came when times were slow and white workers had to be employed in large numbers for relatively good wages. Then business was tempted to agitate for at least a weakening of segregation. Under fusion, however, this pressure was removed. Whites could move into supervisory positions and their children, increasingly better educated, could jump up into a higher slot in the job market. The white worker, on CE terrified at being ground under between capital and cheap black labor, could then find in segregation a viable and apparently stable form of survival. Fusion, however, proved to lead to a period of more than just stability. As business expanded spectacularly, the contradictions in Herzog's segregation system actually widened. 187. The crisis of the 1940s. Fusion was linked to placing South Africa, the capitalist world's main source of gold, at a time of economic collapse and dislocation off the gold standard. From the mid-1930s, as the price of gold soared, it fueled an unprecedented boom in South African industry with few breaks continued through World War XI and beyond. It was the pressures people experienced as a result that evoked a new era of challenge to the capital emulation process in South Africa. At first the boom made segregation more feasible, but then it threatened to dismantle it. With the Depression, the mines were able to begin recruiting a larger and larger proportion of their labor force from the High Commission territories, Bechuanaland, Basutoland, and Swaziland. These three protectorates had been left out of the Union deliberately by the British Imperial government, which thereby retained a special handle on South African affairs. Now their economy, only based on the export of agricultural produce to South Africa, was transformed into that of rural slums dependent on the remittances of migrant workers. Nyasaland also began to function as a major source of mines labor. For Blake South Africans, the 1930s marked the beginning of the end of the viability of the reserves. Hundreds of thousands streamed to the IDs, seeking work in manufacturing, which began to display mining for a central position in the economy. Industrial employment increased. 188. by more than 60% between 1933 and 1939 and more than 50% again between 1939 and 1945. Nearly 2 million Africans were living in South African cities by 1945. 3. The urban locations strained at the seams from the mass of new workers. Shanty towns emerged despite attempts to limit entry into urban areas. The situation was intensified by the entry of South Africa into World War II in 1939. In wartime conditions it was impossible to police the bounds of segregation that had been laid so carefully through interwar legislation. Smuts, again Prime Minister after Hertzog's unsuccessful opposition to South African entry in the war, was in any case more of a pragmatist. Strikes broke out frequently, especially on the Rand, and the government Labour Department moved towards unofficial negotiations with the illegal African trade unions. For part of the war years pass laws were virtually suspended and African wages rose after a long period of decline or stagnation. Boom and war reignited African militancy. A new generation of labor activists such as the Durban Docker Zulu Fungula, whose career Dave Hemsen has illuminated, stood for the rights of the African proletariat within the urban areas, where alone they could now subsist. The African communist J.B. Marx began to organize effectively among miners. In 1940 Alfred Summa embarked on his decade-long presidency of the ANC, which began to consider the possibility of mass mobilization and the espousal of mass issues, thus moving away from the traditional defensive policies of the past. On the Rand, conditions in the shanty towns and inflation inspired a large, militant squatters movement. Among colored and Indians also the old leadership of negotiation and defense of existing privileges was discredited and radicals took the initiative. However, these tendencies did not all come together readily. Within the ANC an Africanist tendency emerged associated especially with Anton Lembede, a remarkable self-taught intellectual originally much under the influence of Afrikaner populist nationalism. Lembede and the Africanists were in favor of a growing mass involvement in the ANC while Mbiti opposing socialist influence in the form of the Communist Party, with which other ANC leaders cooperated. 189. By 1945 renditions in South Africa were undermining the basis for the segregation ideology. Smuts was under substantial pressure from several camps. Some industrialists were demanding a relaxation of the system of urban segregation in particular. A new liberalism emerged under their patronage which insisted on the primacy of further capitalist development now threatened by antediluvian segregationist practice. Such liberals had close ties with both Anglo-American and the ANC elite through such agendas as the Institute of Race Relations, an important research center established in Johannesburg which came to depend in part on financing from American Foundation money. Most held only the vision of a new and modified form of Radst hegemony, but some began to press for a genuine democratization of society. Smuts and, in particular, his influential deputy J.H. Hofmeyr, were receptive to arguments for restructuring. At the same time, it was crucial for Smuts to smash the initiatives of African militancy that had developed all the more forcefully precisely because relative labor scarcity gave such economic force to their efforts. In this context can be seen the brutal suppression of the African Mine Workers Union strike in 1946 which had broken out under communist leadership. The NRC representatives were so outraged by the subsequent arrogance of the government that they boycotted further proceedings, breaking down the Herzog system of native representation. Thus the last phase of the United Party government had a contradictory character. Repression was mixed with promises of liberalization. Attempts to give the Indians a vote while restricting their economic activities, and the proposals of the Smith, 1942, and Fagan, 1946-8, commissions to register African trade unions and extend urban rights of Africans belong to this phase. It also seems ironically fitting that Smuts, now in his 70s, proved as ineffective in coping with crisis after 1945 as he had in the post-World War I era. He ended his political career with a second crucial defeat which brought Malin and the purified Afrikaner nationalists to power. 9. The decolonization of Africa, 1940 to 1960. We have been informed of your good activities. Many of our recent recruits praise you very much for equipment, guidance, help and your wife's welcome. But there is something else you should bear in mind, and that is, 1. Why you are still teaching under Beecher's report. 2. We have been informed that our enemy Bildad Giddisha lunches with you in your house and that you have been dressing his wounds, helping him to recover. 3. You cannot serve two masters. Letter from Mau Mau fighters to school teachers Karari and Jama, in Donald Barnett and Karari and Jama, Mau Mau from Within, Monthly Review Press, 1966, p.141. One must render me this justice that during the 5 months the strike lasted, I did not write a single article on the question, and that if I dealt with it at Tim Es in my speeches, I did so voluntarily, in measured terms. Although I affirmed the legitimacy of the principles supported by the strikers, I advocated a compromise solution as the only one possible under the circumstances. The event proved us right. L.C. Pold said Senghor on the 1947 railway workers' strike in French West Africa, cited in J. Chouret Canale, the French West African railway workers' strike, 1947-48, in Peter Gutkind, Robin Cohen, and Jean Kopp ANS, eds, African Labor History, Sage, 1978, p.145. 192. A magical word meant to exorcise ethnic quarrels and antagonisms, and as such very precious in contemporary Africa. Nation is a fetish word as while aimed at abolishing differences. The second colonial occupation. Two related watersheds divide the 20th century history of Africa, the Great Depression and World War XI. Neither had African causes, the second was fought only tangentially in tropical Africa. Both, however, brought about fundamental shifts in world political economy that deeply touched material life and ultimately initiated far-reaching social, political and economic change. For the colonial regimes, the Depression was a time of stagnation and retrenchment. The limits imposed by the kind of capitalist development being pursued in Africa became very apparent. If that development was to go further, social and economic investments were necessary. Although this was increasingly obvious to the more forward-thinking colonial administrators by the 1930s, funds for new ends were rarely available. As world trade gradually recovered, political crises in Europe and Asia quickly unfolded, leading towards the giant confrontations of World War XI. If the Depression had marked an era of retrenchment in Africa, the war was the reverse, a forcing house of quick change and intense pressure. For war-orientated fascist Italy, this pressure on the colonies began while back in the 1930s. Eritrea was turned into a forward base for the conquest of Ethiopia. New investments brought in a large Italian settler community and rapid urban growth. After the conquest, Ethiopia was set upon by the Italians, who proceeded to pour money into infrastructure without precedent. Such pressures became generalized in Africa by 1941. Britain relied heavily on African raw materials. The 194. Belgian government, exiled from its homeland after 1940 but still in command in Leopoldville, and the Free French, who by 1942 effectively took over the sub-Saharan African colonies from Vichy Offiels, were even more dependent on Africa as a base. African troops were requisitioned for fighting in Asia and the Mediterranean as in World War I, but now the effect of a total imperial war economy was far more intensive. Forced labor was revived in many spheres of the colonial economy. Administrations pushed forward both cash crop and foodstuff production as much as their means allowed, while imported goods became scarce or unobtainable. The result, in Kenya and Tanganyika, in northern Nigeria and French West Africa, was massive food shortages and famine conditions. Africans responded by immigration to the towns, where imposed isolation from Europe was creating new job opportunities. It was the war which witnessed the beginning of a wave of entrance to urban areas that has not ceased even now. In the 80s, conditions for poor migrants were deplorable. Food was short, housing unavailable, and sanitation terrible. While employment chances existed for wage earners, the worker was met with rocketing inflation that exerted its own radical autonomous pressure on living conditions. The war dramatically exposed the poverty of Africans to Europe. Dependent colonies with limited infrastructures and populations producing little beyond their barest needs could offer little assistance to the mother countries. In this context, and this was particularly noticeable in British thinking, what once had been the idea of isolated reformers fast became generalist. Africa needed a New Deal, to begin as quickly as possible, both for its own good and, more importantly, for the good of Europe. Catherine Kokorevich, writing about the Depression in French West Africa, and John Lonsdale and Anthony Lowe writing on British East Africa, have noted independently the significance of this transformation. The last two have referred to the post-war years as those of a second colonial occupation. Behind the second occupation were some entirely new considerations, such as the encouragement of secondary industry or the corresponding attempts to create a small, relatively well-paid, and conservative urban working des. 195. Other aspects though were really an extension and an intensification of ERI, i.e. forms of capital penetration. Thus development plans continued to lay great stress on transport infrastructure connected to the evacuation of export crops. The railway lines were now supplemented by feeder roads and even tarmac highways on which ran imported lorries and vans. Large sums of money were poured into improving existing routes or artificially constructing new ones. A striking example is the Verdi Canal, which cut across from the open Atlantic to the West African lagoon network, opening up Abidjan as a seaport for the Ivory Coast. It was a major example of the work of FIDES, the French Fonds d'Investissements Économiques et Sociaux, which were intended to coordinate development finance. Cash crops remained an inherent part of economic expansion. After years of war, the world was prepared to buy unprecedented amounts of agricultural commodities and to pay unprecedented sums for them. Colonial coffers filled to heights unimagined in the 1930s. The colonial bureaucracies also swelled, and increasingly their characteristic and most numerous members were technical specialists, particularly in agriculture. Until the 1930s, the colonial regimes intervened relatively little in peasant agriculture, they preferred simply to squeeze producers. Now grandiose schemes for irrigation and community development were planned. Agricultural experts trained assistants as a task force to coerce peasants into producing according to what were assumed to be superior techniques based on European models. Agricultural ordinances with penal sanctions were passed with alacrity. Effective new inputs into peasant agriculture were limited but not insignificant. Plows, tractors, and particularly chemical fertilizers played an increasingly significant part in expanding production, while frequently exhausting the soil and marking the intensification of social distinctions within the rural population. Greatest of all post-war agricultural experiments was the Tanganyika groundnut scheme. In the mid-1940s there was a world shortage of edible oils and India, the principal exporter of groundnuts, was unable to make up for the scheduled needs. So, with the advice of Unilever, the British government embarked on a scheme for 196. Tumming large sections of Tanganyika into a mechanized groundnut producer. There was little planning and the local colonial administration was scarcely consulted. As a result, virtually every choice regarding soil, machines, labor, and land was wrong. Old tanks were unconvincingly transformed into agricultural machinery. At the beginning of the 1950s the groundnut scheme was wound up, a disastrous failure to which the British government had dedicated tens of millions of pounds. Rarely, in fact, were grand mechanized schemes very successful. The real backbone of what increase in productive wealth could be found in agriculture lay in the roads stretching deeper into new country, and the excellent post-war produce prices, both of which stimulated most of the old, and created new, cash cropping zones. In effectively isolating Africa from Europe, the war spurred on the first significant wave of industrialization orientated to local markets, producing either the small range of mass consumption goods such as soap powder, matches, beer and cigarettes, or goods designed for the affluent local bourgeoisies, especially where important populations of European or Asian origin resided. Salisbury and Nairobi, Dakar and Leopoldville, Accra and Lagos, Asmara and Addis Ababa were the main centers of industrial growth. Much of the new industry was related either to export processing or import substitution and involved the dominant export-import houses. The profile of their interests changed rapidly as the second colonial occupation shifted the import cargoes increasingly from basic industrial consumer goods to machinery and capital goods. The import, marketing, and servicing of automobiles became big business. Firms such as the United Africa Company withdrew from produce storage in small market canteen centers to concentrate on establishing retail department stores in the major cities. This shift in business interests dovetailed with colonial policy, which sought at once to preserve the prosperity of the oligopolies and the security of the peasant base of society by eliminating or streamlining middlemen operations. In the post-war era, cooperative societies expanded their base widely. The cooperatives received state assistance in recognition for functioning as mediators between the small producer and the European firms. The largest in all Africa. 197. The Victoria Federation of Cooperative Unions organized the marketing of the booming cotton expansion of northern Tanganyika. It was specifically directed at pressing Asian middlemen buyers out of business and, under the facade of cooperative principles, was effectively dominated by the richest and most ambitious Africans of the area. Wealthy farmer transporter money lenders were just as prominent in the cocoa-producing cooperatives of western Nigeria and the Gold Coast. In French Africa, a somewhat parallel system, the Sociétés Indiques, Messe de Prévoyance, had an earlier origin and were historically tied to both the forced cultivation tradition and the French need to establish collaborative linkages with chiefs and big men in rural areas. Together with cooperatives, the other major new, related institution was the Marketing Board. The boards were formulated in response to depression conditions and fears of producer antagonism against middlemen, or even the expatriate firms, as manifested in the great cocoa holdup in the pre-war Gold Coast. They set seasonal prices for particular export crops on a territorial basis and controlled the licensing of buying agents with whom producers could deal. Initially justified as a means of stabilizing peasant income, in practice they withheld large sums for the benefit of the state. In theory these were to be used for development purposes, but the British particularly made use of them to back their currency by placing the balance in Britain. Marketing boards, like cooperatives, were intended as a means of direct state accumulation from the agricultural production process. The other side of post-war colonial planning was the new emphasis on social welfare. The war revealed the inadequacies, from the point of view of colonial needs, of an ill-housed, badly fed, illiterate population. The new stage of economic development towards which colonial regimes were preparing required a more qualified, stable working class. Considerable emphasis began to be laid on medicine, including rural and preventative medicine, which, for the first time, had some effect on the health of the masses in many areas. In most colonies a dramatic growth of primary education and state support for it began after the war. By this time school expansion was widely popular in Africa and a conveniently common ground of state and mass ambitions. The spread of 198 schools, even though not effectively universal anywhere before 1960, was a powerful force in integrating African youth into wider colony-wide political and social networks. A remarkable aspect of this spectrum of reforms was its conception and direction in a political void. It represented a program by and for bureaucrats. Some major administrative decisions seemed remarkably diluted. The British pressed forward with a problematic model of colonial federation, of which one controversial feature lay in the inclusion of a major new white settler initiative. During the war, consensus developed in Britain about the overriding need for large, amalgamated economic units that could be the arenas of effective new levels of capital penetration in Africa. Of these the most significant was the proposed Federation of British Central Africa, the Rhodesias and Nyasaland. As profits from northern Rhodesian copper mining mounted, bringing to the copper belt a rapid increase in immigrant South African whites, uniting the Rhodesias became a very attractive proposition both to Rhodesian settler interests and to the copper companies. The growing emphasis on industrial markets and services in southern Rhodesian capitalism strengthened this trend. When in 1948 Afrikaner nationalists came to power in the South African general election, the British government at first feared an anti-British orientation in Pretoria and sought to buttress Salisbury as an alternative British imperial base. The Labour government in England was afraid to be seen openly pressing for settler domination in all Central Africa and pursued an incongruous policy of calling for massive new British immigration to the Rhodesias while claiming to champion African rights in the territories. It was apparently Whitehall insistence that led to the inclusion of impoverished Nyasaland in overall federal planning. After years of negotiation, amalgamation of the Rhodesias was rejected in favor of federation, which preserved the internal administrative systems of each territory intact. The Conservative government which came to power in 1951 pressed ahead and 2 years later established the Central African Federation, which indeed proceeded to attract both new white settlers and substantial British investment capital. With its spurious propaganda about racial partnership, federation never had 199 better than passive African mass support and was feared and hated by the politically conscious. It was the partnership between the horse and his rider, in the phrase of Lord Malvern, Southern Rhodesia's longtime premier. In attempting to foist an administrative fiat, the British were placing their heads in a hornet's nest. Despite parallel economic thinking on the subject, the British East African territories of Kenya, Uganda, Tanganyika, and Zanzibar were never federated. Kenya settlers sought federation only on terms that would be highly favorable to their political interests, while the colonial officials of Tanganyika and Uganda actually opposed it. As a result, what emerged were the East African Common Services, which eschewed political unification but created a general venue for regional capital development that was almost as attractive to business as the arrangement in Central Africa. The Kenya Highlands and Nairobi prospered as the local metropole for this zone. In Uganda there was the additional problem of how to amalgamate indirectly ruled Buganda into the wider territory. By the early 1950s Britain was committed to a unitary administration for Uganda and so evoked a political crisis of intensifying dimensions. The other model paragon of indirect RUIE, Northern Nigeria, faced a similar dilemma. During the war, economic considerations led to the determination of a federal hut unitary development for Nigeria, pitting one interest which had favored the Emirates and other artificially preserved or invented monarchies and the other, now potentially triumphant, representing the central bureaucracy. As in Uganda, the fruits would prove bitter. The question of settler power connected closely to that of federation in British East and Central Africa. During the war, settlers held a particularly strategic position to which metropolitan authorities were indebted. After the war ended, their numbers grew fast in much of Africa while economic conditions greatly favored their prosperity. To the second colonial occupation, in conjunction with excellent demand for tropical produce, created possibilities for a small bourgeoisie in most territories, and European colonists had the education, techniques, and connections with officialdom to fill that role. It was in the late 1940s that the White Highlands 200 of Kenya formally became the scene of capital-intensive and very lucrative agriculture, while African squatters were increasingly evicted and pushed out to the Kikuyu Reserve. The tobacco boom fueled a big push in capitalist agriculture in southern Rhodesia. The white population of the Belgian Congo more than tripled in 15 years after the war, while a doubling of the Portuguese in the decade of the 1940s alone finally appeared to fulfill the vain dreams of earlier eras for Angola and Mozambique. Wherever they settled, Europeans served their interests best by a rigid group identity and a racism increasingly shorn of old-fashioned paternalism. Nothing roused and united Africans more than their advances. The settler thrust, as much in its economic as its political manifestations, was another main ingredient in the tensions and transformations of the era. The new colonialists gave overwhelming emphasis to social and especially economic change. Political change was envisioned only rather gingerly, in step with the most liberal colonial thought of the pre-war era. Within the oppressive, racist ideology characteristic of the old colonial rhetoric. A more idealistic old coin had occasionally been polished and brought down from the attic for international inspection. In the case of the British, the message was that Africans could eventually, in the remote future, follow in the footsteps of their white brethren in colonies of settlement and obtain self-governing institutions within the Commonwealth. The most one could say for its application before 1939 was the presence of legislative councils in nearly all the colonies. Only the all-white legislature in southern Rhodesia had any real weight, however. In West Africa these councils contained African members, a few of whom were elected on a limited urban property franchise. The French, in contrast, occasionally professed a belief in assimilation, ideally, the total economic and political integration of the colonies into France, with their inhabitants receiving normal political and legal rights of other Frenchmen. Here a taste existed in the form of the deputy elected to the French chamber by the voters of the 4 communes of Senegal, and in personal achievement by several thousand African individuals of French citizenship rights through a stiff bureaucratic procedure. The war saw greatly renewed propaganda along both these. The Decolonization of Africa 1940-1960 201 lines. In fact, the new thinking in London and Paris involved reforms that represented concessions to precisely those demands made by elite African organizations before the war. In British West Africa, the territorial coverage of the legislative councils was extended to include the entire colonies, while in the Gold Coast the franchise was extended. Reforms were proposed in local government to give a large stake in them to the educated and restless. Economic grievances were attended to by the encouragement of industry, the marketing boards and cooperatives, while the social side received the response of substantially increased state involvement in education. Immediately after the war, planning for a university in the Gold Coast, and shortly after, one in Nigeria, appeared to be concessions to reach the acme of the coastal heights dreams. Within the administration, the hiring of Africans for high-level positions and the dismantling of the social color bar were considered. Outside West Africa, reforms were less bold. However, here too there was educational expansion and a beginning of legislative representation. The latter started with the appointment of Iliad Matthew as the first African member of the Kenya Legislative Council in 1944. French reforms were more dramatic and were more dramatically inaugurated at the Brazzaville Conference in 1942 by General Charles de Gaulle after the adherence of the regime in Equatorial Africa to the cause of anti-Nazi, pro-British Free France. After the war, constitutional meetings led to the establishment of a pan-imperial representative French Union and the admission of elected African deputies from all territories to the French Chamber of Deputies. The electoral franchise was limited and a special electoral college was designed to appease the French settlers in Africa. Admission of Africans to the highest echelons of the colonial service, municipal self-government and rapid educational expansion were also planned in the French model, while the franchise was extended by stages. The abolition of forced labor in 1946 was the most solid token of a new stage being reached in French Africa. In contrast, there was no equivalent reform in the Belgian and Portuguese systems during the decade following the war. What characterized both these systems was their different relationship to the second colonial occupation. In the 202 Congo, the intensification of capital penetration really went back to the 1920s and had proceeded smoothly without political or administrative concessions to Africans. So why not continue in the same mold? Portugal was too backward to advance on this front until after 1960, when it faced the stark challenge of wars for liberation in the colonies. In the quantitatively more significant cases of France and Britain, political reform was closely linked to what were seen as the necessary social basis for the new planned level of capitalist development. Both powers appreciated the importance of some kind of new basis for collaboration with Africans. Social confrontation and class struggles. The political reforms of the new colonialism were based, at least initially, on an estimate of the social forces of the pre-war era. They were profoundly behind the times. The greatly altered international political sphere provided a wider setting of pressures that worked to provoke change. The destruction of liberal political institutions by fascist regimes in Europe, together with the new prestige and power of the Soviet Union following its decisive role in the defeat of fascism, left the social groundwork of capitalism in Europe very weak after 1945. Reforms to secure political and social democracy were considered essential in this climate, and such considerations were particularly acute in the colonies. The war virtually swept away European colonialism in Asia. There the West faced the stark choice of anti-capitalist regimes, of which a most important one came to power in China in 1950, or compromise with nationalist-minded bourgeoisies, as in India. Perceptions of Africa were necessarily clouded by the far more advanced Asian colonial crisis. The greatest Western power had almost no stake in maintaining colonial rule. American policy was committed to containing the advance of socialism through establishing ties with nationalists in the colonies who could be won over to the American view of the world. This was a strategy closely related to the desire of American business to establish a stronger position in the trade and material resources of African and other colonies dominated by European industry. 203. American wartime propaganda was often sharply anti-colonial. Later, the imperative need for good relations with European allies blunted the thrust, but the general lines of pressure remained constant. Within Africa, the situation differed in 1945 from what it had been a decade earlier. Indeed, the economic and social initiatives of the colonial authorities themselves helped to make early political reforms inadequate. Economic pressures had thrown up a rapidly growing wage labor force and swollen the population of the DIS. The boom in commodities that followed led both to rising expectations and to differentiation between the less and more fortunate that fueled the grievances. Consequently, the 1940s were an era of unprecedented labor organization and labor insurgency. There were instances of worker action and strikes within the colonial African economy as far back as the late 19th century, and an important wave of labor unrest struck many African administrations after World War I. The next significant crest followed the return to prosperity in the late 1930s, when continuing depression rate wages brought about several important strikes, notably on the Mombasa docks and the northern Rhodesian copper belt. Britain began to turn to a policy of fostering legal trade unions, permitted also by the French during the Popular Front government of 1936–8. This merely foreshadowed the labor unrest that gathered strength in the last couple of years of the war. There was virtually no African colony without a major strike phase. The workers who were most able to organize and make their demands stick were those in the public sector, particularly in transport and communications, railway workers, dockers, telegraphists and postal workers. Major and briefly crippling strikes affected the docks of Lourenço Marques in Mozambique and Matadi in the Congo. Those in Lagos, 1945, and in Dar es Salaam, 1947, successfully spread inland along the lines of rail in Nigeria and Tanganyika to become general strikes. In 1947, the railway workers of French West Africa struck for an unbelievable 4 months, largely on the issue of RADS differentials. Union organizations of indeterminate character and explosive force mushroomed. The colonial authorities were anxious to prevent labor. 204. From turning to overtly political issues that could challenge the basis of exploitation as a whole. They responded to strikes not only with repression, notably severe in the Portuguese colonies and in the wartime B1G Congo, but with a positive program of non-political, colonially directed unionism, to which end labor departments were organized. The British government dispatched conservative British trade unionists, by agreement with the Trades Union Congress, to spearhead the effort. The result was a formal union structure that came to resemble the economistic Western collective bargaining model. The leadership that emerged from the African unions typically, not always, consisted of outsiders who B10 and GED by training to the C1 Aracle stratum or above, organizing with the mentality of would-be bureaucrats on the make or petty entrepreneurs. Thus in Nigeria, union secretaries would often serve several unions at once and were in effect professional self-made go-betweens. Yet this business unionism strategy had only limited success before the middle 1950s. Even the most cooperative union officials could not always effective 1Y control mass action, although they failed to give it revolutionary political leadership. The likelihood of labor unrest dominated colonial fears throughout this period. Peasant unrest was much less focused and less strategic, but it potentially involved much larger numbers. 3. Not UNRWA-aided issues gripped rural Africa: reaction to intensifying cash pressure and differentiation, the apprehensions caused by settler prosperity and expansion, and the resistance to agricultural improvements imposed by force. All three in conjunction typified British Central and East Africa. Opposition to agricultural ordinances was coupled with a refusal to pay taxes and hostility to the regime of the chiefs. In Tanganyika, the most massive rural resistance movement occurred in Lake Province. The peasantry rallied against the attempt to impose what was called multiracial government, the association of Indians and Europeans, an infinitesimal minority, in the organs of local government. Non-cooperation and sabotage effective 1Y brought provincial administration to a halt. Other social conflicts of the time in Tanganyika show different facets of rural protest: tax residential instance among the pair, anti-chief struggles among the Shambat. 205. The fight against land alienation to settlers in Alund consolidation program aimed at agricultural efficiency in Meru. These conflicts went back to the war years and intensified to reach a peak in the late 1950s, when the British were hardly able to collect any tax in Tanganyika. During the 1950s, anti-chief and anti-agricultural ordinance crises swept the new Central African Federation of the Rhodesias and Nyas-Alund as well. In West Africa, the classic agriculture-related political issue revolved around the bureaucracy's efforts to stamp out swollen shoot disease among cocoa trees. The government remedy was to destroy all infected shoots and cut down whole areas in order to isolate the disease. Farmers realized this was ineffective and that they could at least get some profit from a poor harvest, which was better than none at all. Indeed, swollen shoot is no longer treated according to the prescriptions of the period. The resultant conflict was acute and resulted in a deep alienation of cocoa farmers, especially in the Gold Coast, from the colonial state. Pride of place in any discussion of peasant resistance to colonialism in this era must go to three great armed risings: one in Madagascar in 1947-8, one in central Kenya in 1952-5, usually called Mau Mau, and one in Cameroon which began in 1955. All are usually placed in the context of the movement for independence as a form of political nationalism. But more attention should be given to their social context and the material pressures that the African peasantry was feeling. In Kenya and Cameroon, the uprisings' links to urban communities and to the labor movement were significant. In Cameroon, the rising took place under the auspices, and, in part, control, of a political party, the Union de Populations du Cameroun, with some systematic involvement of radicalized, educated Cameroonians. The nationalist politicians and the educated population generally had a far more tangential role in the other two. All three took place in colonies with aggressive and militantly racist settlers. Cameroon's post-war political history had begun with a vicious attack on Africans by the settlers of the port city of Douala. In Madagascar, a major geography focus of rebellion was the plantation sector of the Eastem coastal lowlands. In Kenya, Mau Mau sought the recovery of land proclaimed for whites only. Many fighters, 206, were evicted squatters who had found a cold welcome in the increasingly cash-orientated, commoditist, crowded Kikuyu reserve. Mau Mau was in part a fight against the growing intrusion of capitalism into Kenyan agriculture. The guerrillas struck above all at the new class of Kikuyu accumulators. They called themselves the Land Freedom, or Land and Freedom, Army. Far too little is known still of the actual practice of the guerrilla fighters in all three areas. In Kenya, the Land Freedom Army held a secret parliament in the recesses of the remote Aberdare Mountains and called for the emergence of a united African nation in Kenya. Yet a decisive weakness of Mau Mau was its failure to gain much active support among non-Kikuyu. In Madagascar, some of the military commanders appear to have been men of considerable political ability, there was a strong element of continuity with peasant movements that had fought in the 19th century against the exact ions of the autocratic Imarina kingdom. Yet in contrast to Kenya, the political leadership was afraid to tamper with the villagiates and made compromises with them on a pragmatic basis. In Cameroon several areas, in turn, took up arms, but as in Kenya no national basis for the fighting was found by the UPC. The leadership deliberately restricted their political demands to two minima: formal independence from France and the unification of French with British Cameroon, thus uniting the old German colony. These were two demands which, eventually and ironically, the French were prepared to grant once the UPC was effectively beaten. All three rebellions occurred almost independently of the sympathy of the outside world, and this was ultimately a major source of weakness. They never developed the global analysis or linkages which might have brought them more success. Only with an understanding of this background of urban and rural mass protest and the new colonial context does the post-war expansion of nationalist mass movements, incredible compared with those of earlier times, begin to be explicable. The ideology of nationalism, apart from becoming more insistent, did not change much from that developed by the petty bourgeoisie before the war. Until 1940, however, this class had never succeeded in winning. The Decolonization of Africa 1940-1960 207. Mass support, only rarely had it been sought, nor had it established viable political organizations. After 1945 it could call upon both the need of the colonial regimes for some new sort of association with Africans and the enormous possibilities opened up by proletarianization, labor struggles and rural discontent. Between these two forces a vacuum had been created. The classic case in the British colonies was the Gold Coast. The Liberalist Constitution of 1946 paved the way for the creation of the United Gold Coast Convention to fight elections. It was led by the old coastal elite based on pre-war alignments who favored heightened agitation and an eventual development towards independence. The UGCC, however, stood aloof from social issues and continued all too obviously to represent the interests of the most privileged strata. In 1947 the leadership called on the services of a man who had made a name as an organizer for black causes in Britain, the American-educated Kwame Nkrumah. Nkrumah set the pace for Gold Coast, and indeed African, nationalism. He had a magnificent sense of personal style, spoke powerfully and was a tireless organizer. It was his politics which brought nationalism to the people. He created a political imagery and an appeal to the underdog that attracted a nucleus of dedicated militants, frequently from among the unemployed urban school-leavers and ex-servicemen, the new urban crowd of African cities. He made alliances with market women and labor unions. Opposing swollen shoot policy and agitating about cocoa prices, he penetrated the countryside. He effectively established a network that covered much of the Gold Coast, cross-cutting language and religious boundaries. When the UGCC, increasingly uncomfortable with his politics, tried to get rid of Hearn, Nkrumah successfully established his own convention People's Party in 1949. Nkrumah may be taken as the model radical nationalist. However, the limits to his populist politics need to be considered simultaneously. At the heart of CPP affairs lay an ambitious core of businessmen and functionaries, less established than the UGCC stalwarts, but with similar aims and ambitions. The CPP is sometimes considered a mass party, but it rested heavily on networks of it dominated. 208. Homeboy associations and the patronage of community notables. It in no way contradicted or compromised the social basis of Gold Coast merchant capital. Nkrumah-style politics could not accommodate a class-based orientation. Instead he emphasized national unity, a program that apparently offered something to all classes but rested heavily on the ambitions of an outside, aspirant bourgeoisie to establish a firmer position in the colonial economy, above all through winning control over the bureaucratic machinery of the colonial state. "Seek ye first," said Nkrumah, "the political kingdom. The other side of the emphasis upon unity was the necessity to balance rival power brokers who based their influence on ethnicity, religion, or region and prevent their mutual antagonisms from getting out of control. Much of Nkrumah's language and emphases had already been polished abroad. By 1945 the number of Africans studying or working in Britain and France had increased significantly. Their Pan-Africanism had been born from the element of race consciousness that flowed naturally from the situation of blacks in much of the Americas, classically articulated by Marius Garvey in the interwar era, offering an ideal that was sufficiently vague to include potential support of bourgeois, workers and peasants. In England many of the major political figures of the nationalist era, Nkrumah, Hastings Bunda of Nyasaland and Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya, worked together closely and found support within a small but articulate reforming stratum of metropolitan opinion. A second influence, perhaps as much rhetorical as real, came from the Communist Party whose agitational and organizational skills much impressed Nkrumah and others. Nkrumah may also have taken from communist influences his relatively early orientation towards state involvement in economic development, especially industrialization. After the Gold Coast became independent in 1957 under the name of Ghana, chosen from a favored antique empire in African nationalist litanies, Nkrumah made it the haven for anti-colonial movements from all over the continent. As the foes of decolonization shifted southward, a similar role was played by the Tanganyika regime, Tanzania from 1964, of Julius Nyerere, which was granted independence in 1961. Nkrumah and Nyerere were central figures articulating the decolonization of AFRLCA, 1940 to 1960. 209. The inspiring rhetoric of radical nationalism. They espoused international non-alignment, African unity, and the struggle against dependence and underdevelopment, and their influence was everywhere infectious. Nyerere's Tanganyika Africa National Union had a similar mix of petty bourgeois ambitions to the CPP, battening upon mass social and economic issues. Cooperative leaders, local notables, urban landlords, and traders dominated its cells. Yet most of the African political parties of the late 1940s and the 1950s were even less genuinely mass parties. The framework of ambitious local businessmen, rich farmers, and labor union brokers was much more nakedly obvious, and popular involvement largely passive in the Sierra Leone People's Party, the Uganda People's Congress, or the National Congress of Nigeria and the Cameroons. They too, however, could occasionally galvanize protest around particular issues and effectively present themselves to the British as potential power brokers. In Paris, the parallel cultural nationalism of negritude emerged from similar influences. It was particularly associated with the Senegalese poet and teacher, Léopold Sédar Senghor. Yet the political organizations developed after the introduction of elections were largely not nationalist at all. They accepted the broad framework of assimilation proposed in various forms by liberalist French imperialism. Here the radical impulse was at first weak. It gained more strength in a new wave of politicization in the 1950s, reacting upon the renewed vitality of French capitalism applied to Africa. The poetical setting. In 1945 it was hardly the intention of the colonial regimes to get out of Africa in the foreseeable future. However, they were already committed to the new United Nations organization system established by the victorious anti-fascist allies. The terms of the UNO Charter contained an affirmation of the right to popular self-determination which could be applied to the world outside Europe. The very establishment of the UNO already brought certain African questions to the fore. The World Organization had vested rights in the old League of 210 Nations mandates over the ex-German colonies. These continued to be administered by Britain, France, Belgium, and South Africa, but the new format refused to allow the amalgamation of smaller territories into the neighboring colonies and established a commitment to eventual independence, although pressure for speed towards that goal was at first minimal. Additionally, there was the problem of the colonies of defeated Italy, Libya, Somalia, and Eritrea. Wranglings over their future continued for many years between the great powers. Libya was eventually conceded independence in 1951, the fourth internationally recognized sovereign African state after Ethiopia, Liberia, and Egypt. Or the two colonies in the Horn of Africa. Various solutions were proposed. A British mandate over a unified Somali-speaking territory to include British Somaliland Protectorate and a part of eastern Ethiopia was one possibility. This idea confronted the ambitions of Haile Selassie, who sought to end the isolation of Ethiopia from the sea, which he felt had been crucial in its seizure by Italy. The strategic value of Ethiopia to the west, due to its proximity to Middle Eastern oil reserves, was substantial, and there was a predisposition, especially by the USA, to go some way towards accommodating Ethiopian state claims. As a result, the eastern frontier of Ethiopia was left where it had been, and Italian Somaliland reverted to Italian control, but with the international guarantee of sovereign independence in 10 years. Eritrea was granted autonomy within Ethiopia, which proceeded to receive in return an increasing American military involvement, including the grant of Kagnu Air Force Base in Eritrea. Eritrean autonomy lasted only 10 years, from 1952 to 1962. Then the Eritrean Assembly, surrounded by troops, was forced at gunpoint to accept integration into Ethiopia as an ordinary province. A second internationally determined decolonization decision concerned the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan. The Sudan was to all intents and purposes a British colony, particularly after the White Flag Rebellion of 1923 convinced the British to try and close it to Egyptian nationalist influence. Yet Egypt had residual treaty rights in the Sudan, as well as an enormous cultural influence among the Arabic-speaking. 211. Intelligentsia of the Nile Valley. So long as Egypt was a monarchy, the formal, if ineffectual, position of its government was that the Sudan must eventually revert to the Kingdom of Egypt. But after the overthrow of Farouk in 1952, the Nahib government, Nahib himself being half Sudanese in origin, took a far more accommodating stance and established accords with the principal Sudanese political factions. Britain was prepared to proceed with the rapid transition to independence in the Sudan, which eventually took place in 1956. This was only a decade after the war ended. Yet within another 10 years most of Africa had also become independent. From a distance this seems like a single direct process. Observed more closely, it was a contradictory period marked by distinct if short-lived stages and, at the time, apparently inflating policies on the part of the colonial powers. Thus it seems best to consider the sequence of developments in Africa by establishing 4 separate, regionally focused narratives in looking at the decolonization of British West Africa, British Central and East Africa, the French-run territories, and finally, the Belgian Congo, where the Belgian withdrawal provoked the most dramatic events in the entire era. Independence for British West Africa. For British West Africa the key territory was the Gold Coast, whose decolonization we have already begun to examine. The reforms of the first post-war institution in 1946 were meager, but they initiated unintentionally a timetable whose logic was easily seized by nationalists. Once the possibility of self-government within the colonial system had been conceded, pressing the issue towards greater speed and resolution was a viable and extremely attractive TD. In the immediate aftermath of the war, the Gold Coast at first largely evaded the labor agitation typical of most colonies. Yet social tensions ran high. In 1948 a demonstration of ex-servicemen outside Christiansborg Castle, the seat of government in Asara, was fired upon by government troops. This was the signal for days of rioting in the 212. Property of foreign companies, including the principal UAC outlet in Accra, was looted. In the countryside the swollen shoot agitation turned cocoa farmers against the state. The high point of militancy was the general strike of January 1950. It was initiated neither by Nkrumah nor the CPP, but fell into their laps as the ideal pressure point against the colonial regime, which began to fear that if collaboration with Nkrumah was not established, a far more serious threat to capital in the Gold Coast might ultimately emerge. Nkrumah and most of his dosist associates were then or soon would be in prison, which gave them the aura of heroes and martyrs, prison graduates. By the time of the strike, the Kissy Commission had already prepared a condemnation of administrative policies with regard to the 1948 violence, and important concessions were under consideration. In 1951, a new constitution proposed direct elections for the entire territory and ministerial responsibility to the successful party. The CPP gained a substantial majority of seats, and Nkrumah agreed to call off positive action and serve as leader of government business. His release from jail was the archetypal nationalist triumph, a model that politicians elsewhere, with Nkrumah's warm encouragement, sought to emulate. For 6 years Nkrumah functioned as a colonial premier, establishing close relations with the British governor, Sir Charles Arden Clarke. This transitional period was crucial for underpinning the continuity which typified the transition to independence as the state machinery was gradually handed over to Africans. Africans were promoted rapidly in the civil service and began to acquire control over more and more patronage and funds. The CPP government carried out the established colonial development schemes, with a particular emphasis on education which was sure to gain popular approbation. Not surprisingly, the CPP machinery became increasingly closely identified with the state and evoked opposition from strata that had fight left out of Nkrumah's coalition. The CPP had mushroomed so fast that many local power brokers had simply been left standing in amazement at the beginning of the 1950s. Opposition began to crystallize around regional discontents aligned to Nkrumah's old UGCC opponents. 213. Nkrumah won a second election victory in 1954 impressively but not overwhelmingly. As hostility to Hearne spread in the cocoa-growing Asante region, the British obliged Hearne to call a final election in 1956, before proceeding to the grant of independence. Asante was a typical product of the Indirect rule system, under which traditional authorities had clustered a nexus of influence and patronage that was being undermined by the ascendancy of centralist initiative implied in the plans for decolonization. The relatively high level of wealth provided by cocoa gave weight to the local power elite. In equivalently governed areas that had only meager resources, no such effective opposition movements arose. The anti-Nkrumah forces did succeed in weakening the CPP in Asante tremendously, but their alliance on a national scale was motley and could offer no effective alternative to the vitality of the CPP and its now unshakable association with a program for immediate independence. Thus the CPP won some 72 out of 104 seats in the 1956 election, and Nkrumah led the Gold Coast to independence as the new state of Ghana in 1957. Why were the British authorities prepared to work with Nkrumah and concede major constitutional reforms? Privately, colonial officials remained convinced that they alone could render the second colonial occupation effective and profitable. They could presumably have exerted enough force to suppress nationalism in the colony for another generation. Yet there was a sense that the handwriting was on the wall, whatever the economic imperatives. The die was cast by 1951 and decolonization began to look like a European scramble out of Africa, reversing the rapid conquest of 60 to 70 years earlier. One of the most significant aspects of the Gold Coast experience was the absence of overt challenge to the interests of Western security or business interests in the transition years after Nkrumah entered the government. The commodity boom was still in full swing and generated optimism that the economic underpinnings of at least the more substantial colonies were firm enough to withstand political readjustment. In the event, the lessons established in the Gold Coast were quickly applied elsewhere. In 1951 Sierra Leone held its first colony-wide legislative elections, while regional 214 assemblies on a wide franchise were placed in operation in Nigeria. Decolonization in Nigeria displayed fundamental structural similarities to, but also important differences from, the Gold Coast. The broad social issues were very similar. Shortly following the end of hostilities in Europe, government workers in Nigeria staged a remarkably effective general strike. The labor movement showed militancy and intensifying politicization, despite attempts by the state to impose a business union system, and problems posed by its own fragmentation. Labor agitation was coupled with the emergence of a volatile urban crowd, open to radical and nationalist activism. The first major post-war political party, the National Congress of Nigeria and the Cameroons, NCNC, bore a strong resemblance to the CPP. Its leader, Nnamdi Azikiwe, was a journalist who, like Nkrumah, had received much of his education in the USA. He established ties with the labor movement, fed off popular agitation and inherited the mantle of the more populist strand of pre-war Lagos politics as typified by Herbert Macaulay. What made Nigeria different was particularly its incomparably greater size and population, in which the capital, Lagos, carried much less weight than Accra. Nigeria had been a united colony economically, but the administration of different areas, particularly north and south, had been entirely distinct. It contained the most highly developed stratum of bourgeois in Africa, notably merchants and professional men, and they advanced their fortunes very markedly in the post-war years. However, they generally operated local or, at most, regional networks, and their relative strength as a DAS was coupled with intense internal rivalries as they jockeyed for positions in the new national arena created by the process of decolonization. The problem posed by Asante within the Gold Coast was magnified enormously in Nigeria. Powerful local notables had the means and the will to prevent being upstaged from the center. This was most markedly true of the north, where the old ruling DAS and a merchant stratum had profited from the indirect rule system. The NCNC had radical elements, some of them loosely associated as Zikists, but their influence was always tempered by the strength of the Nigerian bourgeoisie. The last major 215 instance of an NCNC appeal to class concerns was its protest campaign after striking demonstrators were murdered by colonial troops at the coal mines of eastern Nigeria in 1949. By 1950 the Zikists were mostly purged from the party, largely dominated by business interests. While Nkrumah came from a small, out-of-the-way corner of the Gold Coast with little political influence, Azikiwe was an Igbo from eastern Nigeria. Tribe boundaries had become particularly politically salient in Nigeria, and the Igbo were a tribe which dominated one of the three regions demographically. In the 1920s they had accepted Christianity and schooling on an immense scale, often as tickets out of their impoverished homeland, the most densely populated city of tropical Africa. From the 1920s Igbo artisans and clerks spread throughout Nigeria, and by 1945 were increasingly prominent as while among the new generation of university graduates and ambitious businessmen. The NCNC was never wholly Igbo in composition, but it evoked hostility from others who used ethnic solidarity as a vehicle of political and economic competition. In the West, much of the Yoruba elite rejected the NCNC and established the Real Action Group, whose leader, Obafemi Awolowo, advocated decolonization towards a rather weak federal Nigeria. Other Yoruba continued to function within the NCNC and, as a result, control of the West was hotly contested through the 1950s. The greatest Yoruba town, Ibadan, continued to back the NCNC under the impress of the patronage system established by its boss, Ogoke Adelabu. Adelabu was a flamboyant and corrupt politician, fundamentally demagogic in that his vague populism was devoid of any serious social critique. He was the quintessential Nigerian politician whose following was built on a use of bread and circuses for the masses and manipulation of the petty bourgeois aspirations that stemmed from the strength of the vast bazaar network and myriad of small producers. In the North, two major parties developed, the Northern People's Congress and the Northern Elements Progressive Union. The NPC was the agency of the strong men of the Emirates. At its most effective it represented an attempt to modernise the power base of the administrative hierarchies by coalescing Riyal groups from different emirates, while 216. According some patronage to the commoner merchants on the one hand and the non-emirate and often non-Islamic minority of the Middle Belt and the Hill Country on the other. Its leader was Ahmadu Bello, a previously unsuccessful aspirant to the Sultanate of Sokoto, often known by his Sokoto Tide of Sartana. NEPV was considerably more radical, taking on itself the grievances of younger disaffected northern officials and well-to-do commoners. It had a nationalist outlook and its populism was often cast in Dasic Islamic terminology. It shared both the NPC's fears of southern domination and its demands for the northernization, rather than the Nigerianization, of the civil service. NEPV's strength was obscured in elections, thanks to the strength of the administrative and commercial networks the NPC could call into play, as well as coercion, in which British officialdom played an important hand. By 1945, whereas the British in Lagos envisioned a gradual process of devolution in Nigeria that would reconcile elements from the entire territory, their counterparts in the north strengthened and indeed partly created the provincial chauvinism that typified the NPC in particular. There is little evidence to suggest that the British as a whole sought to weaken potential Nigerian unity, for good economic reasons, quite the contrary. However, those in the north were in good part responsible for the increasingly acrimonious, racist and squalid form that Nigerian politics took. By 1951 it was dear that Britain would grant Nigeria independence in coming years. Thereafter, political life as defined by the parties and the incipient ruling das focused around a quarrel for spoils. In 1954 a constitution was devised which gave substantial financial powers to the three regional governments. This fundamentally entrenched on a regional basis the three political parties, although the Action Group actually lost control of the West for a time. The coming of independence then required some form of agreement between the parties. In 1959 the NPC finally agreed to independence based on a strongly federal constitution. Nigeria's first government in 1960 was a coalition between the NCNC and the NPC with an NPC premier, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. 217. In Sierra Leone the most dramatic social conflicts lay in the peasant revolts of the mid-1950s aimed at authoritarian and venal chiefs. These ultimately reasserted themselves under the patronage of the Sierra Leone People's Party led by Milton Margai. Margai and his machine brought Sierra Leone to independence in 1961 while the principal opposition leader, Siaka Stevens, whose party had a strong hold on urban workers, foundered in jail. The last British colony in West Africa was the Gambia. By the early 1960s Britain was determined to relinquish its administrative position in Africa and the Gambia was granted independence in 1965, however unlikely it was that this mini-state with a population only equal to that of Luxembourg could function as an effective sovereign entity. The end of British rule in East and Central Africa. The British authorities saw the problem of devolution in the major colonies of East and Central Africa rather differently from that in West Africa or the Sudan. With the exception of Uganda, which presented its own special problems as we shall see, the African bourgeoisie was very much less developed and, in colonial terms, very much less fit to administer the infrastructure it would inherit on independence. Devolution of any effective power to Africans was considered to lie a generation off even at the beginning of the 1950s. At the same time the British were anxious to balance concessions to Africans with support for the white settlers who remained the bulk of the local bourgeoisie. In the economic circumstances of the late 1940s settler agriculture began to boom while in-migration of Europeans increased steadily. Thus the official British goal was to try to establish a balance between black and white in the interests of regionally based capital development. We have already mentioned one aspect of this, the politics of federation, applied only to a limited extent in East Africa but established as the basis for a potential new dominion in Central Africa in 1953. Another aspect was generally called multiracialism, which established separate, racially defined electorates. The white and Asian minorities were given vastly greater representation within this 218 system than their numbers warranted, but nominated Africans were also now admitted to the assemblies. Only from the late 1950s did any of the plural racial systems set into motion actually allow Africans to vote. In reality, the compromise sought by Whitehall was an impossible one. Settlers were intransigent and unwilling to take any steps that challenged their hegemony in a white man's country. Even where, as in Tanganyika, truculent settlers were not really a serious political force, the state held out for the multiracial society in a way no das of Africans found acceptable. The timid advances in African representation meant little or nothing to an increasingly radicalized populace. African nationalism in East and Central Africa had a much sharper radical edge than in West Africa. The weakness of the bourgeois component may explain this in part. The cause, though, lay more in the escalation of post-war capitalist development, fight by peasants and workers with unprecedented force and identified locally not merely with the distant government but with the racially defined minorities, white settlers, Asian businessmen and, in Zanzibar, Arab planters. Post-war Kenya experienced a quickening of tension from the end of the war. The labor movement burgeoned out of control, leading to general strikes in Mombasa in 1947 and in Nairobi in 1950. Che Kibichia organized a politically orientated general workers' union that appeared for a time to herald the birth of DAS-based politics. Sharpening rural differentiation, especially on the Kikuyu Reserve, led to increasing anger and frustration on the part of the poor who linked up to the urban crowd in Nairobi and the radical wing of the union there. The old agitational politics of the Kenya African Union seemed tarn and inadequate in these harsh times. The only one of the established leadership to keep in effective touch with the new radical trend was Jomo Kenyatta, a brilliant orator and organizer who returned to Kenya in 1946 after 15 years abroad, mainly in Britain, as a worker, student, political agitator, and man of many parts. Many of the young radicals were Kikuyu who had been initiated in the 1940 age set. They were thus known as the 40 group. By the end of the 1940s mass oathing had been 219. Initiated by those who were determined to see the status quo in Kenya overturned in any way possible. Oathing evoked the loyalties of Kikuyu peasants in what became a largely Kikuyu movement. It may have alienated Africans for whom it was not a traditional practice. Violence erupted with assassinations of those who, both in Nairobi and Kikuyu land, were left to be the lackeys of the regime and traitors. In 1952 the governor proclaimed a state of emergency while fighters took to the hills, initiating the Mau Mau Rising. Mau Mau took essentially 3 years to control and an extraordinarily wide, severe repression. Large numbers of Kikuyu were herded into detention villages or imprisoned while the Kikuyu population of Nairobi was mostly expelled and replaced by other Kenyans. The radical wing of the labor movement was also squashed. Kenyatta himself was considered by most of officialdom as the mastermind of Mau Mau. This seems unlikely to be the case, although he was much too shrewd a politician entirely to disavow sympathy for the struggle, let alone the causes, of the Land Freedom Army. The British denounced Mau Mau as a psychological aberration, a retreat into darkness and death by savages with their veneer of civilized behavior removed. Yet Mau Mau caused British policy to shift towards reform. The crucial element was the Swinerton Plan, a program of land consolidation which aimed at securing political stability in Kikuyu land through the creation of a capitalist, small farming des. Closely linked to the plan was the abrogation of the ban on growing coffee by Africans, a ban which had long been enforced in order to preserve a profitable settler monopoly. Under this aegis African coffee production grew rapidly, and a minority of rich peasants began to grow with it. They came to establish links with the very small but also expanding class of professionally educated Africans, few of whom had any sympathy for the form or the radical potential of Mau Mau. A great weakness of the Land Freedom Army had been its relative failure to provoke sustained support from non-Kikuyu apart from immediately neighboring groups. The other Africans in fact benefited from the suspicion that fell on all Kikuyu during the 1950s. Politicians from the Luo-speaking people near Lake Victoria and other newly self-220 conscious tribes began to make themselves heard. A major figure of the new era was Tom Mboya, a Luo who became the leader of the reconstituted Nairobi labor movement. Mboya managed to retain his nationalist credentials while establishing a new trade union base with strong American affiliations. He was aided by the interest of British and other firms in Nairobi's growing industrial sector in creating a relatively small, better paid, stabilized labor force. Mboya and others established the Kenya African National Union in 1960, the first political party among Africans to function throughout Kenya. KANU demanded independence, an end to the White Highlands, African majority rule and Kenyatta's release from detention with an eventual commitment to independence. This proved sufficient as a program to hold its various factions together and overcome the challenge of a real party that based itself on the jealousies of the smaller tribes. KANU's effectiveness as a machine and the rapidly growing maturity of the African bourgeoisie led to British concessions, with a devolution process initiated in 1961 that brought independence in 1963. The White Highlands were made available to Africans by Pure Hayes, but part of the independence package enshrined private property in Kenya. The Pure Hayes by the state of Setir land was guaranteed by a British loan whose repayment ensured capitalist stability as state policy. From the time of his release, Kenyatta, despite his long imprisonment and advanced years, quickly assumed effective control of KANU and became Kenya's first president. Kenya's southern neighbor, Tanganyika, had already attained independence in 1961, the first of this bloc of countries in East Africa. The Tanganyika African National Union, TANU, has been described as a classic example of an African mass political party. Its most notable accomplishment was the effective welding together of the petty bourgeoisie on a territory-wide basis, cutting through religious and language boundaries. Its leader, Julius Nyerere, was remarkable for his modest habits, personal integrity, and moralist social vision. TANU's struggle was fundamentally against the attempt to foist multiracialism on Tanganyika. It was conducted on strictly reformist lines, but assisted by the long shadow of Mau Mau, the intensity of rural conflicts and the 221 particular strength of the Tanganyika labor union movement, which had organized more than 40% of wage laborers. The collapse of British authority in Lake Province was a major precipitating factor in the turnaround of 1958, which brought TANU participation in elections, Nyerere's entry into the government and then independence. Just out to sea from the Tanganyikan mainland lay the British Protectorate of Zanzibar. Britain faced no settler question here, but tensions escalated in the 1950s between one nationalist movement that represented the Sultan and the landlord interest, generally qualified as Arab, and another which saw itself as African and wanted the end of landlord power. It was not coherently socialist or Das-based, though, indeed it took a much less bold attitude towards the British regime than its rival. A third party, with its strength on the sister island of Pemba where the population was more intermingled and small one landowners dominant, held the balance of strength. At first ethnic politics covered up the intensity of Das conflict on the plantation island. Ironically, it was within the Zanzibar Nationalist Party, the more nationalist but less African party, that a Das-conscious left, with real strength among the important docker community and other wage workers, formed. This group, coupled with some elements in the African Afro-Shirazi Party, ASP, to radicalize Zanzibar politics. The Sultan's party took the reins of power in an independent Zanzibar at the end of 1963. In little over a month a violent coup overthrew the new regime and it looked as though a revolutionary government might emerge. At this point Tanganyika intervened. Zanzibar was incorporated into the new United Republic known as Tanzania, with loyal power in the main going to former ASP stalwarts. The nationalist struggle in northern Rhodesia and Nyasaland was first and foremost a struggle against the Central African Federation. Anti-federal agitation, based on apprehensions about the introduction of the Rhodesian system into the territories further north, was widespread in the late 1940s. However, the British Conservative Party government decided to go through with federation. At first opposition melted away surprisingly. Federation meant retaining the extant administrative system in EAA territory and thus 222 forbade new land alienations to whites in Nyasaland and northern Rhodesia. The growing labor movement on the Copper Belt received important concessions in 1955 after a successful African strike significantly increased wages, although virtually leaving the racial color bar in mine work intact. In these circumstances the small organizations of the local African Heights proved incompetent at carrying through their opposition. However, after several years the growing sophistication of new protest associations, the intensity of anti-chief, anti-agricultural ordinance agitation and fears of a more effective Rhodesian domination after the constitutional revision of 1960, brought a mounting wave of agitation, culminating in the proclamation of a state of emergency in Nyasaland in 1959. Britain had been anxious to make federation work as a viable financial unit, but this seemed increasingly unfeasible. To the enormous anger of Federal Premier Sir Roy Welonski, Harold Macmillan dropped the issue of movement to Dominion status and organized instead a policy of greater African representation within the northern legislatures. Hastings Bunda, a Nyasaland doctor who had lived in the USA, Britain, and then the Gold Coast for more than 30 years before being brought back by the various factions of the Nyasaland African Congress, was now released from jail and agreed to cooperate with colonial authority. In Nyasaland the right of secession from the Federation was granted in 1962, Northern Rhodesia followed suit a year later. By 1964 they were independent states under the names of Malawi and Zambia. The intensity of social crisis in these lands was as severe as it had been in Kenya, but thus far their historiography during this period is less well developed. The decolonization of Uganda presented problems for the British as severe as anywhere, although not quite of the same nature. There was no settler question. As elsewhere in East Africa, the large Asian immigrant minority had prospered in the post-war era and, in Uganda, it appropriated the lion's share of the opportunities available for a local bourgeoisie. Therefore anti-Asian feeling was more politically significant than elsewhere, as witness the boycott of Indian-owned shops in 1959-60. The British were less committed to the Asian than to a European settler bourgeoisie, however. The real 223 dilemma they faced in Uganda was what to do with the Buganda Protectorate. Buganda had been administered separately from the rest of the territory with only tangential representation on the Legislative Council. Its distinctive role might be compared to Asante in the Gold Coast, but Buganda occupied a yet more pivotal place in the wealth, population, and position of its educated stratum in Uganda. Uganda without Buganda was unimaginable to British administrators. Yet the Buganda elite were completely hostile to docile relations with the rest of the territory. The peasantry were deeply involved in social and economic agitation but tended to see the future in terms of a restoration of the full rights of a sovereign Kabaka who could mend the evils of the day. In 1952 Sir Andrew Cohen, the British Colonial Office's mastermind of decolonization, came to Kampala as governor to press Buganda into an arrangement. Crisis ensued and the Kabaka was exiled for 2 years. The solutions later found were quite superficial. Only in 1962 did the Kabaka Yeka Party, dominant in Buganda, agree to a patchwork compromise which brought Uganda to independence. By this point Apollo Milton Obbott's Uganda People's Congress had achieved majority support elsewhere in the territory. It included what politically conscious radicals there were, but basically was a federation of rural notables. This militate against any challenge to the status quo other than anti-Indian agitation, which could benefit the aspirant African trader or cotton ginner. Thus Obbott's new regime rested on especially insecure foundations, despite the presence of the most sophisticated African bourgeoisie in any of these territories and the weakness of political radicalism. The Kenya independence bargain and the breakup of the Central African Federation were the finale in this second wave of British decolonization. There remained several minor colonies of which the British were now anxious to dispose. These were the so-called High Commission territories, Basutoland, Swaziland, and Bechuanaland, within the sphere of South Africa, all of which were handed independence by 1968, and the Indian Ocean Island territories of Mauritius and the Seychelles which became national states as well. 224. Decolonization in French Africa. The French colonial practice stressed the development of assimilation as a policy. Demands for secession or full national independence outside this framework were treated as treasonable and suppressed. It was the demand for independence which made the UPC completely unacceptable in Cameroon. Nevertheless, the French Constitution of 1946 allowed for the establishment of political parties which affiliated to the parties of the French political spectrum in order to fight elections for the French Parliament. Only in two areas of French West Africa did viable mass parties appear quickly, Senegal and the Ivory Coast. The scene of the most intense social agitation of the late 1940s, they also fight the major brunt of capitalist development in the first post-war years. In Senegal, Léopold Sédar Senghor had returned in 1946 to found the Bloc Démocratique Sénégalais. He upstaged the older generation of politicians from the four communes through alliances with the sheikhs of the Islamic orders. The Ivory Coast witnessed a more radical upheaval. The League of Africans, who represented the most progressive wing of the new politicians in French-speaking Africa, the Rassemblement Démocratique Africain, established an effective branch there, the Parti démocratique du Côte d'Ivoire. The PDCI capitalized on urban and rural discontent but won as while the adherents of a significant group of prosperous, labor-employing cocoa planters. The leader, Félix Houphouët-Boigny, was a particularly successful planter and chief. His DAS was locked in struggle with French agricultural settlers who through the war years, monopolized access to forced laborers on their estates. Forced labor affected not only the mass of Ivory Coast peasants, but also nascent capitalists on the land. The PDCI rose to strength on the prestige won from the abolition of forced labor in 1946 and the subsequent rise of a prosperous African cocoa growing sector. The RDA worked in alliance with the French Communist Party. It did not agitate strongly for independence, but with the onset of the Goldworth administration was determined to root out Reds from the colonies. From 1948 the PDCI 225 suffered from an intense administrative persecution, although it retained a remarkable amount of support. In 1951 Houphouët-Boigny came to terms with a visiting cabinet minister, François Mitterrand, then the leader of a small fragment of moderate socialists in the French chamber. He broke with the communists and affiliated to Mitterrand's faction. Most of the RDA then joined this or other non-communist blocs in the chamber. The radical element in PDCI politics was dropped and the French administration began to patronize Houphouët-Boigny. Thus the PDCI, like the BDS in Senegal, grew into an effective electoral machine, but hardly a revolutionary force. The political organizations in other parts of Equatorial and West Africa were weak and narrowly patron-based at this time. However, the situation changed in the 1950s as French capitalism began to enter into a long wave of growth and confidence that swept many new corners of the colonies. It was within the context of renewed French investment in Africa that a new group of mass parties emerged, notably Sawaba, Freedom, in Niger, the Parti Démocratique du Guinée in Guinea and the Umma Soudanais in the Sudan. Sékou Touré, leader of the PDG, the Guinean section of the RDA, came from the trade union movement, if not from the ranks of the manual workers. In Guinea a sharp PDG struggle was directed against the old aristocracy of the impoverished Fouta-Djallon, where an attenuated form of slavery survived and much of the population depended on migrants' wages for their livelihood. Muslim traders formed a crucial link in the network of association that held together the Union Sudanese. Both parties gave unprecedented scope to demands for independence. French colonialism experienced its most serious reverses not in sub-Saharan Africa but in Indochina and, later, North Africa. The French Republic reluctantly granted independence to Vietnam, Morocco, and Tunisia and became locked into an intensifying struggle over Algeria. The Algerian War was, in fact, the main cause of the coup that overthrew the Fourth Republic in France in 1958 and established General Charles de Gaulle in power. De Gaulle, reflecting on this, may have wondered at the good sense of the British in organizing an orderly retreat from their colonies so while he was put in 226 power to carry on the French Empire, but reconsiderations began quickly. A plebiscite was organized to determine the support of the colonies for continued association within the French Union. One major African politician, Sékou Touré, was unwilling to accept the humiliating demand of rejecting the independence option. Guinea alone in Africa voted non in 1958 and de Gaulle proceeded to order a spiteful withdrawal not just of French authority but of technical personnel and movable infrastructure. It was expected that Guinea would quickly collapse into chaos. However, it survived and managed to get its services functioning while interesting other powers in its fate. The chorus of Ouis could not endure a successful Guinea. There was increasing opposition at the UNO to France on its policies in Togo and Cameroon, the two trust territories it controlled. Armed resistance in Cameroon, if much less damaging than in Agueria, was threatening to French prestige. De Gaulle reversed his policies entirely and announced plans for independence to come in all of the black African colonies in 1960. Thus the two trust territories, Madagascar, and the two federations of West and Equatorial Africa were transformed into 15 nominally sovereign states. It remains to assess the French role in the breakup of West and Equatorial Africa. It appears likely that a strong element of divide and rule attached to the motivations behind the dissolution of the two federations. The decisive development was the Leucadre of 1956, which had created territorial assemblies while virtually universalizing the franchise. It was the Lozocadre which provided the steam for separate territorial movements to seek nationhood. Houphouët-Boigny, whose influence in Paris had become very great, adamantly opposed any diminution in his powerful position, particularly given the position of the Ivory Coast as the wealthiest French territory, and wanted no federation. In contrast, Senghor favored some kind of federal union, but his solution, the Mali Federation, embraced only the French Sudan and Senegal. By the time of independence, and tensions between them brought the federation to a quick end, Sudan choosing to retain the name of Mali. French decolonization was far less genuinely a retreat from 227 Africa than its British equivalent. In part it was a nominal change of sovereignty that did not much affect basic French interests. On achieving independence, the new nations signed agreements with France on foreign aid and defense that reinforced French cultural and economic predominance and left the French army as a guarantor of the new regimes. The Africanization of the state services took place far more slowly and decorously than in ex-British Africa. The Congo crisis. As de Gaulle mulled through new options, an even more dramatic policy turnaround took place in the Belgian Congo. Through the first post-war decade the Congo economy boomed. As the Wage-Iabua force passed the 1,000,000 mark in the mid-1950s, it was more than twice the size of any other in Black Africa. The high level of capital penetration built on the advanced character of Belgian business involvement going back to the 1920s. A new element in the situation, though, was the dramatic urban growth, rapid even by African standards, that followed from the ever wider gap between the harsh life of the peasantry and the possibilities that beckoned in the towns. During the boom years the Belgians never seriously considered political reform. In the mid-1950s, however, their thinking began to alter, perhaps in the wake of influence from more powerful Western countries, perhaps as a reflection of pressures for modernization within Belgian capitalism as the Congo boom gave way to stagnation. In 1952 the Catholic Party, which had almost invariably controlled the colonial ministry and the governor-generalship of the Congo, was for once thrown out of office, and this proved to be the first impetus of rather timid reforms that built up in the 1950s. Secular education was introduced and the first Congolese permitted to go to Belgian universities. In 1957 a university was actually established in Leopoldville. The market economy was allowed more scope in rural areas, permitting the growth of a cash crop peasantry and a das of petty shopkeepers, especially in the Basse-Congo province between Leopoldville and the Atlantic. Political liberalization led to the foundation 228 of African urban associations and journals. In 1957 municipal elections were held in the biggest cities. 2 years earlier Professor Van Bilsen, associated with the Institut Solvay, an influential think tank for Belgian capitalism, had predicted the independence of the Congo within 30 years. Once unthinkable, this marked a decisive break in colonial planning. The municipal elections introduced the first party political groupings among urban Africans. They revealed bitter cleavages on ethnic lines, typically between people from the vicinity of the town and those, often long orientated to migration, who had acquired greater skills, from further away. In the Katanga capital of Elizabethville there was tension between the Luba from Kasai province and local Katanga people, and in Loliaburg between Luba and Loliwa. In Leopoldville the Congo speakers were ranged against people from upriver. Little of this reflected any genuine cultural or even historical differentiation. It was a question of politics along the lines of protective association in the harsh conditions of survival in colonial society, combined with the ambitions of the rising bourgeoisie, whom the Belgians quaintly called évalués, trying to establish a clientele. The increasingly charged atmosphere in Leopoldville, where employment opportunities were diminishing in the late 1950s, led to serious riots in January 1959, attacks on property and substantial violence. To the surprise of the world, within a fortnight King Baudouin announced that Belgium would bring the Congo speedily to full independence. In less than 18 months independence had indeed come to pass. What explains the rapid shift? A major element, however hidden in official explanation, may lie in Belgian conviction that rapid decolonization would be meaningless decolonization, that the transition to increased African participation in directing the system might best happen under the rubric of a nominal independence. However, the Belgians were certainly feeling under pressure due to decolonization in neighboring territories such as the Sudan, Uganda and, in 1960, French Equatorial Africa. The apparently awesome administrative and economic structure of the Congo was characterized by an equally great rigidity and as such proved remarkably vulnerable to pressure from below once a Comintern had been established. In 229. 1959–60 Belgian authority, especially in rural areas, began to crumble rapidly and the defensive posture of uncertain bureaucrats led to an intensifying weakness and disorder. Collapse of local authority was often coupled with the crudest form of manipulation. It is likely too that the Belgian elite was itself deeply divided and unable to pursue a coherent policy. The leap of the Congolese petty bourgeoisie to the realization of its dreams was thus an extremely rapid one, especially in the less developed parts of the colony. The immaturity of this DAS showed itself in two striking tendencies. First, it was slow to create an ideology that could resolve its own ambitions into a general nationalist posture to win wide popular support. Congo politicians tended to be exceptionally supine and reactionary as a whole. A minority, however, were open to a more radical critique of colonialism and the colonial formulae for decolonization than virtually any equivalent group in sub-Saharan Africa. Secondly, by 1960 the throng of politicians trying to establish themselves in each provincial center of this vast country were unable to solder together true national political networks. The situation might be dorified by a look at the developments in the three nodal points of Leopoldville, Elizabethville, and Stanleyville. In the capital and its hinterland the dominant party was the Association de Bacongos, ABACO, led by Joseph Kasavubu. ABACO reflected the relative sophistication and wealth of the Congo elite while containing a strong populist element. It looked not much unlike the mass parties of West Africa. However, it contained a parochial outlook focused on Congo unity with aspirations in the directions of a restoration of the ancient Congo kingdom, including parts of Angola and the French Congo. Therefore it was potentially secessionist. In Elizabethville the Confédération des Associations Tribalistes de Katanga, CONACAT, and its partners fed on the anti-Luba fears of various Katanga groupings who resented the copper center's most effective migrants. The large resident European population looked askance at the gradual liberalization of the Congo system and began to dream of a secession that might take in the eastern part of the colony. CONACAT's leader, the venal and brutal Moise Chombe, established a DOS alliance with them and 230 plotted the potential breakup of the Congo. In sharp contrast, Stanleyville, the third major center of the country, was a hodgepodge of heterogeneous Africans. The politics of ethnic competition were much less sharp there and the dominant figure to emerge in the late 1950s was Patrice Lumumba, a radical nationalist committed to Congo unity, and his movement National Congolais. As 1960 advanced the MNC gained ground and Lumumba established a range of useful if tenuous alliances, although sustaining little support from either Elizabethville or Leopoldville. The MNC won the largest number of seats in the one election held before independence, and Lumumba became prime minister with Kasavubu as president. The various parties, despite their intense rivalry, were able, as in Uganda, to agree sufficiently for the presentation of a common position in the Round Table which brought independence in July. Lumumba seemed sure to become the dominant national politician. He had no coherent social outlook, indeed occasionally he took an obsequiously pro-colonial line. At other times, however, he expressed a deep awareness of the sufferings of the Congolese under Belgian rule and possessed the quality of unpredictability which made Hearn highly suspicious in Western eyes. He was capable of a sharp, quick development in ways inimical to Belgian interests. This was typified by his famous speech on Independence Day. Enraged by the text of the King of the Belgians, which celebrated the colonial past and had the temerity to extol the virtues of Leopold XI himself, Lumumba issued an eloquent diatribe on the racism, oppression, and exploitation suffered by Africans under the Belgian yoke, while still expressing hopes for Belgian aid. The King and the Belgian Premier, also present, were insulted, and Belgian opinion in high places made up its mind that Lumumba was a madman who had to be eliminated soon. Within a fortnight they found an excuse. The army mutinied, stung by the attitude of its Belgian commanders. General Jans Sens was justly famous for writing prominently in the main barracks, "Before independence equals after independence," and indifferent to the squabbles of the new parties. Belgium responded by sending in paratroopers without Congolese government request. Shortly thereafter, Tshombe 231 proclaimed the independence of Katanga, while an equivalent figure, Albert Kalonji, produced his own secessionist declaration in Kasai. Lumumba disposed of no force to deal with the situation. Instead he appealed to the UNO for assistance. The Secretary-General, Dag Hammarskjöld, saw UNO intervention as a means for the organization to establish itself as an effective world peacekeeping force and dispatched a multinational army. The Western powers made sure, however, that the UNO concerned itself with the establishment of a more rational government in Leopoldville before organizing any intervention in Katanga that might negatively affect the mining interests of the UMHK. In September, Lumumba was arrested by Joseph Mobutu, his former press secretary, who had been dispatched into the service to create the beginnings of a loyal army. Subject to a rather mild detention, he began to consider closer links with the Soviet Union and the Soviet bloc, one solution that the West was unprepared to tolerate. A new army mutiny called for his release. It was suppressed, but the bickering cliques of politicians in Leopoldville began to fear that Lumumba was becoming the focus of support in mounting popular discontent. The wealth of the Congo ensured that they and their friends were now moving, with a rapidity unprecedented in Africa, into control of substantial fortunes in an atmosphere of unbridled corruption and contempt for the people. At this juncture Lumumba arranged an escape. It was a failure. Unable to reach his home province of Oriental, still under the administration of his associate Antoine Gizenga, he was returned to Leopoldville. Soon after he was flown secretly to Elizabethville and murdered on Tshombe's orders early in 1961. The Lumumbists still held Oriental, but Gizenga agreed to negotiate with the politicians and, after long rounds of talks, was eventually imprisoned. The Binza clique dominated affairs in the capital, while complex intrigues surrounded the lengthy attempts to find a basis for agreement with Tshombe. Only in 1963, after Hammarskjöld II had come to a mysterious end over its airspace, was Katanga finally reintegrated into the Congo. By this time U.S. influence, which sought the integration of Katanga into a reunified Katangalist Congo in which American interests could be effectively 232. With those of Belgium and Europe gradually, was the ascendant. The Congo decolonization exercise was now apparently complete. However, the new ruling Das was especially blatant in its ostentation and especially unconvincing in its nationalist pretensions. For the masses, the confused events of 1959–61 had brought about aerial withdrawal of state authority together with a longing for a genuine second independence. By 1963, cadres associated with the MNC and related groups were already filtering into the countryside to organize independent Africa's first major revolutionary confrontation. The rural rebellions of the mid-1960s, however, belong more properly to the next chapter's discussions. Decolonization was as quick a phase in African history as the scramble of the late 19th century, and at least as complex an historical process. Its causes lay partly outside Africa also, in the changing force field of world affairs as well as the structural alterations in the needs of capital which now showed substantially less interest in the initial extractive processes that had characterized the African colonial systems in their heyday. In part, independence negotiations set the stage, as they were meant to do, for a new alliance between an emergent indigenous ruling das and Western business. This new ruling das was a creature of colonialism, but it had its own trajectory of development based on the unleashing of capitalist forces since at least the start of the century. Yet the European retreat, if not wholehearted and largely strategic, was genuinely a retreat. The immense wave of popular resistance to the state in the 1940s and 1950s had made African colonies potentially ever more difficult to administer. It was this groundswell which transformed the ineffectual nationalist societies of the pre-war years into dynamic political agencies contending for state power. Caught between the pressures that the West continued to exert in Africa, political and economic, the popular expectations on whose back they had ridden and the need to fulfill their own ambitions, they would have their chance to show their might. 233. Notes. 1. See figures in Table 9.1. 2. See figures in Table 9.2. 3. Bakary Jibo of Sawaba in Niger tried the same, but he was effectively eliminated from power with French connivance. Niger voted oui. 10. Tropical Africa since independence. Class, state, and the problem of development. People talk about capitalism as one mode of development and communism or socialism as another mode, but at least they're both on the move, using different paths. They have something in common, namely a certain level of social integrity, a certain national character, a demand for accountability. All of which is missing in most of the Third World. But without it, your capitalism or your socialism, or whatever it is, isn't going to work. Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings of Ghana, as quoted in interview, The Guardian, New York, April 28, 1982. United Nations dem come get name for us. Dem go call us underdeveloped nation. We must be underdeveloped. Today stay 1010 in one room 0. Neocolonial myths and realities. Fela Anikulapo Kuti, original. Sufferhead, in Pidgin. The attainment of independence inaugurated an uncertain and increasingly crisis-ridden period of transition in Africa. 235. Colonialism largely destroyed the fundamental rhythm of pre-capitalist social and economic life without fully advancing a new, self-sustained process of accumulation. The commoditization of agriculture had been pivotal to the processes of capitalism in colonial Africa. After 1960, continued growth along these lines faltered while varying in extent from country to country and crop to crop. With the 1970s, export-orientated agriculture, and the entire agricultural economy, entered into sharp decline in most countries. While circulation of goods and even productive activity had become dependent on industrial processes, the independent African states lacked finance, infrastructure, and skills in order to reproduce an industrial society. Secondary industrial growth occurred quite rapidly, particularly through the 1960s, but from a very low base and with a high reliance on imported capital goods, spare parts, raw materials, know-how, and technology. Intended to further the prospects of national economic independence, industrialization necessarily deepened dependence on international trade. Kwame Nkrumah, the Ghanaian president who deserves pride of place among African nationalists for his early insistence on the importance of industrial development and economic independence, was responsible more than any other individual for popularizing neocolonialism as the source of independent Africa's troubles and the gap between promise and performance of the new states. The neocolonial idea is pithily captured in the Swahili phrase, Uhuru wa Bendera, flag independence. The existence of neocolonialism, which can most simply be defined as the continuation of practices of domination after independence by the old colonial powers, is incontrovertible. The independence bargain invariably contained guarantees for the property rights of Western business enterprise and strategic or military arrangements that ensured continuity for a time at least on the most basic imperial desiderata. Direct intervention in political affairs through the operations of foreign troops and intelligence agencies was common in the wake of the Congo crisis of the early 1960s. Western involvement in Kwame Nkrumah's overthrow was a response to his increasing alignment with the Soviet Union in the mid-1960s. President Apollo Milton Obote of Uganda's tough line on South Africa and Rhodesia, together with Israel Itane to Netanyahu allowing Israeli military aid to the southern Sudanese rebels via Uganda helped to bring about his downfall in 1971. In contrast, the longtime president of Oil Gabon, Leon Mba, owed his survival from the wrath of his own people to French paratroop intervention in timely fashion. American and Soviet policy have made eosly use of the nationalist antagonisms of the peoples of the Horn of 237. Africa for strategy advantage in what is seen in both Washington and Moscow as the backdoor of the Middle East. Foreign corporations, especially the transnational giants, continued to seek and obtain advantages in pursuit of their profits, marketing, and supply needs in Africa at the same time. African economic development continued to depend on their technology, trading strategies, and expertise. Where nationalizations occurred, like those in the copper mines of Zaire and Zambia, they were inevitably followed by lucrative management and technology transfer arrangements as well as financially advantageous compensation payments. Where African states became partners in ventures with transnationals, a strategy of product development, sales, and labor control could often be worked out whereby Africanization could suit the transnational firm's interests. Trading companies, such as Unilever's United Africa Company, proceeded even before independence to speed up their exit from the produce business and to concentrate on more technologically and industrially sophisticated operations where they could long continue to hold the upper hand. Nkrumah's panacea for evading the dilemma lay in Pan-Africanism, the establishment of a union government that could pool together the resources of many capital-poor lands. Undoubtedly the autonomous development potential of many of Africa's smaller or less populous states is meager under any circumstances and cooperation on many issues between neighbor states welcome. Yet political unity guarantees no solutions. If a unified state contained more people, more skills and more capital, it would have correspondingly more tasks to accomplish as well, more infrastructure to create, more poverty to fight. Impoverished territories developed under colonialism along similar lines do not have potentially complementary economies in the short term. The larger African political units and pan-state entities have concentrated development narrowly and oppressively in one or a small number of centers, intensifying contradictions between town and country. The classic example was the ill-fated East African Community, initially hailed particularly by President Nyerere of Tanzania as the herald of African unity. The common services worked heavily to the advantage 238 of one partner, Kenya, and to the development of the Nairobi area as an industrial and service center. Ultimately tensions broke up the community in 1977. The Tanzanian economy has in fact done well from the decline and collapse of unity, particularly its industrial sector. One worthy and ideal as it may seem at first sight, Pan-African unity cannot itself be the engine of African transformation. In practice, despite the lip service paid to it, Pan-Africanism has had to face the entrenched interests of state apparatuses throughout the continent. In the wake of the Congo crisis, the Organization for African Unity was born in 1963. It has played a useful arbiter's role in certain international conflicts, but in general functions as a kind of trade union for the existing constellation of continental regimes, more a bulwark against change than a force pointing towards effective united action. In a world of giant trade and finance oligopolies, the weakest capitalist fish fare poorly in the competitive sea. The African bourgeoisie were, and are, little fish indeed. It is hardly surprising, when we appraise ourselves of their weaknesses, to see them ensnared in the plots and plans of European trade ministries, aid planners or the World Bank minions. Simultaneously, however, these very weaknesses inhibit their ability to work efficiently in the interests of international finance and industry. Neocolonial Africa as it is today cannot be mistaken for the ideal demanded and striven for by transnational corporations. Its utility to them has declined as administrations have become more unstable, arbitrary, and corrupt, with basic economic services frequently disrupted. This is the reality in large parts of Africa today under both right and left-wing governments. To the extent that EPIDL takes the development of Africa seriously, the regime of a thug like Idi Amin Dada in Uganda, 1971-9, only the colonial pearl of East Africa, was an economic disaster. If we take imperialism to mean the polyeize of the Western states and firms in Africa, there can be little question that imperialism opposes to the hilt the struggles of workers or peasants that threaten EPIDL or states we appear overtly friendly with the Soviet Union and its allies. However, imperialism does not profit from, and use of the term cannot explain, many crucial aspects of what is usually termed underdevelopment in Africa and other parts of the world. 239. The serious investigator of such issues has to consider as while the failure of those who manage African states to preside over economic development, however this ambiguous phrase is politically and socially defined. Most writing on underdevelopment falls short of resting upon a serious appraisal of das forces. In fact, in the right-wing countries, there appears to be a capitalism without capitalists, especially in the smaller and most dependent cases. In their left-wing counterparts, socialist struggles are pursued without a working das base, either in formal organizational terms or more broadly in terms of popular support. Development without either a strong capitalist das or a politicist and mobilized proletariat presents a fundamental quandary, one that has proved largely beyond the abilities of African states to solve. Much writing on the left, or by radical African nationalists, has tended to assume that Africa is being deliberately underdeveloped, that is to say, kept dependent and impoverished. This assumes that capitalism is rather more monolithic and less contradictory than it actually is, reducing it almost to a conspiracy. Were it possible, under politically friendly auspices, imperialism acting as a united force would like nothing better than the rapid development of productive forces in Africa for reasons both of political stability and of profit. Not that it does act so rationally or in unison. To comprehend why Africa's situation is what it is, a consideration of social forces is fundamental and lies at the heart of this chapter. The ruling das in contemporary Africa. What is Africa's ruling das? A satisfactory answer to this question has eluded most analyses. The commonest is to describe it as a petty bourgeoisie, a phrase which has been used in these pages. This is, however, a somewhat vacuous and negative definition. The term has been used for a heterogeneous group who control and consume surplus that they do not labor to produce, without actually participating in industrial management or commanding huge financial resources. It is very generally agreed that the dominant das in tropical Africa cannot be big capital, because it is not really represented internally. 240. In most countries the ruling das also exhibits relatively little continuity with the old pre-colonial ruling elements. In contrast to Asia or Latin America, landowning has not been a major aspect of economic and political dominance. During the colonial period in many areas monarchical governments were preserved and utilized. As we have seen, the dasses that profited from these systems had generally collected tribute and slaves rather than possessing the land in hereditary ownership. Nor did they effectively crystallize into a landowning das during the colonial period, their authority did not allow for it and the profits were probably not especially encouraging. Particularly where the nationalist movements were more radical, the chiefs and the other instruments of indirect rule were a magnet for mass antagonisms. In such countries as Guinea, Mali, and Tanzania the chiefdoms were abolished on the assumption of independence. Conflicts involving surviving pre-colonial forms ran deep and shaped political forces. Barosland's pre-independence conflict with the United National Independence Party in Northern Rhodesia was characteristic. Under the indirect rule system, the LZ Tunga was the nexus of giantship networks under the patronage of the British, and Barotseland served as a means labor reservoir, particularly for South Africa. UNIP's anti-South African, anti-Rhodesian perspective was, in this context, an economic threat and bitterly opposed by the hierarchy. Barotseland appeared ready at one point to secede and make common cause with Chambe's Katanga and Rhodesia. However, the Tunga herself lacked full influence over educated Lozi, who repudiated Hearn and opted for UNIP and Zambian independence. In independent Zambia, Barotseland lost its separate autonomous status entirely. The parallel situation in Uganda provoked a far deeper crisis. Whereas Barotseland was a relatively remote and backward region holding less than 1/10 of the population of Zambia, Buganda held the capital, the richest parts of the country, and 1/5 of Uganda's people. No national party succeeded in gaining aerial purchase on Buganda, and Apollo Miaitan Obot, leader of the Uganda National Congress, had to accept a coalition with the Kabaka Yeka Party, pledged to the maintenance of Buganda sovereignty, to lead Uganda. 241. To independence. The Kabaka became president of Uganda. This compromise proved very fragile. In 1966, the breakdown in relations between the Ugandan state and Buganda culminated in violence, the storming of the Kabaka's palace and his exile from the country. EI's here in East Africa independence brought about the collapse of traditional ruling dasses both in Rwanda and in Zanzibar. In both cases, the colonial era had lent to the character of Das rule a strong racist odor. As a result, popular vengeance and racial massacres seized both countries. The only ex-colonial monarchies to survive into the 1980s are those in Swaziland, Lesotho, where the king's power is nominal, and indirectly Botswana, where the first president and dominant political figure, Seretse Khama, died 1980, had also been the paramount chief of the most important Cdon of the Tswana. It is hardly coincidental that all of these survivals occurred under the shadow of the Republic of South Africa and its Bantustan system. The most weighty indirect rule system of all, that in northern Nigeria, has not experienced revolution. Yet the power of the emirs of the north has markedly deepened with every major twist in the fortunes of the state. The African ruling Das are thus neither aristocrats nor planters. Even when they obtain revenues from commercial farming, as notably in Kenya or the Ivory Coast, they are attached by an umbilical cord to the state bureaucracy. Indeed, it is not unreasonable to suggest that the new ruling Das comprises first and foremost those who took over from, or Africanized, the colonial state hierarchy. Following popular usage in Tanzania, the German radical scholar on development, Michaela von Freyhold, has referred to them simply as Nizars. Others have attempted working definitions to encompass all the activities of the Nizars plus auxiliary bourgeoisie, bureaucratic bourgeoisie, none of them entirely satisfactory. None, at least, successfully conveys the relationship of this Das with others in society as well as its internal ambiguities. Perhaps the most straightforward way of looking at African state officials is as the agents of Western capital, in power to execute its demands much as colonial officialdom once was. Evidence for this type of function is particularly 242. Satisfying for the least changed countries in Africa, where decolonization was unproblematic and largely manipulated from Europe. However, in most nations there is strong evidence as well to suggest that state agencies are used by Africans to obtain advantages for their own Das interests. General Olusegun Obasanjo, military head of state in Nigeria from 1976 to 1979, referred in a memorable phrase to gatekeepers, the Das of Nigerians who in effect hold state office for the sake of charging a toll on foreign enterprise seeking to do business in Nigeria. The gatekeepers function as rentiers, essentially parasitic, battening themselves on the thrust of Western finance capital like barmaids to a whale. Yet the parasitism has a tendency to turn itself into a more conventional form of capitalist accumulation. Under conditions less hectic than those in oil-boom Nigeria, the state has also been manipulated, it is argued, in the interests of a burgeoning local bourgeoisie no more parasitic or discreditable than its colleagues elsewhere in the world. African capitalists, precisely because of their competitive weaknesses, necessarily lean heavily on state connections and power to establish their place in the sun in the shadow of the giant foreign corporations. In a substantial debate in the late 1970s, such writers as Nicola Swainson and Colin Lees have furthered Kenya as the ideal example for spotlighting the trend. After independence, Kenya did not entirely turn its back on the colonial heritage of white settlerdom. Capitalist private land tenure was pressed ahead while the old white highlands became non-racial, agribusiness highlands. This was the fruition of land consolidation. African accumulators therefore held a solid base in capitalist agriculture and could move under the effective political umbrella of the Kenya African National Union, the nationalist political party which pressed forth with African capitalism while retaining substantial popular backing in the country. Defenders of this thesis see the Kenyan bourgeoisie advancing in strength through the increasingly efficient use of state power. Should this picture be accepted as the basic pattern, it would have important consequences theoretically. It would suggest that countries such as Kenya ought to be seen primarily as developing capitalist states with the indigenous ruling das, its foreign allies notwithstanding, in fundamental. 243. Contradiction to the masses rather than an undifferentiated neocolonialism or imperialism represented locally merely by a thin stratum of agents or stooges. It can be objected that the continuing backwardness and dependence of the African bourgeoisie is obscured by such a portrait. African capitalists undoubtedly command little of the finance, technology, or industrial base that presses forward accumulation within the capitalist world at large. The policies of the Nigerian state since 1960, the horn of probably the wealthiest and most sophisticated das of African entrepreneurs, have done everything to advantage those entrepreneurs with favorable treatment in contract awards, financial assistance, tariff legislation, and Nigerianization legislation designed to place the hands of local capitalists on the driving wheel of the economy. Yet Nigerian business remains dominated by money-ending, contracting, rack renting, importing and the establishment of gatekeeper relationships with foreign enterprise, building on compradori traditions that go back to the slave trade. Only a small amount of Nigerian capital is concentrated in industry. Nigerian company directors and shareholders are largely sleeping partners in enterprises operated with a logic beyond their effective control. The Ivory Coast has sometimes been depicted as the French-speaking Kenya. Yet studies that focus on it have tended to stress the colonial continuities and the extreme nature of Ivory Coast dependency. Through the 1960s and even much of the 1970s, the Ivory Coast economy boomed, largely through rising volumes of cash crops produced by both African cultivators and European-managed, largely corporate, plantations. As dirt roads cut swathes through the forest to establish new tree farms and fields, the virgin timber was hauled off for export. Economic growth was closely linked to continued French influence, special trade arrangements offering the Ivory Coast a secure market in return for consuming overpriced French exports and acceptance of the CFA franc as currency totally convertible with the French franc. In 20 years of independence, the European population of the Ivory Coast tripled, from 20,000 to 60,000. The cash crop expansion faltered seriously in the late 1970s while plans went forward for the export of licensed manufactures. 244. Based on undercutting European wages and tourism. Offshore oil developments, though, are expected to be the salvation of the Ivory Coast boom as coffee, cocoa, and other cash crops stagnate or decline. This seems to present the portrait non-parallel of dependence and the development of underdevelopment in Africa. Paradigm of dependence though it may be, however, the Ivory Coast regime is financially associated with most significant foreign investment and production ventures, and the state has endowed a all-wealthy das of Ivorian entrepreneurs. The heart of the Ivory Coast phenomenon is the high level of collaboration obtained between the local and international, largely French, bourgeoisie. To a large extent the oppressed in Ivorian society are migrants from other ex-French territories who form a majority of the wage-employed population. Ivorians are, at all social levels, as prosperous as any tropical Africans, and productive forces have developed there more than elsewhere in West Africa. The system appears to be as self-sustaining as that of its neighbors. Dependence cannot thus be said to have brought about instability or impoverishment, particularly in the Ivory Coast when compared with equivalent states. Whatever their specific relationship to foreign enterprise, African accumulators in every bureaucracy have used their offices, connections, and qualifications to further their personal advancement and feather their own nests. At the same time, the state service contains a significant technocratic element, reproducing itself through education and envisioning itself as a permanent salariat. For this stratum, anti-colonial nationalism has developed into an ideology of patriotism that sometimes supports and sometimes struggles with the private sector national bourgeoisie. The technocrats are not would-be capitalists, but nor are they simply selfless servants of the people. They have acceded to a standard of living enormously more affluent than that of the mass of the population, measured both in terms of private consumption and socialized benefits and entitlements. Within the general African sea of poverty lie considerable islands of welfarism, in which access to subsidized housing, free healthcare, schooling, and other amenities is apportioned according to civil service rank. In defense of the island, technocrat and 245. Compradori, gatekeeper and national bourgeois unite. Technocrats are then potentially also in a position of confrontation, with workers and peasants. There are sharp parallels between their situation, even in the unabashedly capitalist states, and those of the new ruling Das, the apparatchiki of the Soviet Union, Poland, China, and other communist states. Class, party, and state. The relationship of those who wield state power in Africa to the West and other foreign forces has perhaps been given more attention by scholars than their crucial relationship to the mass of Africans. In the 1960s, the political parties which had apparently brought Africa to independence were the main focus of such analysis as existed. Most of these parties are no longer in power or in existence. Even where they have continued to survive, they have become imbricated within the machinery of the state. Party militants of the late colonial period tended everywhere to be local businessmen, chiefs, and civil servants who on independence sought to transform their activism into commercially advantageous linkages, often with success. The mass party of populist mythology was largely an illusion outside rallies and demonstrations called from the top. A common feature of the African political party was its all-purpose appeal. The party invariably deigned to represent the Africans, but never admitted to speaking for the interests of specific dasses. A vaguely articulated African socialism rejected the possibility of a Das analysis of African society and tried speciously to reconcile the aspirations of the ambitious few with the needs of the majority. A socialist or communist party actually building upon the movement of the oppressed in society emerged almost nowhere. Once in power, the ruling parties anxiously moved towards the creation of the one-party state, often expressed as the logical outcome of the African political genius, coupled with a more or less ruthless attempt to destroy autonomous organizations. Working class organizations suffered here particularly and notably in the left-wing countries such as 246. Ghana and Tanzania. In Nkrumah's Ghana, where the unions had played such a vital role in the assumption of power by the Convention People's Party, independence brought about confrontation, the takeover of the union leadership by Pan-Africanist party men notorious for their corruption, and a general strike of the workers in 1961. The strike was broken, but it cost Nkrumah the support of the working Das. In Nyerere's Tanzania, a parallel conflict marked the relationship between the Tanganyika African National Union and the Tanganyika Federation of Labor, abolished in 1964 and replaced by a federation totally dependent on state patronage. In Tanzania, the state was quick to insist that truculent workers were privileged aristocrats of labor, whose seemingly low earnings nonetheless represented an exploitation of peasant production and the even poorer rural population. Yet the legitimacy of the state required its continued presentation in populist form. Both in Ghana and in Tanzania, as in such relatively right-wing states as Nigeria and Kenya, attempts to smash or to subordinate the unions were initially coupled with a genuine rise in the workers' real wage. The state sought to make itself the workers' patron. In return for obedience, the populace was to be rewarded with increased and improved amenities, particularly in the spheres of health and education. The CPP regime in Ghana made unprecedented efforts by West African standards to put state resources into public welfare. During the 1950s, conditions in world trade were sufficiently favorable as to allow for massive expenditures on health and particularly educational facilities. It was as provider of amenities, above all, that the independence regime sought legitimacy from their own populations. Among the former British colonies, Tanzania took this the furthest. Social improvement was coupled with economic development as national goals under state auspices. This was the brunt of President Nyerere's eloquent Arusha Declaration of 1967, which introduced what were then considered to be sweeping nationalization measures, always with generous compensation to foreign owners, coupled in 1971 with the leadership, or Mwongozo Code, prescribing good conduct for the bureaucracy. In Tanzania, the regime has talked in terms of African socialism, or, more recently, the Tanzanian 247 road to socialism, but the Tanzanian case reveals an outlook that is essentially populist. At least one writer has systematically explored the striking parallels between utopian Tanzanian ideology and 19th-century populist thought, the socialism of wishful thinking, exactly in reaction against which Marx and Engels evolved their scientific, class-based analysis of socialism. 3. The language and practice of Tanzanian socialism has been sufficiently ambiguous, however, to allow for the flourishing of a radical political consciousness able to exert pressure on the state. It has been imitated during the Obote period in Uganda, in Kenneth Kanda's Zambia and elsewhere. A striking feature of ruling bureaucracies in tropical Africa lies in the extent to which recruitment is based largely on educational qualifications. Only the military in grabbing power bypass the formalist hierarchy, which still adheres closely to late colonial norms enshrined in the secondary schools or universities of the continent. The heart of the African educational system, itself in good part still dependent upon European aid and models, is, as much as before independence, the mastery of English or French. This has a functional character. Bureaucratic structures built around English or French language usage do hold the national entities together, but the emphasis on European language study reinforces the imitativeness and cultural dependence of the African intelligentsia and its institutions. Education also serves the purpose of building a myth of social mobility. The poor cultivator, worker, or craftsman is encouraged to press his children at all costs into a giant lottery from which a few, with ability and luck, will eventually draw deserved success. The state, in its technocratic aspect, also intends that mass education will bring about the acquisition of patriotic values, state loyalty, and useful habits. However, this is only fitfully why the African masses have pressed forward with frenzied enthusiasm for more schools. Generally only secondarily involved in production, the African state managers engage to place themselves where they have the best strategy, access to the most cash and goods in circulation. Thus they can be the ultimate patrons in a patrimonial society network on a national scale. If the state intrudes as a gatekeeper for the multinationals, it does so as 248. Well for the mass of Africans in the humbler pursuit of basic goods and services. A recent study of life in Lisala, a town in provincial Zaire, graphically illustrates the point. From beer to salaries, schooling to foodstuffs, access to the individual in the state apparatus who has the power to permit the circuit of goods to proceed to the next stage is vital. For in such an economy mass consciousness tends to be geared towards admiration for the big man, however grudgingly, at least so long as there is some payoff for the giant within the patrimonial relationship. Some of the most convincing studies of popular culture demonstrate a continuing admiration for the holders of wealth and power together with the intense significance of the cash nexus. 5. Patronage, populism, relations with Western political and economic managers. These are the hallmarks and the strengths of the African ruling strata. In accounting for their weaknesses, we must start with the severe problems of disunity that has made the establishment of any national cohesion in several states problematic. Internal divisions and weaknesses within the ruling elements have been striking. It is the more fortunate states, such as the Ivory Coast or Tanzania, which have experienced little difficulty in sustaining territorial unity. Several countries faced, or continue to face, secessions or breakup. The most well-known example is the most populous African country, Nigeria. The federal structure of independent Nigeria in 1960 reflected the economic and political development of the country under colonial rule. Rival Eats, based in each of 3 regions, were unable to establish working alliances within a national framework, and the political institutions of the First Republic quickly broke down. From the farcical general election of 1964 little remained of parliamentary democracy or stability as crisis intensified. A general strike in 1964 unified the urban working class temporarily but failed to give rise to a coherent political movement that could cut through the impasse. Early in 1966 a military conspiracy brought about the assassination of the federal prime minister and the premiers of northern and western regions. The Army Chief of Staff, General Ironsi, was able to assert control for a while. Attempts under Ironsi to destroy federalism were feared by the regionally based elites. 249. Who saw the new unitary regime as an agent of Eastern, or Igbo, domination, particularly in the north. At different times the elites of each region appeared to contemplate secession seriously. In the end it was the eastern region, in the wake of the murder of Ironsi in a counter-coup and the massacres of Easterners in northern cities, which actually broke away and proclaimed itself the Republic of Biafra. Biafra eventually got support from a Modi collection of allies, Tanzania and Zambia, much of the Catholic Church, France and the Ivory Coast, South Africa and Portugal. It took 3 years of heavy fighting, from 1967 to 1970, until Biafra was effectively besieged by the Nigerian army and the last representative of its government surrendered after terrible losses. Geographically the largest African country, Sudan has equally experienced civil war conditions for most of its existence as an independent state. An army mutiny on the eve of independence in 1955 began a cycle of violence in the southern part of the country, where the British had long excluded northern Arab influence and deeply anti-Islamic missionary attitudes prevailed. The budding elite of the south, which has something over 1/4 of the Sudanese population, saw no future for itself in a broader national circuit that looked north and east to the Arab world and had little interest in, or time for, its problems. Only in 1972 did General Namairi succeed in negotiating an agreement with the South to end the fighting, abandoning the purely forceful methods of previous Sudanese regimes, a solution which Namairi himself revoked after a decade, leading to renewed tensions in the early 1980s. A third and wide-ranging civil war has long engulfed the huge territory of Chad which lies between Sudan and Nigeria. As in other instances, no clear-cut ideology marked the protagonists apart from their international affiliations. The extremely weak local, and regionally divided, ruling strata have never succeeded since independence in establishing a unified national authority. The problems of African regimes have not only been regional or secessionist. In many states the weak hold of the politicians very early gave way to military coups that swept them from power. Coups were particularly frequent during 250. The middle and late 1960s. If broadly speaking, they can be explained in terms of the weakness of das and state, part of a crisis in the establishment of state legitimacy. The particular factors bringing them about have varied so notably as to defy common assessment. Some, like that led by Idi Amin in Uganda, have been under the aegis of the head of the armed forces. Others, like that which toppled the Margai regime in Sierra Leone, 1967, were led by non-commissioned officers. The Ghana coup that overthrew Kwame Nkrumah in 1966 was notoriously hatched by right-wing, naively pro-Western policemen and army officers. That in nearby Dahomey, 1972, reflected a populist, anti-corruption, rather left-wing bent. The soldiers' rule presented no real solution to the problems of state legitimacy and authority in Africa. Soldiers may be able to seize power fairly easily, but how can they hold it without transforming themselves into something like what they replace? In time many of the soldiers in office, such as Mathieu Kirikau in Dahomey, now renamed the Popular Republic of Benin, Hili neighbor Etienne Ayadima in Togo or Mobutu Sese Seko in Zaire, have become in effect non-elected politicians, sometimes with patrimonial party machines organized to certify their entrenchment in office. Wherever politics of the nationalist era ended in army takeovers, the power of the non-elected civil service intensified and became stronger. It was the bureaucracy which fared the best out of military rule. In the late 1970s, coups became rather less frequent. The search for stabler political bases in Africa continued. The examples of Tanzania and Kenya, whose one-party states allowed individuals to contest legislative elections vigorously, although not to question fundamental state policies or to form organized tendencies within the parties, were much admired. Ghana tried to restore civilian rule in 1969-72 and again in 1979-81. After 13 years of military rule, civilian politicians took power in Nigeria in 1979 on the basis of a complex constitution that owes much to the U.S. model of checks and balances, with allowances made for strong centers of regional power in 19 states. In Senegal, Leopold Sedar Senghor retired to his French villa in 1980 and a liberalization allowed for the legalization of opposition parties. 251. Not surprisingly, these states contain perhaps the most sophisticated bourgeoisies in Africa from the point of view of their historical antiquity, their scope of economic interests or their cultural self-confidence. All were eager to legitimate Das society in West Africa through political means. From the perspective of the early 1980s, military rule seems most characteristic of the smaller francophone territories. The most brutal and lawless military regime, that of Amin in Uganda, was overthrown by a Tanzanian military expedition in 1979 after Amin annexed a corner of Tanzania. Shortly afterwards, his equally murderous colleagues, Jean Bedel Bokassa, Emperor Bokassa I, in the Central African Republic, and Macias Nguema in Equatorial Guinea, the tiny ex-Spanish colony, were also eliminated, with the respective connivance of French and Spanish agents. At first sight it might seem that a certain stabilization of regimes was becoming more characteristic of Africa. Right-wing mercenaries from the era of Tshombe and the First Congo Crisis were increasingly stopped in their tracks and disappeared from the scene. The OAU established an international presence with some credibility. Africans generally began to assure more and more effective control over the state machinery as the Africanization schemes in each country gained ground. In reality, however, the growing Das confidence of the African state hierarchy began to be undermined through intensified challenge from below in the context of a changing political economy. Intensifying contradiction, African crisis. There are two principal, closely interconnected ingredients in what can be considered a developing crisis in African states: the problematic relationship between the state and the mass of people and the deteriorating condition of the economy in the large majority of African countries. For the mass of Africans, the oppressors have been identified again and again in the course of demonstrations, riots and revolts, as the agents of the state. For worker and cultivator, they constitute an ambitious Das of private accumulators eager to subject the population to collective state appropria. 252. The bureaucracy is so corrupt, so committed to procedural and managerial practices of limited productive value despite its ideology of development, that its incessant growth can only be felt as a hated burden by the peasantry in particular, whose commodity sales sustain the state in many cases. During the late colonial period, such state devices as the marketing boards and the Sociétés d'Appareilles proved indirect, but effective means of collecting heavy imposts from the peasantry. As these funds began to be turned over to the authority of the politicians, they became all the more precious. The growth of the state depended on this form of expropriation, the only way funds could be gathered on an extensive scale from cultivators. Some of the money was returned in the form of improved social services, but these did not in fact compensate for the losses the peasantry suffered through poor producer prices paid by the statutory agencies. This formed the economic core to social and cultural grievances. In the rhetoric of radical anti-colonialism that informed the African regimes of the left, little attention was given to this basic contradiction between state and society. If Nkrumah's Ghana is taken as an example, it demonstrates with particular clarity that contradiction and the alienation of the masses from the regime. Nkrumah himself was full of majestic dreams of a new Africa which took incoherent, but sometimes visually impressive shape in the industrial harbor and factory center of Tema, the great Akosombo Dam bridging the Volta, and an impressive expansion of social services. All this rested on the cocoa economy, which the state milked despite increasing strain as the world price for the commodity collapsed in the early 1960s. There was no real political or social basis for revolution within the populist convention People's Party, whose cadres, once tasting power, sought only the good life through their new positions. When they encountered opposition, including that of the working class, they crushed it, creating a mockery of a personality cult around Nkrumah, dubbed the Osachifo or Redeemer. The social relations at the heart of the production of cocoa, foodstuffs, and petty commodities in Ghana could not be transformed by administrative fiat into functioning within state farms as Nkrumah desired. When producer 253 prices fell, even the expanded services and new industries the state offered decayed. No attempt was made, or could be made in the context of the politics and practices of Nkrumah, ever more removed from Ghanaian realities, to assess the Das forces of Ghana in a revolutionary way. His turn left from 1961 onwards occurred in a social and political vacuum. Few coups were so welcome to the ordinary people in Africa as the reactionary one that toppled the Pan-Africanist dreamer in 1966. Nkrumah's closest contemporaries, Sékou Touré of Guinea, Modibo Keïta of Mali, also overthrown in a coup of 1968, and on the other side of Africa, Niger, Obat and Konda, ran into similar difficulties even if their regimes did not all go as rotten as that of the CPP. It is not through this radical variant of African populist nationalism that post-colonial popular movements can best be observed in Africa, but vice versa. After independence, peasant resistance first emerged on a spectacular scale in the Congo, overwhelmed by risings that swept more than half of its immense territory between 1964 and 1968. Demands for a second, real independence were expressed with most daring in the Kwilu region of the western Congo, where Pierre Mulele, an articulate leader who had absorbed Maoist ideas of a people's rising along with radical nationalism, was the foremost spokesman. Muleism as a formal ideology used an often mechanical Marxist language, but it contained the crucial advance of speaking in Das terms to African peasants. In the east and north, the SZMBA, teenage soldiers fighting in the hopes that Meiji medicine could fend off the effects of bullets, evoked memories of Maji Maji half a century earlier. All the harsh efforts at control, the brutality of Belgian rule as well as the disillusionment of independence under the nouveau riches whose rise rapidly followed upon the elimination of Patrice Lumumba, now found its cultural antithesis. Only at length and with the use of European mercenaries did the new regime of Mobutu, once Lumumba's press secretary and now the USA's main man in Kinshasa, regain control of the situation. This kind of peasant rising, in its scale, violence, and dependence on pre-colonial ritual and symbol, however out of context, has had no direct successors. At the same time across the river Congo, one of the most 254 blatantly dependent and reactionary of the ex-French regimes, that of the Defrocté BM, Fulbert Waiolo in the Brazzaville Congo, was overthrown after a combination of strikes, student demonstrations, and urban struggle. This brought a notably more radical regime to power. The Brazzaville Revolution of 1964, if less spectacular than the great risings in the Leopoldville Congo beginning in that year also, formed a model for later mass revolts in Africa. Popular forces throughout Yalu but found no real political outlet. Radical army men stepped in to create a relatively left-wing regime that nonetheless failed to come to grips with the fundamental issues that had alienated people from the state. Events in the Congo were repeated in Sudan in 1968, where the trade union-based Communist Party, the only significant CP in tropical Africa, played a particularly active role until its destruction by Nimiri, and in 1972 in the Malagasy Republic. During the late 1970s populist urban risings built up renewed momentum in West Africa, the coup associated with Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings in Ghana in 1979 which overthrew the military regime of Colonel Akeem Pung, the bloody end of a century of true Whig Party rule and Americo-Liberian oligarchy in Liberia shortly thereafter and the remarkable Gambian Revolution of 1981, suppressed only through the intervention of Senegalese forces and leading shortly to the absorption of the Gambia into a unified Senegambian state. This sweep of events indicated the disgust of large sectors of the people, including the most organized among the workers and the least co-opted among the educated, for the putrefying condition of the state apparatus, inept at devising any strategy to relieve popular miseries. Yet they all relied on no dear ideological trend or party organization, they were great cries of anguish to which elements from the military most sympathetic to the sufferings of the population responded by seizing power. Men such as Liberia's Master Sergeant Doe and Nigeria's Brigadier Murtala Muhammad, head of state from 1975 until his death in an unsuccessful coup attempt in 1976, offered honesty, a high moral code and ruthless purges as understandable but insufficient answers to mounting structural problems. 6. The most awesome political convulsion of the 1970s was 255. The Ethiopian Revolution of 1974, which put paid both to the half-century political career of Bayle Selassie and the imperial monarchy. In his last years Bayle Selassie had presided over feudal and capitalist elements uncomfortably juxtaposed. The abolition of feudal dues in 1973 removed an important pillar of support for the monarchy. While the emperor relied increasingly on educated courtiers, the great feudal aristocracy lost power and influence. They could no longer present a bulwark against social currents reacting to the spread of capitalism. In the countryside estate-based export agriculture was beginning to throw peasants off the land in parts of the cash crop-producing south. In the cities secondary industry and a proletariat were at last developing. The educated bureaucrats created by the regime only fight frustrated and alienated by the corrupt feudal crust. They were not ready to back the state. In 1973 drought convulsed much of Ethiopia while the inept imperial regime simply pretended it did not exist. Starvation and misery stalked the land while grain was sold abroad to pay for oil, industrial, and luxury imports. A February army mutiny over stinking food in an isolated desert outpost was the first blow in the creeping coup that led by September to the deposition of the emperor and the proclamation of sweeping changes, notably comprehensive land reform. Social forces long hidden in Ethiopia were now at liberty to develop, trade unions, the radical students' movement, ethnic and religious minorities. Over this presided a heterogeneous amalgam from the military, the Dergu. The Dergu is an excellent example of the remarkable strategy, position and political ineptitude of the military and bureaucratic left in Africa. Originally its slogan was the bland and inoffensive Ethiopia First. It effectively accepted peasant land takeovers and the elimination of feudal and royalist elements from the Ethiopian state system, but it had nothing to offer on the increasingly burning national question. Revolution had hardened the various ethnic, regional, and religious entities that had gained consciousness as the victims of state oppression. Part of the Dergu was prepared to consider a negotiated settlement especially with the nationalists of Eritrea, but in the end the dominant Dergu faction under Light Col. Mengistu Bayle Mariam stood by. 256. Greater Ethiopia and Amhara cultural dominance as a basis for the state and the fighting went on. In 1976 Mengistu led the brutal suppression of the insurgent students and workers belonging to the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Party, which had begun an ill-conceived armed campaign. He then turned against their fellows in the Misan movement who had until then always collaborated with the military. In 1977 Mengistu found his armies being pushed inland by Somali insurgents in the east, while the radicalized Eritrean People's Liberation Front, increasingly the strongest element within the Eritrean movement, succeeded for a time in seizing virtually every Eritrean town, confining the Ethiopians to a couple of big cities. Only the support of Soviet and Cuban armies enabled Herne to survive and carry on what increasingly looked like an imperial war. The radical social character of many of the insurgencies in Ethiopia, Eritrean, Somali, Tigray, Oromo, exposed the hollowness of the regime's leftism. Mengistu was unable to consolidate a political movement outside the army or to develop an economic strategy. The old regime in Ethiopia was effectively dead, but no force in Addis Ababa had emerged to canalize, rather than to suppress, revolutionary energies. Central to the onset of the Ethiopian upheaval was the Great Drought, the crisis in Ethiopian agriculture, and the drastic decline in trade due to the rapid rise in the price of imported oil. Therefore, the fall of the Ethiopian regime was just one tremor in a continent-wide earthquake. From 1973, economic conditions in most of tropical Africa deteriorated markedly as demand for exports to the industrialist states fell, while the price of imports, especially of oil, rocketed disastrously. African industrialization and infrastructure has been built up, quite as much as American and European, on cheap oil, and the change induced by the price rise was catastrophic. Stagnation in the world economy put the squeeze on backward, weak African productive systems. As governments pressed peasantries to produce, they met unprecedented resistance and the virtual collapse in many countries of the cash crop export structure. Peasants, short of a great inchoate upheaval as the Congo had known in the 1960s, were unlikely to crystallize an effective political protest, but they were able to strike with devastating effect. 257. By ceasing to produce the desired commodities and to concentrate instead on food crop production, which fetched better prices in the towns and was less effectively subject to state control. This in turn brought Horn the crisis that had generally caught up with African agriculture, its failure to compete on the world market or even to produce sufficient surplus to feed the continually growing towns. From the end of colonial rule on, African agricultural production grew more slowly than the overall population. Zambia was an extreme example. While state policy tended to discourage the once productive settler sector on the line of rail, the mining towns and administrative centers, especially the capital Lusaka, continued to attract peasant migrants long after jobs ceased to become available. Absolutely declining rural populations characterize much of this vast, already empty country. Projections suggest that by the end of the 1980s half of Zambia's small population will be urbanized, with correspondingly large expenditures need for imported food. The 1973 drought struck the entire sub-desert belt of West Africa. Herds and populations had grown in part thanks to new wells which now ran dry. Moving southwards, pastoralists antagonized cultivators and were forced to seil herds. Large refugee populations built up in the main administrative centers such as the capital of Mauritania, Nouakchott, and the capital of Niger, Niamey, where food relief was given out. Military coups swept out the regimes in Mauritania and Niger. In Senegal, the drought led the peasantry to refuse to grow ground nuts. They were openly supported by the Murid sheikhs. Nor did conditions change with the improved weather. By 1980, Senegalese groundnut exports had fallen to pre-World War II levels and could no longer keep pace with the bills for imported oil alone. The roster of African countries increasingly unable to feed themselves, oil-rich Nigeria, socialist Tanzania, revolutionary Angola, neocolonial Zaire are just a few, is long and depressing. Where possible, African states, and by implication, Western businesses, turned to minerals for export earnings. Most countries in the western and more mineralist half of the continent had come to depend on minerals by the late 1970s for most of their export income. Nigeria was the greatest. 258. Success story here as Africa's premier oil exporter. Oil exports allowed the Nigerian economy and state revenues to expand spectacularly in an apparently costless way, without qualitative social change. Production is extremely capital-intensive and requires few workers, while the state derives an enormous rent for allowing the transnational oil oligopolies to extract Nigerian natural resources. This largesse can then be distributed along well-established lines of patronage and used to reinforce the existing social order. This apparently perfect success formula for the Nigerian surplus-absorbing DAS has, however, brought its problems: severe inflation, the extension of unproductive services in an imbalanced way, the collapse of agriculture unable to compete with food imports, and the consequent proletarianization of peasants by the 100,000. Within the DAS all clambered to get their little share of the available goods. In the words of the novelist Iyi, everywhere life was one heated and confused argument, leading nowhere. The failure to transform production relations suggests a dead-end form of development as expenditures rose to absorb revenues. There are many less spectacular mineral exporters who nonetheless are also busily avoiding social change through selling a good produced by only a tiny fraction of workers. Guinea, the world's largest holder of bauxite reserves, phosphate-selling Togo, oil and manganese exporting Gabon, uranium-rich Niger, to name but a few. No African regime has so far found an answer to the vital issues posed by the needed transformation of agriculture. Left-wing answers involving state farms and marketing organizations have been resisted effectively wherever instituted Sloan's the failure of Nkrumah's experiments in Ghana. The peasantry have shown little tendency to cohere as a revolutionary DAS committed to socialist forms of production. The urban proletariat ought, in Leninist, or indeed even Maoist, terms, to give it the lead, but its technical, ideological, and numerical weaknesses have so far been a severely limiting factor. Superficially it often appears that the peasantry have done the best, and for a long time African states may best prosper, under reactionary regimes that most effectively keep up colonial social arrangements or encourage internal capitalism, such as Kenya, Malawi, or the Ivory Coast. 259. What we know of capitalism elsewhere suggests that, while a process of economic growth can occur in this manner, it will lead to a long history of expropriation of resources from the bulk of producers and related DAS struggles. It seems unlikely that the condition of the African state and society will allow for such a process in an unimpeded manner, if at all. The World Bank, Africa's principal source of development funds in this post-colonial age, turned markedly towards agriculture as its central interest at the beginning of the 1970s and promoted policies aimed at advancing commoditization and assisting the rich peasant to develop a capitalist agriculture. While the crudeness of this strategy has given way more recently to a subtler attempt to woo the middle peasant and to propagandize in favor of the needs of the poor peasantry, largely rhetorically, matching the bank's growing interest in foodstuff, as opposed merely to export cash crops, it has not really been abandoned. The bank is certainly aware of and concerned with, as are others, the deterioration of productive conditions in rural Africa and the problem of bringing essential new capital investment to a decolonized and hence unstable continent. At bottom there lies in this a history of strategies developed to capture the peasantry, as is suggested by the memorable title of a recent book on Tanzania by a friend of its state bureaucracy, Goran Haydn. 8. What political benefits the masses derived from the triumph of nationalism may paradoxically have become fairly effective impediments against state power to harness or appropriate the surplus. Production in colonial Africa was geared to a great extent towards export crops and the needs of the ruling regime. Ironically, the squeeze of the 1970s is making Africa less economically extravagant. The ruling DAS, resentful as it has deigned to be about neocolonialism, is less than delighted. Much of this volume has been consumed with history attempts by DASs and states to capture the African people. Prizing loose and harnessing the product and labor of African cultivators was fundamental to the colonial enterprise. How and by whom shall that process be carried on, and in what kind of political context, is the great continental question of the last part of the 20th century. 11. Southern Africa in crisis. Asked why he ald not afford a house, a Kihaleza quarry worker looks around at his companions in bewilderment. When the question is seriously repeated, it becomes clear to him that he is being addressed by a fool. But he takes the trouble to explain, all the same, speaking slowly and pausing frequently to allow his words to sink in. He earns R4 a week, he says. He has a wife and 3 small children. At Moorsgat there is no work for her. So the family wage remains only R4. Is that understood? While, the return bus fare from Kihaleza to Moorsgat is R1.80 and because it is so high, he visits his family at Moorsgat only every 2 weeks, at the weekend. That means he has R6.20 left, with which to keep himself and the 4 other members of his family alive for 2 weeks. Food, he says, with a wide grin, that's the trouble. He pats his stomach at food. From Cosmas Desmond, The Discarded People, an account 01 African Resettlement in South Africa, Penguin, 1971, pages 151-2. While emphasizing, significantly, that free enterprise and economic growth, not Afrikaner and racial hegemony, are the core of the system to be defended, Minister of Defense General Magnus Malin has assured his audiences that the SADF is ready to beat off any attack. Yet he knows that it is the volatility of the Horn Front we increasingly defies any simple military solution, and so he includes that, we must take into 262 account the aspirations of our different population groups. We must gain and keep their trust. From Jon Saul and Stephen Gelb, The Crisis in South Africa, Class Defense, Class Revolution, Monthly Review Press, 1981, p. 36. The Nationalist Party Victory and Its Implications. WRID War 11 was a time of social and economic pressures in South Africa just as it was further north. It spurred an intensified industrial growth that gave to secondary industry an unprecedented importance in national life. The proportion of Africans increased greatly among factory workers, and the flood of new migrants to the cities, responding to job opportunities, swamped the existing locations allocated for Africans. As Chapter 8 suggested, this gave to African workers a new bargaining power that took the form of strikes and squatter movements, particularly in the Johannesburg area. The response of the state was equivocal. Within the Smuts government there was an important liberal wing that favored social, economic, and even political reforms that would incorporate the industrial East African into capitalist South African society. Eloquent spokesmen for this point of view, notably Jan Hofmeyr, Smuts' lieutenant, did not tire of pointing out that, whatever its charms, segregation could no longer regulate economic growth. The reserve's economic viability had deepened enormously, and large developmental expenditures would have been required to recreate conditions whereby Africans would voluntarily want to reproduce a workforce there. Conservatives, however, deep to segregation. Yet the force that captured the imagination of more whites lay in the opposition. When Hertzog abandoned the pact and formed the United Party with Smuts in 1933, most of his Cape following, led by Malin, seceded and regrouped after the next election as the Purified Nationalists. A particular strength of the Cape Nationalists was their association with an ambitious das of entrepreneurs who stood behind the emerging Sanlam Siamba building society/insurance complex and needed 263 state patronage to expand. The Broederbond, a small nationalist organization of great importance in the 1930s and 1940s, had a particularly strong business orientation and spearheaded the movement towards Afrikaner economic self-help. Hertzog's own son Albert was the central figure in a parallel drive to turn the Unionist workers into Afrikaner nationalists, especially on the mining belt around the Rand. At first Malin suffered from having to meet the competition of real groups which were directly under the influence of European fascism and more orientated to the notion of an authoritarian, corporatist state and a generalist white race identity. These groups gained impetus when Smuts brought South Africa into World War II on the British side and Hertzog resigned from the cabinet. QNLY When the defeat of Germany became imminent and fascist and semi-fascist groups failed to achieve any effective unity, was Malan's triumph against them assured. The nationalists won the 1948 election in the Transvaal, where they reversed Smut's long-time dominance in the countryside and secured an important base in working-class constituencies in the Outer Rand. Transvaal farmers had been hard hit by the growth of industry, which threatened their ability to control cheap black agricultural labor as well as the low support prices of the Smuts government on maize. The urban workers reacted against the weakness and corruption of the old British leadership of the Mine Workers' Union and the decay of the Labour Party. A third and equally important element was popular reaction to the waverings of the Smuts regime on segregation. The nationalists appeared to stand firm on the need to repair the dikes that had been damaged by the economic and social strains of the war years. The massive 1946 black mine workers' strike, despite its brutal suppression, characteristically frightened whites, particularly the least skilled. The Malan government did not offer a fundamentally different policy on race than had been developed previously under Smuts or Herzog. Apartheid, the new key word, was closely related to segregation. As Dunbar Moody has noted, it was in fact first applied in Afrikaans to separation from white English speakers, not from Africans. The most original aspect of nationalist ideology was its use of the state to 264. Advance the place of Afrikaners in the South African capital accumulation process through ethnic solidarity and, in so doing, to replace Das Divages with an outlook of ethnic cohesion. The ideology of Afrikanerdom, however, strongly encouraged as while the intensification of a racially defined social order as a logical extension of its worldview. As such, the nationalists were very successful. Under state patronage, Afrikaners rose in the ranks of an expanding bureaucracy while the Afrikaans medium universities grew rapidly and trained the youth. Useful connections helped Afrikaner capitalists such as Anton Rupert of Rembrandt Tobacco to find their place in the sun. The general prosperity of South African capitalism, coupled with the maintenance of segregation, built up loyalty to the party. The 1948 electoral six-Tory depended on the constitutional overloading of seats to benefit farmers, but thereafter the nationalists moved from strength to strength in subsequent elections, reaching majority support among whites nationwide by the end of the 1950s. This was the principal systemic and intended result of apartheid. Of perhaps greater significance in the long term was the rejection by the new regime of the initiatives that it appeared might be in the offing under Smuts to accommodate the South African system to the needs of expanded industrialization. Plans that had been under discussion to give the vote to Indians, to install a national health system and to procure more secure tenure for Africans in the cities were shelved. Henceforth, South African economic growth would have to accommodate an ever more rigidly defined segregation mechanism. It must be emphasized that this did not, as some of the liberals of the 1940s feared, hobble the economy. Harsh labor controls and poor wages made for high profits in many sectors. This required increasing state intervention, which meant as well to stifle political opposition to the system. There was no sinister master plan of control, however. Nationalist legislation, indeeding that aimed at the suppression of the state's opponents, developed in a piecemeal manner, particularly before 1960. Nationalist politics of the 1950s had two main objects. One was to strengthen re-election prospects. To this category belongs the admission to the Senate of Representatives from 265. Southwest Africa and the successful fight to eliminate from the Cape franchise colored people as had once been Africans. The second, more important object consisted of legislation to intensify the segregation system, to dose its loopholes and in general to make it more inflexible. Intermarriage and indeed, sexual intercourse between whites and non-whites was made illegal by the Immorality Act, while all South Africans were forced to carry, or possess in the case of whites, identification labeling them according to race. Arguably the most significant piece of nationalist legislation was the Group Areas Act of 1950, consolidated in 1957, which led to the ever more formalist segregation of racial groups in urban areas and formed part of a process that involved moving around Africans, coloreds and Indians on a big scale over the next 20 years. The Act-André-related policies served many interests. It was indirectly a great boon to property speculators and, in striking at Indian merchants, seemed to assist white shopkeepers handsomely. Vast new black townships were organized so that they could be patrolled and, if necessary, cut off in the case of insurrection. The limited rights of black urban property owners were attacked as well as the right to live in the white cities at all. Through the destruction of shanty towns and massive construction of new housing, urban segregation policy hit at the squatters' movement and attempted to draw a line on black migrations from the farms and reserves to the city. The biggest new urban center for Africans was the southwestern township of Johannesburg, Soweto. The state also intensified the pass system, incorporated into the larger framework of influx control. All Africans had to carry a police-endorsed pass showing that they were employed or in transit at all times in white areas. Before the war, legal pressure on Africans had mostly consisted of poll tax administration. Now Africans were jailed and harassed primarily as pass offenders. This marked the end of pressures to induce labor to the cities, with the new emphasis instead on penning as many Africans as possible into the reserves. By making it hard for Africans to live permanently in the towns, the state benefited white farmers who needed a tied labor force. Government aid to agriculture spearheaded the development of a prosperous agribusiness sector and enabled 266 capitalist farmers to eliminate the last pockets of rural squatting by Africans. Hendrik Fransk Verwoerd, appointed Minister of Native Affairs in 1950, was the most consistent and ruthlessly coherent architect of the renewed positive segregation, generally called separate development, and his influence increased when Mallon retired in 1954 and the Transvaal wing of the party came to the fore with Jahan Strijdom as the new premier. All future development for the Bantu, as the state began to refer to the natives, was to be focused in the reserves and on thoroughly segregated institutions. The powers of chiefs were increased as government agents. It was an irony sign of the times that the Zulu paramountcy, once so feared by whites and deliberately smashed by British imperialism, was restored in 1952. The Bantu Education Act provided for a completely separate and pedagogically distinct educational system for Africans, leading logically in 1959 to the establishment of separate institutions of higher education in the homelands, as the reserves were now called. The state also sponsored research into the possible economic development of the homelands as a means of underpinning separate development politics. Tomlinson Commission, 1956. Whereas once it had been crucial for capital to undermine their ability and to press African labor out to the mines and cities, now the political stability of the system required some economic reconstitution just so that these areas could continue to function as props in a cheap migrant labor structure. Conditions for Africans in the Union were abysmal in the 1950s. Industrial growth was slower and more uneven than during the previous decade, while material possibilities in the homelands for anything beyond a resting space between jobs diminished. Under nationalist auspices, life in the cities was insecure and degrading. The vast new housing schemes were badly over-eroded, poorly provided with amenities and linked to a demoralizing bureaucratic surveillance. Alcoholism and other feats of social despair were especially rife. Violent crime associated with Tsotsi, delinquent youth, developed on a scale spectacular by any international comparison. It might be expected that African resistance would capitalize on the prevalence of such harsh conditions of life. This was 267. True only to a limited extent, however. In 1949, for instance, Zulu workers took out their frustrations on the Indian population in Durban race riots that cost dozens of lives while the police intervened only at a late stage. Hundreds of thousands of Africans turned to the consolation of independent churches, often as followers of one or another prophet, in what was almost invariably a rejection of political conceptualization of their lives. Political organizations failed to come up with programs and, more crucially, association and action that could counter the pressures felt by black South Africans. The major African organization during the 1950s was the Revitalist African National Congress, ANC. In 1949, under the influence of the Youth League Africanists, the ANC adopted the Programme of Action, which appeared to promise militant resistance to state oppression. The ANC moved as well towards alliances that extended its scope. After the Durban riots, the pact with the Indian National Congresses of the Transvaal and Natal was reaffirmed, and links were also forged with colored leaders who before 1948 had been partly exempt from the segregation system. The Communist Party, which had enjoyed a revival from the time of the war and succeeded in electing non-European representatives to Parliament and the Cape Assembly, was outlawed in 1950. Having dissolved itself shortly before, the CP now sought to find common ground with Congress, and its African members became prominent within Congress. The Congress alliance system led ultimately to the Congress of the People, held in 1955 at Kliptown, which adopted the Freedom Charter as a defiant alternative to the Union Constitution. The charter committed the ANC and other constituent parts to a somewhat vague socialist formulation, advocating national equation of some leading sectors of the economy, redistribution of land and democratic representation. The alliance form of the Congress, representing as it did discrete peoples racially defined, except for the primarily white Congress of Democrats, showed the extent to which the ideology of segregation had come to permeate even the strongest opposition to the system that existed at this time. Part of the Youth League, in fact, was deeply hostile to the participation of non-Africans in ANC affairs and even the rather general commitment of the Charter to social democracy. 268. Racy. Decrying communist influence and egged on by virulently anti-communist white liberals, they moved towards a more overtly oppositionist stance within Congress. This Africanist tendency reflected as well a discontent with the political practice and elite leadership of the ANC. During the early 1950s, the ANC devoted its efforts to the Defiance Campaign, a passive resistance drive influenced by the Gandhian model of civil disobedience. It participated in pass bombings and defied signs marking off racially exclusive amenities in public facilities. Passive resistance had its greatest success in the Eastern Cape and among Natal Indians. Thousands of defiers were arrested, but the campaign eventually petered out without result. The Kliptown Congress was also followed by many arrests and treason trials that lasted for 5 years. The courts, applying formal legal criteria, did not sustain state charges of treason, but they forced the ANC and its allies to devote energy and time to courtroom activity that further debilitated the movement. Yet an intensification of militancy was on the agenda in the late 1950s. Influx control, imposition of unpopular chiefs, regulations, and removals of Africans from white areas led to serious rural unrest in a number of areas, most dramatically Pondoland in the Eastern Cape. Early in 1959 violence broke out in Pretoria and in Cato Manor, Durban. The Africanists were anxious to capitalize on this unrest and, late in 1958, they had broken away from Congress to form the Pan-African Congress, PAC. Committed to action, the PAC had no actual new strategy to hand. When the ANC declared a renewed pass-burning campaign, the PAC countered with one aimed at an earlier date in March 1960. In 2 places, Sharpeville outside Vereeniging in the Transvaal and Langa, a Cape Town township, police-inspired violence broke out. 69 Africans died when the police fired into an unarmed, fleeing crowd at Sharpeville, an event publicized throughout the world which revealed the hardcore of the South African system, while suggesting its potential fragility. In the wake of Sharpeville, the grip of the state appeared to loosen. Pass inspections were suspended, a stay-at-home brought cities, especially Cape Town, to a halt. Riots broke out in a number of places and an African demonstration took 30,000 black marchers through the streets of the center of 269. Cape Town. International financial infidani in South Africa suddenly plummeted, hitting the regime where it most hurt and threatening the basis of South African ians society as stock and property values fell and investment funds were withdrawn. It appeared that the day of reckoning was at hand. However, neither the ANC nor the PAC was capable of taking up the initiative. Instead, the government, Ledsine 1958 by Verwoerd following the death of Stratum, succeeded in gaining the upper hand so effectively that the pundits who had expeded the imminent collapse of the South African system after Sharpeville, with equally limited prophetic talent, would speak of it lasting forever a decade later. It is, however, essential to examine those elements of polio read through by Verwoerd and his successor, B.J. Vorster, which brought about what their friends Ian's either a new lease of life and their enemies an unprecedented period of silence and oppression. A major element of Verwoerd's strategy was sheer repression. The ANC and PAC were banned in 1960 and obliged to go underground, a step for which they had laid few plans. They both opted for a policy of armed struggle based on sabotage that would lead ultimately to guerrilla warfare. This failed to bring about, as hoped, an effective wave of popular risings. In 1964 Mu'ahab the Intima leadership of the ANC and Congress movement was surprised and arrested at a farmhouse in Rivonia, not far from Johannesburg. Most were found guilty and sentenced to long jail terms. Nelson Mandela, head of the ANC, had been arrested earlier and was linked to the Rivonia defendants. His opposite number in the PAC, Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe, was also interned. The Rivonia trials brought a feat of ANC and PAC activity to an end, while the ANC-linked South African Congress of Trade Unions was also virtually stifled. The state had fared poorly in suing innovations from the treason trials. Now legislation itself was altered to give the police a freer hand. 90-day detentions without legal process were instituted and made renewable. Reports of torture and suspicious deaths of prisoners spread. Within the townships a strong network of informers served intelligence purposes. The liberation movements found it difficult to operate. 270. Effectively from exile. The PAC proved especially vulnerable to splits and internal dissensions. Its one-time anti-communism gave way to a nominal Maoism. The Congress alliance held up far better but remained an uneasy conglomeration of petty bourgeois nationalists and Soviet-linked communists. Neither could seriously challenge Pretoria in the middle and late 1960s. Verwoerd determined to extend his separate development orientation to a level never previously envisioned, establishing homeland governments, encouraging their autonomous development, introducing elections, and ultimately leading them to independence and separate citizenship. This, at least, was the picture to be planted abroad. South Africa too was prepared to decolonize. By 1963 elections were prepared in the Transkei. On the strength of the large number of state-nominated seats, Kaiser Matanzima, who championed separate development, became the first prime minister of a Bantustan. South African retention of effective power through its officials in the Bantustans, its overwhelming economic influence and security arrangements gave to this initiative elements of a farce. However, unlikely candidates as were the Bantustans for any meaningful independent existence, their expanding bureaucracies provided jobs for new strata of educated Africans tied to the system in a new way and a basis of accumulation for a small number of Africans with access to 10 ans and political influence. Repression, too, could be indigenous through developing homeland police and army personnel. On the fringe of the Bantustans, border industry growth centers were planned as a means of freeing capital from some of the restraints that influx control imposed on industrial expansion elsewhere and to take advantage of virtually captive and particularly cheap labor. Within the homeland's economic development was more a matter of advertising brochures than actual practical activity, although some officials in South Africa understood the needs from their own perspective for some kind of revitalization of the homelands to prevent their economies from collapsing even further. Figures from the 1960s begin to show the proportion of Africans there able to feed themselves through agriculture down to as low as 10%. 271. In the cities, politicians proclaimed that the day when the tide would turn and the population would start to become proportionately more white and less African was around the corner. Influx control was applied with new rigor, often to the discomfiture of business. The police hounded Africans to prove their right to live in town. From the late 1960s, special relocation centers began to be created in the homelands for redundant Africans, Pudi planned dumping grounds in inhospitable spots that were meant to intensify the dependence of African labor even further and to cut the links of community in urban areas. While Soweto and other townships experienced massive overcrowding, the state and municipal bodies imitated the mining companies by expanding the construction of single men's and semi-women's hostels. The intensification of apartheid accompanied a period of highly profitable industrial expansion in the IDs of South Africa. Crucial to recovery from the crisis of 1960 were loans from foreign banks and sympathetic assistance from foreign industrialists, particularly mining finance houses. American capital was particularly decisive, although Britain was and remained overwhelmingly the main foreign investor in South Africa. A striking feature of the South African economy was the mergers and the remarkable rise of one particular corporation, Anglo-American, which by the 1960s was an international giant. Anglos expanded from South African gold mining into every facet of the South African industrial economy, at the same time investing in mining and other interests elsewhere in Africa and beyond. Apart from certain specialist areas such as coal-to-oil technology, energetically pursued by the state for security reasons, and mining machinery, South African industry remained somewhat backward compared with the greatest industrial centers and required inputs of foreign investment to expand and modernize. British, American, European, and Japanese industrial investors led the 60s boom, sinking more funds into South African industry and the Johannesburg Stock Exchange than the rest of the continent put together. As imports of manufactures declined and capital goods imports rose, South Africa had become a mature import substitution economy. It continued, however, to depend 272 heavily on exporting primary goods, minerals and food products. Manufactured goods found a market mainly in South Africa's weak neighbors, Botswana, Lesotho, and Swaziland, in the Central African Federation and Mozambique. From 1957, in fact, this African trade tended proportionately to decline in significance. The realities of the boom forced the nationalist regime to consider itself increasingly as the agency for capital in South Africa rather than merely as promoters of a sectional Afrikaner interest. In 1960, Verwoerd organized a referendum for white voters only, which, by a small margin, emboldened Hearn to proclaim South Africa a republic. Shortly afterwards he withdrew the South African application for retention of membership in the Commonwealth. For the first time English speakers were introduced into the cabinet, 1961, and the nationalists began to abandon notions of Afrikaner apartheid for a generalist identity of white supremacy through separate development. The Maruridie of Afrikaner capitalism was celebrated in 1964 by the establishment of a major Afrikaner mining finance house, Federal, with Anglo's blessing. The long boom fathered an economy of affluence among the whites, allowing even the working-class children of former poor whites to enjoy a modest standard of comfort at home and to identify with the international American-derived culture of consumerism which tended to efface all older values. With each election the fortunes of the United Party fell lower. It never succeeded in presenting a coherent alternative to the nationalists once it ceased being the party of government. Within the split between those who wanted a liberalization of apartheid and those who stood merely for the ethnic British interest, opposing, for instance, the Bantustan policy as a potential security risk offering blacks too big a concession, grew. A small liberal party broke off after the 1953 elections. It had considerable influence among African nationalists, but little vote appeal to whites. The following election in 1958 so demoralized up liberals that 11 of their MPs resigned to form the Progressive Party. Only one, Helen Suzman, was successful in the next and subsequent elections through the 1960s. With African and then colored representation removed entirely from parliament, she alone. 273. Questioned aspects of government policy and pinpointed contradictory and inhumane aspects of separate development. The Progressives survived in good part through the backing of Anglo's head, Harry Oppenheimer, whose companies owned much of the English-language press, which was used to propagandize the need for change, for adjustment to developments elsewhere in Africa, for flexibility and liberalization in state policies. However, the limits to progressive liberalism in the 1960s must also be stressed. They opposed black trade unions and universal suffrage and, unlike the liberals, did not object to legislation that forbade them to have black members. Were it not for the Anglos' connection and the sympathy of liberals abroad, the progressives would have been insignificant. The armed struggle in southern Africa. The real challenge to South Africa in the 1960s appeared to come not from any internal source, but from an increasingly unfavorable external situation. Sharpeville came as a jolt as much to Western business and political circles as to those in South Africa. The military, economic, intelligence and political links between South Africa and the West were strong, but for the first time it became transparent that South Africa could be a liability in genuine Cold War strategies. Both the Macmillan government in Britain and the new Kennedy administration that took office in Washington tended to regard a suitably anti-communist African nationalism as the best possible bet in the changing circumstances in Africa towards 1960. Failure by Pretoria to accommodate the South African system with political reform was worrisome. Harold Macmillan, who had found white settlerdom tiresome and retrograde even when a colonial office official before the war, pointedly chose Parliament in Cape Town, rather than Nairobi or even Salisbury, to make his Winds of Change speech in 1960. By then, the winds had begun to waft towards the South African periphery. Britain agreed to dismantle the Central African Federation and to promote the two non-settler units, the future republics of Malawi and Zambia, towards independence. The High Commission territories, which as 274 late as the 1950s Pretoria still dreamt of annexing, were destined for a similar fate. Basutoland and Bechuanaland were granted independence as Lesotho and Botswana in 1965 to be followed by Swaziland in 1968. Small and impoverished, they posed no challenge to South African power. Malawi, which like the ex-High Commission territories had been developed essentially as a labor reserve, even moved to establish closer ties with South Africa. However, their existence placed the legitimacy of African nationalism on the political agenda while they were able to use widening trade and aid links with Europe and America to expand their ability to function autonomously. Far more serious as a threat to Pretoria was the spread of insurgency under the aegis of national liberation movements stretching across the length of southern Africa. South Africa became deeply involved in trying to prop up regimes far weaker than her own while staving off armed opposition from her borders. The first territory in southern Africa to face an open insurgency was Angola. The Portuguese state, by virtue of its economic weakness and political rigidity, was completely unable to forge the compromises with African nationalism that its peers in Europe were doing during the 1950s. With independence, former Portuguese colonies would undoubtedly break most links with metropolitan trade and industry. Thus Portuguese colonial policy in the 1950s went directly against the wider current. Portugal pressed forward with intensified emigration from Europe, inducing settlement schemes with attendant land alienation. The position of the mulattoes and Azamalados deteriorated while the color bar became more blatant. Opposition groups that emerged, notably in Angola, were ruthlessly suppressed to nip rebellion in the Budo, yet Angolans were naturally aware of events north of their frontier in the Congo and elsewhere. They began to consider resort to arms against the Salazar regime. Few local observers were surprised when a threefold insurrection broke out in 1961. The first phase, Maria's War, took the form of a popular rising in the northern district of Uj. Resistance to the collection of cotton and the chiliastic teaching of local prophecy movements make descriptions reminiscent of the days of Maji Maji in Tanganyika. The 275 second phase came in the capital, Luanda, where raids were mounted on police stations and government installations, kamikaze actions that were doomed to failure and invited ugly mob action from white crowds. The third and most serious rising took place in the far northwest among Congo-speaking Angolans who were experiencing a big rural settler influx coupled with deteriorating prices for their coffee. The Congo Rising was essentially an uncontrolled peasant rebellion of wide and terrible force. Some 200 Portuguese civilians were killed as well as mulattoes, assimilados, contract plantation workers from the south and even militants from real organizations to the União das Populações de Angola, UPA, which had gained support in this area. However, the UPA had little control over what was going on. Although the Portuguese were forced to beat a retreat from a wide zone, no revolutionary organization or activity emerged in the midst of this chaos. After some months the Portuguese army returned to sweep up most of the area amidst scenes of extraordinary vengeful violence, while a huge proportion of the population fled to the now independent Congo. Thereafter, for 13 years, the Portuguese army was obliged to fight a shooting war in Angola. The anti-Portuguese movement, however, was badly divided. Two dominant tendencies emerged. The UPA, later known as the Frente Nacional de Libertação de Angola, FNLA, after absorbing smaller groupings was led by Holden Roberto, a Congo who had grown up in Belgian territory and emerged from the RIAL faction quarrels in Congo politics. Hostile to those he did not consider African and firmly in the Western camp, he was on the payroll of the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency from 1961, he depended on a small cohort of Congo followers and, increasingly, on the support of a succession of Kinshasa, Leopoldville, governments, particularly that of Mobutu after 1965, into whose family he married. The FNLA counted on the support of the large Angolan Congo community in Kinshasa, could mount raids across the frontier and maintained an armed maquis that neither noticeably expanded nor contracted over the years in the hilly country north of Luanda. Roberto always rejected unified action with the Movimento Popular de Libertação de Angola, MPLA, which included 276. Some of the most educated black Angolans and had its following in Luanda and its hinterland and other urban communities. The MPLA had strong fraternal links with the anti-fascist left within Portugal and accepted a markedly socialist orientation. It appears likely that a small Angolan communist party born in the 1950s was a constituent element. Portuguese communists were crucial to the Dramati.C prison escape in 1962 of the poet Agostinho Neto. On arrival in Africa, Neto became head of the MPLA. Far from its natural urban social base and surrounded by the debilitating atmosphere of Kinshasa, the MPLA deteriorated in morale, entered into opportunist alliances with a bevy of local exiles and appeared on its way to extinction when the Massambadabat regime came to power in Brazzaville in 1964, allowing it to resurface in a more sympathetic environment. MPLA militants had been murdered by Roberto's people during the Rising of 1960, were prevented by force from entering Angola that way, and consequently fight bitterly towards the FNLA and its Western backers. The MPLA had a chance to engage in armed struggle against the Portuguese after Zambia achieved independence in 1964. In 1966 guerrilla warfare began in eastern Angola and had considerable success in this thinly peopled region remote from centers of wealth and human density. From 1970, however, friction grew between elements among the fighters and the leadership in exile. A major breakaway under Daniel Chipenda virtually grounded MPLA guerrilla activity beyond the fringe of the Zambian frontier by the beginning of 1974. FNLA efforts to open up a new front in the east also culminated in a breakaway movement under the direction of Jonas Savimbi, União Nacional para a Independencia Total de Angola, UNITA. On the whole, guerrilla successes were then quite limited and did not approach threatening the major economic activities and political bases of Portuguese power. However, the struggle forced the Portuguese to spend vast sums of money militarizing Angola and made the stakes of their commitment high. Across the subcontinent, Portuguese fascism faced a more formidable foe in the Frente de Libertação de Moçambique, Frelimo, the Mozambique liberation movement. Frelimo may instructively be compared with the armed 277 groups in Angola. It enjoyed in Tanzania a rear base infinitely less debilitating and manipulative than Zaire Congo. Although the Makonde people played a somewhat equivalent frontier role to the Congo, they had much less influence in Tanzania than the Congo in Zaire, and they could not shape the course of events in Frelimo. South of the border, where Frelimo initiated guerrilla activity in 1964, was a thickly settled zone of peasant agriculture, in contrast to the almost empty savanna of eastern, and the refugee-denuded forests of northern Angola. Here Frelimo could form an effective base and initiate programs of production and social services sufficiently developed to allow them to export small quantities of cash crops and to construct the skeleton of a future national society. The Frelimo leader, Eduardo Mondlane, was remarkably effective at retaining the support of ideologically diverse elements and thus reducing rial groups outside Frelimo to the status of non-entities. Nevertheless, chauvinist and opportunist elements as well as Portuguese infiltrators did emerge into greater prominence. They, operating in collusion with the Portuguese, have been blamed for the assassination in 1969 of Mondlane in Dar es Salaam. This provoked an open crisis in Frelimo, but the Frelimo left, among whom Samora Machel emerged as principal spokesman, was triumphant. Their opponents discredited themselves through negotiations with Portugal, and the fighters remained faithful to an effectively purged movement. Frelimo had little success in assaulting towns, the remaining centers of Portuguese strength in the north, but they were able to expand their zone of operations continuously. In 1968, they succeeded in establishing a new front in Tete province in the northeast. Within a couple of years they had effectively crossed the Zambesi and began to render inoperable the Beira Railway, which was vital to Rhodesia. They also raised tremendously the cost of constructing the giant Cabra Bassa Dam on the Zambesi. Cabra Bassa, financed by European and South African capital, was meant to feed the Rand with electricity. It was only a new and powerful symbol of the intense symbiosis of Mozambique with South Africa, and Rhodesia. Mozambique supplied labor on a huge scale for the gold mines of the Rand and 278. Handled much of South Africa's international trade. These were in fact the dominant features of its colonial economy. The Frelimo guerrilla movement, gradually expanding southwards, threatened not only the Portuguese treasury but Portuguese political power and with it, South Africa. The other Portuguese mainland colony lay on the Guinea coast of West Africa, but it deserves mention here because it too was the scene of a major guerrilla struggle. By the end of the 1960s the Partido Africano de Independencia de Guinea-Cabo Verde, PAIGC, contracted a large part of the territory and people of Portuguese Guinea, now Guinea-Bissau, and held down a sizable army. The exceptionally gifted PLGC leader, Amilcar Cabral, assassinated by Portuguese bomb in 1972, coordinated his activities with Frelimo and MPLA. Some Portuguese officials understood the need for reform. Thus, as mulatto status was formally abolished and steps taken to reduce the element of force in the labor system. Much of the reform program, though, was cosmetic or half-hearted. It could not make profound changes that undercut the basis of colonial exploitation. Perhaps the most noteworthy shift was the opening of Angola in particular to much freer investment opportunities by non-Portuguese. The West as a whole was given a bigger stake in a Portuguese victory. This helped to create some prosperity in the colonial economy, but, ironically, at the same time it strengthened those elements in Portugal who sought to reorient Portuguese capitalism from a colonial to a European and common market direction. As the few dominant Portuguese monopolies became more competitive, their commitment to Africa lessened. A third zone of fighting in southern Africa opened up in Rhodesia. With the collapse of the Central African Federation, the Rhodesian whites rejected those managers of Settler domination whose reform plans since the 1940s had closely paralleled the Smuts liberals of the South African scene. The newly triumphant Rhodesian Front Party was as determined as the Nationalist Party in South Africa to stop the rot and to draw a line on concessions that threatened their power base. Under Confederation, the Front had already rallied support around the idea of a Rhodesian Declaration of Independence. The unilateral declaration was proclaimed in 1965 with Land Smith as independent Rhodesia's first and 279. Only Prime Minister. Once it was clear that the British government under Harold Wilson of the Labour Party had absolutely no intention of stopping the move by force. Britain instead opted for a policy of sanctions, a policy that could achieve little without the cooperation of Portugal and South Africa. Indeed, it was sanctions in particular that brought South Africa together with her neighbours to attempt jointly to put out the brushfires of Revoit. Smith held no mandate for a Rhodesian equivalent to the Bantustan line propounded south of the Limpopo. Instead, his 1969 constitution was an amalgam of the old Confederation multiracialism, features borrowed piecemeal from South Africa and customary segregation practices. Africans were handed 15 seats in the 65-man legislature, although they formed some 94 or 95% of the total population. Even these seats were largely in the hands of state-appointed chiefs. Smith had in his favor a measure of prosperity brought about through the rapid development of industry, unbeset by foreign competition, and a significant flow of South African investment. Rhodesia attracted a stream of Western immigrants and adventurers. Weakness and disunity on the part of Rhodesia Africans was, however, the strongest card in his hand for a long time. In 1963 the nationalist movement, dominated by Joshua Komu's Zimbabwe African People's Union, ZAPU, split permanently. Organizationally inept, it had lacked any clear strategy or ideological orientation. It never had come to grips with the special problem posed by white settlers in Rhodesia, relying entirely on a decolonization formula that would transfer power to blacks from on high in Britain. The new group, called Zimbabwe African National Union, ZANU, was led by Revd. Endabanning E. Sithole. Sithole and Komu were so on under arrest and both parties banned. ZANU was fortunate in the caliber of its exiled leader, Robert Mugabe, who came under the influence of Mondlane and Nyerere and helped to formulate a more militant kind of politics. Both ZANU and ZAPU fight forced to turn to armed struggle, and from 1966 Crony raids were conducted across the Zambesi to engage Rhodesian security forces. The UDI regime could manage the Zambesi front. Rhodesia's real problems began when Frelimo moved into Tet province in 1968 and then 280. Proceeded to cross the Zambesi and to politicize the Shona peasantry in Mozambique. Frelimo offered ZANU an excellent base of operations, and fighting in eastern Rhodesia began in earnest. As ZANU activities became more effective, they took on the character of a peasant insurrection. A final insurgency had by then begun in Southwest Africa. The Southwest African People's Organization, SWAPO, with a strong base in the northern part of the country, committed itself to guerrilla activity in 1966. The fighting was often sporadic, but SWAPO had an unshakable base among the Ovambo, who constituted half the population and a majority of the working class of Southwest Africa. This was, moreover, an insurgency in a territory where South Africa claimed direct control, and it required an ever-mounting military involvement by the South African state. South Africa sent as well material, troops, and police to fight in Rhodesia, and it cooperated closely with the Portuguese. Yet all these wars could not be won by an unholy Southern alliance. The cost of holding the ring grew constantly, and not least was the fear of international isolation. In the 1950s it was South Africa that had spumed any diplomatic contact with the African nationalist movements elsewhere on the continent, while fretfully advising the colonial powers against decolonization. Only while after Sharpeville was it realized that this had been a serious miscalculation. Condemnation of apartheid became a pillar of the foreign policy of all African states, even if honored more rhetorically than practically. The assistance of independent African states was helpful to the rising guerrilla movements of the South. South Africa tried to counter this with an outward policy of dialogue, beginning with the most dependent labor-exporting states, Malawi and Lesotho. In the late 1960s Pretoria began to court a whole phalanx of right-wing African countries, Mauritius, Madagascar, Malagasy Republic, Gabon, the Ivory Coast, Zaire, Liberia, Ghana, the Central African Republic. Reactionary African regimes had little stomach for a confrontation with the South. Western advice lay in the direction of compromise while the South African state seemed internally invulnerable. Vorster realized that the Rhodesian situation was intractable so long as the Smith 281 regime rode high and corresponded secretly with President Kaunda of Zambia in the hopes of finding some formula of compromise that could bring to power in Salisbury a docile black government. Thus the internal strengths of the South African regime, which appeared so manifest in the late 1960s, coincided with an increasingly complicated and far less favorable situation in Southern Africa as a whole. The 197 OS saw the complacency of Pretoria disappear as blows to its hegemony began to re their target. The challenges of the 1970s and after. By the early 1970s South Africa had passed through a age of remarkable industrial growth which had made the operation of its political system paradoxically both easier and more difficult. Although it became tougher for Africans to gain residence rights in town, jobs were more available and wage levels tended to creep up after remaining extremely low from the late 1940s onward. Economic development required and engendered the expansion of skills, education, and jobs in the bureaucracy for Africans, and, with it, the numbers of young people with higher expectations. To the majority of observers the state appeared to be in remarkable control of the situation. In reality, the boom paved the way for a new wave of struggle in the 1970s that coalesced with the problems South Africa confronted along the northern frontiers. In the spring of 1969 a community of workers with a long history of militancy, the dock workers of Durban, went out on strike. The workforce was expelled from Durban and summarily replaced by a completely new body of men from the impoverished homelands. Despite its failure, the strike kindled a modest spark of labor revival that would develop further. The real tumbling of the tide occurred in late 1971 when virtually the entire labor force of Southwest Africa came out, returning to Ovumboland, and demanded the end to the entire degrading migrant contract system. After weeks of pressure, the state was forced to intervene and offer some compromises to the workers. Through 1972 and 1973 strikes. 282. Spread, notably in Natal and the Transvaal. The bitmess of workers coincided with a significant downturn in the South African economy, the long boom was over and prospects for economic growth evaporated. From the strikes emerged a new, unaffiliated labor movement which threatened to take openly political forms. The expansion of Bantu education had evoked the growth of an enlarged student body that began to challenge the university authorities and state hegemony. Breaking with the predominantly white Liberal National Union of South African Students, NUSAS, African university students attempted to build a new unity of the oppressed in adopting the word black for themselves and thus forging links with Indian and colored comrades. African implies the assumption of a nationality with pre-colonial roots. Black is an identity based on resistance to oppression within industrial South Africa that crosses cultural barriers. From the student movement grew a larger black consciousness movement that established outreach programs through urban black communities. At first the emphasis on blackness allowed for a measure of government tolerance in accordance with separate development philosophy. From 1973, however, black consciousness leaders and organizations began to be repressed as they challenged state hegemony. They had struck roots, more informal and vague than organizational, in the black townships and particularly among black schoolboys and girls. In 1976 Soweto exploded with demonstrations that began with the government attempt to impose Afrikaans on a PAR with English for African secondary school students. The state responded with all the firepower at its command, but despite the deaths of hundreds the marches and demonstrations continued for months and spread to all parts of the country, involving colored as well as African crowds on a large scale, a virtually unprecedented phenomenon in South Africa. The 1976 insurgency clearly had another indirect and external cause. It was inspired by the collapse of Portuguese power in Africa. In the early 1970s Portugal was strained to its limits. Inflation, labor migration to France, draft evasion, and mounting military budgets led to a coup in April 1974 that finally finished off the Estado Novo. While other Euro 283 PN countries had solved their colonial issues satisfactorily from the political point of view, through various forms of decolonization procedures, in Portugal the African wars led to the collapse of the state itself and thus threatened the foundation of Portuguese capitalism. After a short period the armed forces movement, itself influenced by the ideas of the African liberation organizations, seized power and put in office men sympathetic to independence for the colonies. Thus in 1975 Frelimo triumphed in Mozambique and began the difficult struggle to reorientate colonial economic, political, and cultural life. The situation in Angola was more complex. The West was determined to prevent the MPLA from enjoying a similar accession to power, despite its success in re-establishing strong bases of support in urban Angola. Savimbi's UNITA and Roberto's FNLA formed an alliance, drew on undercover American aid and forged ties with South Africa, which in turn was very eager to put paid to Angola-based SWAPO guerrilla activities. As Portuguese power waned in 1975, the South African army marched north in force with UNITA while FNLA proceeded from the other direction to the capital. By November the South Africans were hardly 100 miles from Luanda while FNLA guns bombarded the northern suburbs. The MPLA, which had by then PROC-1 aimed independence, was largely saved through the intervention of a contingent of Cuban troops. Gradually the MPLA and its Cuban friends drove the rival right-wing nationalist groups beyond the borders. Well before this Pretoria had ordered its troops to retreat in good order. The results for the South Africans were bad. All possibilities of dialogue with African states were at an end. Instead of hope for credit at He-One-Ping to install Savimbi and Roberto in power, South Africa had now to face the victory of an uncompromised MPLA enjoying the friendliest relations with Cuba and the Soviet Union. Mozambican independence allowed ZANU to expand its activities in Rhodesia. Despite Rhodesia carrying the war into Mozambique on a big, damaging scale, the days of UDI were numbered. In 1978 Ian Smith was obliged to set up an Anantimal settlement and to allow Bishop Abe-I Muserwa to take office as Prime Minister of Zimbabwe Rhodesia. Muserwa had 284 become a national political figure by standing up and denouncing the Smith regime before the British-sponsored Pearce Commission in 1972, but he did not pursue any real efforts to break Settler power and he continued the war. In the following year the situation for Rhodesia was so poor that Muserwa and Smith accepted British-run negotiations for a referendum, in which South Africa, hoping for a Muserwa victory, acquiesced. ZANU and ZAPU had by then, under intense pressure from the front-line states, Zambia, Mozambique, Angola, Tanzania, and Botswana, agreed to a formal alliance. The Patriotic Front, as it was called, was initially reluctant to participate in a referendum under an unpurged Rhodesian administration. However, they could not get support for a refusal to cooperate with Western plans. The more conservative frontliners feared a growing radicalization of the Zimbabwe struggle. Zambia and Mozambique particularly suffered the consequences of the fighting so severely that they exerted pressure to get the consent of the Patriotic Front to the referendum. In the event, ZANU won a strong victory and Mugabe became Prime Minister of an independent Zimbabwe in April 1980. This was the end of South Africa's last really dependable ally in Africa. The combined result of labor militancy, which, with ups and downs, developed qualitatively and quantitatively, the dramatic Soweto Rising which forever ended the myth of the African masses' acquiescence in Pretoria's policies and the collapse first of Portugal and then of Rhodesia, placed the South African regime in a state of mounting disarray. Nor was the economy as buoyant as in the past. It became more difficult to get foreign loans and investment to meet the restructuring needs of the 1970s. Even the good gold prices that typified much of the decade could not easily be translated into jobs and production expansion. The independence of Mozambique in particular affected South Africa's dependence on ultra-cheap foreign labor. The gold mines fight obliged to raise wages very substantially in order to attract South African black workers. Labor militancy also forced wages to rise in industry and, unlike the gold mines, industrial firms could not avoid the squeeze on profits through favorable world prices. Superficially, the government enjoyed an unprecedented 285 parliamentary majority with the collapse and dissolution of the old United Party. However, the leadership was torn by feuds and afraid of change that would threaten its political base. The nationalists, and indeed even the Broederbond, were divided between Verkramp and Verulk, conservative and reforming factions, and the direction of change, seen as essential after Soweto, was equally under dispute. In this atmosphere, Vorster fell from office in 1978, to be replaced by the Cape Verulk, P. Botha, with some of Botha's major rivals driven from office in the Muldergate scandal. Some of the direction of reform pointed back to the United Party commissions of the early 1940s. African trade unions were allowed to register for the first time in South African history in 1979. Urban Africans received for the first time in a generation the right to hold houses on long leases. Measures of so-called petty apartheid were increasingly put into abeyance, including the notorious Immorality Act, ignored in the big cities. The Theron Commission recommended granting coloreds full political rights. This was rejected, but Botha was trying in the early 1980s to get consent for colored and Asian political representation in a reformed constitution. All of this reflected the extent to which the nationalists had become the best hope of big business. Little separated the Verlig from the progressives in pursuing the goal of a stable, capitalist consumer society. Botha moved in the direction of extending separate development into a grand confederal scheme, which the Old Up and the Progressives, now called the Progressive Federal Party, had long advocated. Its outlines are still unclear. Prospects for reform, though, are not likely to include a revision of the fundamentals of the system, the forms of labor organization, recruitment, and control of the real sharing of power, and are rife with contradictions. Reform strategies may well improve the lot of some categories of urban labor as well as the growing number of blacks in the bureaucracy, but they are never divorced from pressing a policy of extreme insecurity, dependence, and impoverishment on the majority of Africans. Nor is a lifting of police state regulations and a turn to greater civil liberties likely. A swollen bureaucracy of repression has too powerful a stake in its survival. The Bantustan policy has not been abandoned. 286. In fact, the Transkei became an independent state in 1976, although unrecognized by any country in the world. Others followed, Bophuthatswana, a string of reserves stretching from the Pretoria suburbs down to just north of Kimberley, then Venda, and the Ciskei. Their citizens were now foreign gastarbeiter in South Africa, where their jobs continued to be. However, South Africa has abandoned its attempts to annex Namibia, Southwest Africa. Since the end of the Portuguese Empire, the prospect of decolonization has been conceded. At first, this was designed as a mini South African Bantustan plan with various tiny African homeland states to be created. Then a search for a Namibian Musurwa began. At South Africa refused to countenance was a SWAPO victory by any means. The state has been fortunate not to confront an effective united militant opposition. After 1976, black consciousness shattered in many pieces. Several thousand young militants fled into exile, to be absorbed by the ANC and, to a smaller extent, the POC, although a black consciousness movement in exile also exists. Nor so far have the exile organizations been able to overcome their history weaknesses and to establish themselves solidly within South Africa, although an ANC revival within the country was notable from 1980. At least one homeland leader, Gatsha Buthelezi of KwaZulu, has rejected independence and been remarkably effective in playing various sides against the middle. Butelezi's Inkatha organization commands substantial patronage and reaches into the cities. With Inkatha as a base, Buthelezi has made a bid to play a big role in any future South African political settlement. Urban blacks, apart from the most conservative, are bitterly hostile to Buthelezi and to the Bantustan solution and all that comes from it. The greatest challenge to the system was the continual strengthening of the black labor movement, whose membership in 1982 approached 250,000. Despite great odds, it began to organize migrants. But its strength was limited by disunity. Part of it, the most overtly political, gave at least nominal backing to the ANC. Other unions eschew national politics. South Africa thus entered the 1980s in a state of deepen. 287. In contradictions or, in the words of Saul and Gelb, an organic crisis. As the regime is well aware, new Sowetos are always apt to break out given the profound dissatisfaction of blacks and the inability of the system to reform convincingly fundamental conditions. The present weakness of the liberation movement is not guaranteed to last forever. As the internal struggle deepens, it threatens the foundations not merely of Afrikaner nationalism, but of capitalism in South Africa itself. Yet it is crucial to avoid the mistake of seeing South Africa as simply the final piece to fall in a Southern African domino set. The independence of Angola, Mozambique, and now Zimbabwe does not guarantee a similar transformation in the Republic. South Africa has in fact been able to sponsor effective anti-government terrorism in Mozambique and especially Angola, where UNITA was able to control a considerable territory for much of the late 1970s. Both countries experienced the gravest economic difficulties in trying to build socialism on the base of a peasant population and are only slowly returning to the productive levels of colonial days. Mozambique, which has so far demonstrated a remarkable vitality and genuine popular mobilization by comparison with the other mainland ex-colonies of Portugal, together with Zimbabwe, is heavily dependent on economic cooperation with South Africa in many areas, if less so than Malawi, Botswana, or Lesotho. The prosperity of Zimbabwe, in the eyes of the Mugabe government, depends on a conservation of capitalist industry and agriculture, dominated by entrepreneurs from the settler community, most of whom remained after independence. The South African investment in Zimbabwe remains vast. Only relatively distant Angola permits South African fighters to have support bases. More fundamentally, the character of das struggle differs in South Africa from the form it takes in its northern neighbors. These movements were largely peasant-based and held out hopes of land seizure. Frelimo and ZANU particularly were weak in the cities and among the working das. All had an intensely nationalist and only vaguely socialist ideology. Such a movement can readily come to grief where peasant communities have lost their vitality and society is largely industrialist. A definition of the South African problem as 288. One of national liberation also poses severe questions in a country where only 70% of the population identify themselves, in conventional parlance, as Africans. A struggle geared primarily to an anti-colonial ideology misses the mark in a country which, despite its colonial roots in history, has been effectively independent for decades. An Africanist perspective would suggest that a victory for African nationalism in South Africa simply places it at the end of a long trail of victories for nationalism in Africa, with South Africa joining the more than 4 dozen national entities created in the continent over the last 25 years. A Marxist perspective suggests, on the contrary, that revolution in South Africa would bring the working das to the fore and have explosive international consequences, providing Africa with its first industrialist socialist economy and bringing about a storm that would be likely to sweep aside crisis-ridden regimes over half the continent. For the standard British Africanist analysis, see Roland Oliver and John Fage, A Short History of Africa, Penguin, 1st ed., 1962, 5th ed., 1975, John Fage, History of AFNCA, Hutchinson, 1978, and the new multi-volume Cambridge History of Africa, edited by Oliver and Fage. The American style is epitomized in Curtin, Fireman, Thompson, and Vanzina, African History, Longman, 1978, although the last two authors are originally from South Africa and Belgium respectively. Africans are largely responsible for the UNESCO History of Africa that has begun to be published. Pre-Africanist views that may be noted with profit are W.E.B. Du Bois, The World and Africa, International Publishers, 1965, reflecting a specific Afro-American tradition, and Samuel Johnson's History of the Yorubas, Routledge and Kegan-Paul, 1966 reprint, a typical but distinguished example of the kind of written histories Africans were producing during the colonial period. Consensus and criticism within the field can be better understood by a progressive examination of Vanzina, Money and Thomas, Ranger and Fife, the three collections discussed in the text and cited in the notes. On method and oral tradition, see its foremost champion, Jan Vanzina, Oral Tradition, Routledge and Kegan-Paul, 1965, but also his remarks on its abuse, comment, Traditions of Genesis, Ya, 15, 1974. A collection presenting a critical view of anthropology is Talal Asad, ed., Anthropology and the Colonial Encounter, Ithaca Press, 1973. A brilliant portrait of one of the most influential anthropologists of the colonial